Section 1 of My Inventions and Other Works, the Autobiography of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane Mercer. My Inventions, Part 1, My Early Life, by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, February 1919. How does the world's greatest inventor invent? How does he carry out an invention? What sort of mentality has Nikola Tesla? Was his early life as commonplace as most of ours? What was the early training of one of the world's chosen? These and many other very interesting questions are answered in an incomparable manner by Nikola Tesla himself in this, his first article. In his autobiography, treating mainly on his early youth, we obtain a good insight into the wonderful life this man has led. It reads like a fairy tale, which has the advantage of being true, for Tesla is no common mortal. He has led a charmed life, struck down by the pest, the cholera, and what not, given up by doctors at least 3 times as dead. We find him at 60, younger than ever. But, read his own words, you have never read the like before. Editor. The progressive development of man is vitally dependent on invention. It is the most important product of his creative brain. Its ultimate purpose is the complete mastery of mind over the material world, the harnessing of the forces of nature to human needs. This is the difficult task of the inventor who is often misunderstood and unrewarded. But he finds ample compensation in the pleasing exercises of his powers, and in the knowledge of being one of that exceptionally privileged class without whom the race would have long ago perished in the bitter struggle against pitiless elements. Speaking for myself, I have already had more than my full measure of this exquisite enjoyment, so much that for many years my life was little short of continuous rapture. I am credited with being one of the hardest workers, and perhaps I am, if thought is the equivalent of labor, for I have devoted to it almost all of my waking hours. But if work is interpreted to be a definite performance in a specified time according to a rigid rule, then I may be the worst of idlers. Every effort under compulsion demands a sacrifice of life energy. I never paid such a price. On the contrary, I have thrived on my thoughts. In attempting to give a connected and faithful account of my activities in this series of articles, which will be presented with the assistance of the editors of the Electrical Experimenter and are chiefly addressed to our young men readers, I must dwell, however reluctantly, on the impressions of my youth and the circumstances and events which have been instrumental in determining my career. Our first endeavors are purely instinctive, promptings of an imagination vivid and undisciplined. As we grow older, reason asserts itself and we become more and more systematic and designing. But those early impulses, though not immediately productive, are of the greatest moment and may shape our very destinies. Indeed, I feel now that had I understood and cultivated instead of suppressing them, I would have added substantial value to my bequest to the world. But not until I had attained manhood did I realize that I was an inventor. This was due to a number of causes. In the first place, I had a brother who was gifted to an extraordinary degree, one of those rare phenomena of mentality which biological investigation has failed to explain. His premature death left my parents disconsolate. We owned a horse, which had been presented to us by a dear friend. It was a magnificent animal of Arabian breed, possessed of almost human intelligence, and was cared for and petted by the whole family, having on one occasion saved my father's life under remarkable circumstances. My father had been called one winter night to perform an urgent duty, and while crossing the mountains infested by wolves, the horse became frightened and ran away, throwing him violently to the ground. It arrived home bleeding and exhausted,
but after the alarm was sounded, immediately dashed off again, returning to the spot, and before the searching party were far on the way, they were met by my father, who had recovered consciousness and remounted, not realizing that he had been lying in the snow for several hours.
This horse was responsible for my brother's injuries, from which he died. I witnessed the tragic scene, and although 56 years have elapsed since, my visual impression of it has lost none of its force. The recollection of his attainments made every effort of mine seem dull in comparison. Anything I did that was creditable merely caused my parents to feel their loss more keenly. So I grew up with little confidence in myself.
But I was far from being considered a stupid boy, if I am to judge from an incident of which I have still a strong remembrance.
One day the aldermen were passing through a street where I was at play with the other boys. The oldest of these venerable gentlemen, a wealthy citizen, paused to give a silver piece to each of us. Coming to me, he suddenly stopped and commanded, "Look in my eyes." I met his gaze, my hand outstretched to receive the much-valued coin, when to my dismay he said, "No, not much. You can get nothing from me. You are too smart." They used to tell a funny story about me. I had 2 old aunts with wrinkled faces, one of them having 2 teeth protruding like tusks of an elephant, which she buried in my cheek every time she kissed me. Nothing would scare me more than the prospect of being hugged by these affectionate as unattractive relatives. It happened that while being carried in my mother's arms they asked me who was the prettier of the 2. After examining their faces intently, I answered thoughtfully, pointing to one of them, "This here is not as ugly as the other." Then again, I was intended from my very birth for the clerical profession, and this thought constantly oppressed me. I longed to be an engineer, but my father was inflexible. He was the son of an officer who served in the army of the great Napoleon, and, in common with his brother, professor of mathematics in a prominent institution, had received a military education, but, singularly enough, later embraced the clergy, in which vocation he achieved eminence.
He was a very erudite man, a veritable natural philosopher, poet, and writer, and his sermons were said to be as eloquent as those of Abraham Santa Clara.
He had a prodigious memory, and frequently recited at length from works in several languages. He often remarked playfully that if some of the classics were lost, he could restore them. His style of writing was much admired. He penned sentences short and terse, and was full of wit and satire. The humorous remarks he made were always peculiar and characteristic. Just to illustrate, I may mention 1 or 2 instances. Among the help, there was a cross-eyed man called Maine, employed to do work around the farm. He was chopping wood one day. As he swung the axe, my father, who stood nearby and felt very uncomfortable, cautioned him, "For God's sake, Maine, do not strike at what you are looking, but at what you intend to hit." On another occasion, he was taking out for a drive a friend who carelessly permitted his costly fur coat to rub on the carriage wheel. My father reminded him of it, saying, "Pull in your coat, you are ruining my tire."
He had the odd habit of talking to himself, and would often carry on an animated conversation and indulge in heated argument, changing the tone of his voice. A casual listener might have sworn that several people were in the same room. Although I must trace to my mother's influence whatever inventiveness I possess, the training he gave me must have been helpful. It comprised all sorts of exercises, as guessing one another's thoughts, discovering the defects of some form or expression, repeating long sentences, or performing mental calculations.
These daily lessons were intended to strengthen memory and reason, and especially to develop the critical sense, and were undoubtedly very beneficial. My mother descended from one of the oldest families in the country and a line of inventors.
Both her father and grandfather originated numerous implements for household, agricultural, and other uses.
She was a truly great woman of rare skill, courage, and fortitude, who had braved the storms of life and passed through many a trying experience. When she was 16, a virulent pestilence swept the country. Her father was called away to administer the last sacraments to the dying, and during his absence she went alone to the assistance of a neighboring family who were stricken by the dread disease. All of the members, 5 in number, succumbed in rapid succession.
She bathed, clothed, and laid out the bodies, decorating them with flowers according to the custom of the country, and when her father returned he found everything ready for a Christian burial. My mother was an inventor of the first order, and would, I believe, have achieved great things had she not been so remote from modern life and its multifold opportunities.
She invented and constructed all kinds of tools and devices, and wove the finest designs from thread which was spun by her. She even planted the seeds, raised the plants, and separated the fibers herself. She worked indefatigably from break of day till late at night, and most of the wearing apparel and furnishings of the home was the product of her hands. When she was past 60, her fingers were still nimble enough to tie 3 knots in an eyelash.
There was another and still more important reason for my late awakening. In my boyhood, I suffered from a peculiar affliction due to the appearance of images, often accompanied by strong flashes of light, which marred the sight of real objects and interfered with my thought and action.
They were pictures of things and scenes which I had already seen, never of those I imagined. When a word was spoken to me, the image of the object it designated would present itself vividly to my vision, and sometimes I was quite unable to distinguish whether what I saw was tangible or not. This caused me great discomfort and anxiety. None of the students of psychology or physiology whom I have consulted could ever explain satisfactorily these phenomena. They seem to have been unique, although I was probably predisposed, as I know my brother experienced a similar trouble. The theory I have formulated is that the images were the result of a reflex action from the brain on the retina under great excitation.
They certainly were not hallucinations such as are produced in diseased and anguished minds, for in other respects I was normal and composed. To give an idea of my distress, suppose that I had witnessed a funeral or some such nerve-wracking spectacle.
Then, inevitably, in the stillness of night, a vivid picture of the scene would thrust itself before my eyes and persist despite all my efforts to banish it. Sometimes it would even remain fixed in space, though I pushed my hand through it.
If my explanation is correct, it should be able to project on a screen the image of any object one conceives and make it visible. Such an advance would revolutionize all human relations. I am convinced that this wonder can and will be accomplished in time to come.
I may add that I have devoted much thought to the solution of the problem. To free myself of these tormenting appearances, I tried to concentrate my mind on something else I had seen, and in this way I would often obtain temporary relief, but in order to get it I had to conjure continuously new images.
It was not long before I found that I had exhausted all of those at my command. My reel had run out, as it were, because I had seen little of the world, only objects in my home and the immediate surroundings. As I performed these mental operations for the 2nd or 3rd time, in order to chase the appearances from my vision, the remedy gradually lost all its force. Then I instinctively commenced to make excursions beyond the limits of the small world of which I had knowledge, and I saw new scenes. These were at first very blurred and indistinct, and would flit away when I tried to concentrate my attention upon them, but by and by I succeeded in fixing them. They gained in strength and distinctness, and finally assumed the correctness of real things. I soon discovered that my best comfort was attained if I simply went on in my vision farther and farther, getting new impressions all the time, and so I began to travel, of course, in my mind. Every night, and sometimes during the day, when alone, I would start on my journeys, see new places, cities and countries, live there, meet people and make friendships and acquaintances, and, however unbelievable,
It is a fact that they were just as dear to me as those in actual life, and not a bit less intense in their manifestations. This I did constantly until I was about 17, when my thoughts turned seriously to invention.
Then I observed to my delight that I could visualize with the greatest facility. I needed no models, drawings, or experiments. I could picture them all as real in my mind.
Thus I have been led unconsciously to evolve what I consider a new method of materializing inventive concepts and ideas, which is radically opposite to the purely experimental and is, in my opinion, ever so much more expeditious and efficient. The moment one constructs a device to carry into practice a crude idea, he finds himself unavoidably engrossed with the details and defects of the apparatus.
As he goes on improving and reconstructing, his force of concentration diminishes and he loses sight of the great underlying principle. Results may be obtained, but always at the sacrifice of quality.
My method is different. I do not rush into actual work. When I get an idea, I start at once building it up in my imagination. I change the construction, make improvements, and operate the device in my mind. It is absolutely immaterial to me whether I run my turbine in thought or test it in my shop. I even note if it is out of balance. There is no difference whatsoever. The results are the same. In this way I am able to rapidly develop and perfect a conception without touching anything. When I have gone so far as to embody in the invention every possible improvement I can think of and see no fault anywhere, I put into concrete form this final product of my brain. Invariably my device works as I conceived that it should, and the experiment comes out exactly as I planned it. In 20 years there has not been a single exception. Why should it be otherwise? Engineering, electrical and mechanical, is positive in results. There is scarcely a subject that cannot be mathematically treated and the effects calculated or the results determined beforehand from the available theoretical and practical data. The carrying out into practice of a crude idea as is being generally done is, I hold, nothing but a waste of energy, money, and time. My early affliction had, however, another compensation. The incessant mental exertion developed my powers of observation and enabled me to discover a truth of great importance.
I had noted that the appearance of images was always preceded by the actual vision of scenes under peculiar and generally very exceptional conditions, and I was impelled on each occasion to locate the original impulse. After a while this effort grew to be almost automatic, and I gained great facility in connecting cause and effect.
Soon I became aware, to my surprise, that every thought I conceived was suggested by an external impression. Not only this, but all my actions were prompted in a similar way. In the course of time it became perfectly evident to me that I was merely an automaton, endowed with power of movement, responding to the stimuli of the sense organs and thinking and acting accordingly.
The practical result of this was the art of telautomatics, which has been so far carried out only in an imperfect manner. Its latent possibilities will, however, be eventually shown. I have been since years planning self-controlled automata and believe that mechanisms can be produced which will act as if possessed of reason to a limited degree and will create a revolution in many commercial and industrial departments. I was about 12 years old when I first succeeded in banishing an image from my vision by willful effort, but I never had any control over the flashes of light to which I have referred.
They were, perhaps, my strangest experience and inexplicable. They usually occurred when I found myself in a dangerous or distressing situation, or when I was greatly exhilarated. In some instances I have seen all the air around me filled with tongues of living flame. Their intensity, instead of diminishing, increased with time and seemingly attained a maximum when I was about 25 years old. While in Paris, in 1883, a prominent French manufacturer sent me an invitation to a shooting expedition, which I accepted. I had been long confined to the factory, and the fresh air had a wonderfully invigorating effect on me. On my return to the city that night I felt a positive sensation that my brain had caught fire. I saw a light as though a small sun was located in it, and I passed the whole night applying cold compressions to my tortured head. Finally the flashes diminished in frequency and force, but it took me more than 3 weeks before they wholly subsided. When a second invitation was extended to me, my answer was an emphatic no. These luminous phenomena still manifest themselves from time to time, as when a new idea opening up possibilities strikes me, but they are no longer exciting, being of relatively small intensity. When I close my eyes, I invariably observe first a background of very dark and uniform blue, not unlike the sky on a clear but starless night.
In a few seconds, this field becomes animated with innumerable scintillating flakes of green, arranged in several layers and advancing towards me.
Then there appears, to the right, a beautiful pattern of 2 systems of parallel and closely spaced lines, at right angles to one another, in all sorts of colors, with yellow, green, and gold predominating. Immediately thereafter the lines grow brighter, and the whole is thickly sprinkled with dots of twinkling light. This picture moves slowly across the field of vision, and in about 10 seconds vanishes to the left, leaving behind a ground of rather unpleasant and inert gray, which quickly gives way to a billowy sea of clouds, seemingly trying to mold themselves in living shapes. It is curious that I cannot project a form into this gray until the second phase is reached. Every time before falling asleep, images of persons or objects flit before my view. When I see them, I know that I am about to lose consciousness. If they are absent and refuse to come, it means a sleepless night.
To what an extent imagination played a part in my early life I may illustrate by another odd experience. Like most children, I was fond of jumping and developed an intense desire to support myself in the air.
Occasionally a strong wind, richly charged with oxygen, blew from the mountains, rendering my body as light as a cork, and then I would leap and float in space for a long time. It was a delightful sensation, and my disappointment was keen when later I undeceived myself. During that period I contracted many strange likes, dislikes, and habits, some of which I can trace to external impressions while others are unaccountable. I had a violent aversion against the earrings of women, but other ornaments, as bracelets, pleased me more or less according to design. The sight of a pearl would almost give me a fit, but I was fascinated with the glitter of crystals or objects with sharp edges and plain surfaces.
I would not touch the hair of other people except, perhaps, at the point of a revolver. I would get a fever by looking at a peach, and if a piece of camphor was anywhere in the house it caused me the keenest discomfort.
Even now I'm not insensible to some of these upsetting impulses. When I drop little squares of paper in a dish filled with liquid, I always sense a peculiar and awful taste in my mouth. I counted the steps in my walks and calculated the cubical contents of soup plates, coffee cups, and pieces of food. Otherwise my meal was unenjoyable. All repeated acts or operations I performed had to be divisible by 3, and if I missed, I felt impelled to do it all over again, even if it took hours. Up to the age of 8 years, my character was weak and vacillating. I had neither courage nor strength to form a firm resolve. My feelings came in waves and surges, and vibrated unceasingly between extremes. My wishes were of consuming force, and like the heads of a hydra, they multiplied. I was oppressed by thoughts of pain in life and death, and religious fear. I was swayed by superstitious belief, and lived in constant dread of the spirit of evil, of ghosts and ogres and other unholy monsters of the dark. Then, all at once, there came a tremendous change which altered the course of my whole existence. Of all things I liked books the best. My father had a large library, and whenever I could manage I tried to satisfy my passion for reading. He did not permit it, and would fly into a rage when he caught me in the act. He hid the candles when he found that I was reading in secret.
He did not want me to spoil my eyes, but I obtained tallow, made the wicking, and cast the sticks into tin forms, and every night I would push the keyhole and the cracks and read, often till dawn, when all others slept and my mother started on her arduous daily task. On one occasion I came across a novel entitled Abafi, the Son of Abba, a Serbian translation of a well-known Hungarian writer, Josica. This work somehow awakened my dormant powers of will, and I began to practice self-control.
At first my resolutions faded like snow in April, but in a little while I conquered my weakness, and I felt pleasure I never knew before, that of doing as I willed. In the course of time, this vigorous mental exercise became second nature. At the outset my wishes had to be subdued, but gradually desire and will grew to be identical.
After years of such discipline, I gained so complete a mastery over myself that I toyed with passions which have meant destruction to some of the strongest men.
At a certain age, I contracted a mania for gambling, which greatly worried my parents. To sit down to a game of cards was for me the quintessence of pleasure. My father led an exemplary life and could not excuse the senseless waste of time and money in which I indulged. I had a strong resolve, but my philosophy was bad.
I would say to him, I can stop whenever I please, but is it worth while to give up that which I would purchase with the joys of paradise? On frequent occasions he gave vent to his anger and contempt, but my mother was different.
She understood the character of men, and knew that one's salvation could only be brought about through his own efforts. One afternoon, I remember, when I had lost all my money and was craving for a game, she came to me with a roll of bills and said, "Go and enjoy yourself. The sooner you lose all we possess, the better it will be. I know that you will get over it." She was right. I conquered my passion then and there, and only regretted that it had not been 100 times as strong. I not only vanquished but tore it from my heart so as not to leave even a trace of desire. Ever since that time I have been as indifferent to any form of gambling as to picking teeth. During another period I smoked excessively, threatening to ruin my health. Then my will asserted itself, and I not only stopped but destroyed all inclination. Long ago I suffered from heart trouble, until I discovered that it was due to the innocent cup of coffee I consumed every morning. I discontinued at once, though I confess it was not an easy task.
In this way I checked and bridled other habits and passions, and have not only preserved my life, but derived an immense amount of satisfaction from what most men would consider privation and sacrifice.
After finishing the studies at the Polytechnic Institute and University, I had a complete nervous breakdown, and while the malady lasted, I observed many phenomena, strange and unbelievable. To be continued in our March issue. End of section 1. Section 2 of My Inventions and Other Works, the Autobiography of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane Mercer. My Inventions, Part 2. My First Efforts at Invention. By Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, March 1919.
Boys will be boys, the world over. The boy Tesla was no exception to the universal rule, as this, his second autobiographical article, clearly proves. As Mr. Tesla, in his own inimitable, delightful way, here paints with a literary artist's brush his own intimate boyhood in charming as well as vivid colors. We have often heard of Tesla the dreamer, but if he is entitled to the epithet, his early boyhood certainly fails to reveal it. Tesla did not allow much grass to grow under his feet while a boy, for he assuredly was a strenuous, red-blooded youngster. You will wish to read all about the greatest inventor's early boyhood. It is doubly valuable because it comes from his own pen. We promise you an interesting 20 minutes entertainment. Editor. I shall dwell briefly on these extraordinary experiences on the account of their possible interest to students of psychology and physiology, and also because this period of agony was of the greatest consequence on my mental development and subsequent labors. But it is indispensable to first relate the circumstances and conditions which preceded them, and in which might be found their partial explanation. From childhood, I was compelled to concentrate attention upon myself. This caused me much suffering, but to my present view, it was a blessing in disguise, for it has taught me to appreciate the inestimable value of introspection in the preservation of life, as well as a means of achievement. The pressure of occupation and the incessant stream of impressions pouring into our consciousness through all the gateways of knowledge make modern existence hazardous in many ways. Most persons are so absorbed in the contemplation of the outside world that they are wholly oblivious to what is passing on within themselves. The premature death of millions is primarily traceable to this cause. Even among those who exercise care, it is a common mistake to avoid imaginary and ignore the real dangers. And what is true of an individual also applies, more or less, to a people as a whole. Witness in illustration the prohibition movement. A drastic, if not unconstitutional measure is now being put through in this country to prevent the consumption of alcohol, and yet it is a positive fact that coffee, tea, tobacco, chewing gum, and other stimulants, which are freely indulged in, even at the tender age, are vastly more injurious to the national body, judging from the number of those who succumb. So, for instance, during my student years, I gathered from the published necrologues in Vienna, the home of coffee drinkers, that deaths from heart trouble sometimes reached 67% of the total. Similar observations might probably be made in cities where the consumption of tea is excessive. These delicious beverages superexcite and gradually exhaust the fine fibers of the brain. They also interfere seriously with arterial circulation and should be enjoyed all the more sparingly as their deleterious effects are slow and imperceptible. Tobacco, on the other hand, is conducive to easy and pleasant thinking, and detracts from the intensity and concentration necessary to all original and vigorous effort of the intellect. Chewing gum is helpful for a short while, but soon drains the glandular system and inflicts irreparable damage, not to speak of the revulsion it creates. Alcohol in small quantities is an excellent tonic, but is toxic in its action when absorbed in larger amounts, quite immaterial as to whether it is taken in as whiskey or produced in the stomach from sugar. But it should not be overlooked that all these are great eliminators, assisting nature, as they do, in upholding her stern but just law of survival of the fittest. Eager reformers should also be mindful of the eternal perversity of mankind, which makes the indifferent laissez-faire by far preferable to enforced restraint. The truth about this is that we need stimulants to do our best work under present living conditions, and that we must exercise moderation and control our appetites and inclinations in every direction. That is what I have been doing for many years, in this way maintaining myself young in body and mind. Abstinence was not always to my liking, but I find ample reward in the agreeable experiences I am now making. Just in the hope of converting some to my precepts and convictions, I will recall one or two. A short time ago, I was returning to my hotel. It was a bitter, cold night, the ground slippery, and no taxi to be had. Half a block behind me followed another man, evidently as anxious as myself to get under cover.
Suddenly, my legs went up in the air. In the same instant there was a flash in my brain, the nerves responded, the muscles contracted, I swung through 180 degrees and landed on my hands. I resumed my walk as though nothing had happened when the stranger caught up with me. "How old are you?" he asked, surveying me critically. "Oh, about 59, I replied. "What of it?" "Well," said he, "I have seen a cat do this, but never a man." About a month since, I wanted to order new eyeglasses and went to an oculist who put me through the usual tests. He looked at me incredulously as I read off with ease the smallest print at considerable distance. But when I told him that I was past 60, he gasped in astonishment. Friends of mine often remark that my suits fit me like gloves, but they do not know that all my clothing is made to measurements which were taken nearly 35 years ago and never changed. During this same period my weight has not varied 1 pound. In this connection I may tell a funny story. One evening in the winter of 1885, Mr. Edison, Edward H. Johnson, the president of the Edison Illuminating Company, Mr. Batchelor, manager of the works, and myself entered a little place opposite 65 Fifth Avenue, where the offices of the company were located.
Someone suggested guessing weights, and I was induced to step on a scale.
Edison felt me all over and said, "Tesla weighs 152 pounds to an ounce," and he guessed it exactly. Stripped, I weighed 142 pounds, and that is still my weight. I whispered to Mr. Johnson, "How is it possible that Edison could guess my weight so closely?"
"Well," he said, lowering his voice, "I will tell you, confidentially, but you must not say anything. He was employed for a long time in a Chicago slaughterhouse, where he weighed thousands of hogs every day. That's why. My friend, the Honorable Chauncey M. Depew, tells of an Englishman on whom he sprung one of his original anecdotes and who listened with puzzled expression but, a year later, laughed out loud. I will frankly confess it took me longer than that to appreciate Johnson's joke.
Now, my well-being is simply the result of a careful and measured mode of living, and perhaps the most astonishing thing is that 3 times in my youth I was rendered by illness a hopeless physical wreck and given up by physicians. More than this, through ignorance and lightheartedness, I got into all sorts of difficulties, dangers, and scrapes from which I extricated myself as by enchantment. I was almost drowned a dozen times, was nearly boiled alive, and just missed being cremated. I was entombed, lost, and frozen. I had hair-breadth escapes from mad dogs, hogs, and other wild animals. I passed through dreadful diseases, all kinds of odd mishaps, and that I am hale and hearty today seems like a miracle. But as I recall these incidents to my mind, I feel convinced that my preservation was not altogether accidental.
An inventor's endeavor is essentially life-saving. Whether he harnesses forces, improves devices, or provides new comforts and conveniences, he is adding to the safety of our existence.
He is also better qualified than the average individual to protect himself in peril, for he is observant and resourceful. If I had no other evidence that I was, in a measure, possessed of such qualities, I would find it in these personal experiences.
The reader will be able to judge for himself if I mention 1 or 2 instances.
On one occasion, when I was about 14 years old, I wanted to scare some friends who were bathing with me. My plan was to dive under a long floating structure and slip out quietly at the other end. Swimming and diving came to me as naturally as to a duck, and I was confident that I could perform the feat.
Accordingly, I plunged into the water and, when out of view, turned around and proceeded rapidly towards the opposite side.
Thinking that I was safely beyond the structure, I rose to the surface, but to my dismay struck a beam. Of course, I quickly dived and forged ahead with rapid strokes until my breath was beginning to give out. Rising for the second time, my head came again in contact with a beam. Now I was becoming desperate. However, Summoning all my energy, I made a third frantic attempt, but the result was the same. The torture of suppressed breathing was getting unendurable. My brain was reeling and I felt myself sinking. At that moment, when my situation seemed absolutely hopeless, I experienced one of those flashes of light, and the structure above me appeared before my vision.
I either discerned or guessed that there was little space between the surface of the water and the boards resting on the beams, and, with consciousness nearly gone, I floated up, pressed my mouth close to the planks, and managed to inhale a little air, unfortunately mingled with a spray of water which nearly choked me. Several times I repeated this procedure as in a dream until my heart, which was racing at a terrible rate, quieted down and I gained composure. After that I made a number of unsuccessful dives, having completely lost the sense of direction, but finally succeeded in getting out of the trap when my friends had already given me up and were fishing for my body. That bathing season was spoiled for me through recklessness, but I soon forgot the lesson, and only 2 years later I fell into a worse predicament. There was a large flour mill with a dam across the river near the city where I was studying at the time. As a rule, the height of the water was only 2 or 3 inches above the dam, and to swim out to it was a sport not very dangerous, in which I often indulged. One day I went alone to the river to enjoy myself as usual. When I was a short distance from the masonry, however, I was horrified to observe that the water had risen and was carrying me along swiftly. I tried to get away, but it was too late. Luckily, though, I saved myself from being swept over by taking hold of the wall with both hands. The pressure against my chest was great, and I was barely able to keep my head above the surface. Not a soul was in sight, and my voice was lost in the roar of the fall. Slowly and gradually I became exhausted and unable to withstand the strain longer. Just as I was about to let go, to be dashed against the rocks below, I saw in a flash of light a familiar diagram illustrating the hydraulic principle that the pressure of a fluid in motion is proportionate to the area exposed, and automatically I turned on my left side. As if by magic the pressure was reduced, and I found it comparatively easy in that position to resist the force of the stream. But the danger still confronted me. I knew that sooner or later I would be carried down, as it was not possible for any help to reach me in time, even if I attracted attention. I am ambidextrous now, but then I was left-handed and had comparatively little strength in my right arm. For this reason, I did not dare to turn on the other side to rest, and nothing remained but to slowly push my body along the dam. I had to get away from the mill towards which my face was turned, as the current there was much swifter and deeper. It was a long and painful ordeal, and I came near to failing at its very end, for I was confronted with a depression in the masonry. I managed to get over with the last ounce of my force, and fell in a swoon when I reached the bank, where I was found. I had torn virtually all the skin from my left side, and it took several weeks before the fever subsided and I was well. These are only 2 of many instances, but they may be sufficient to show that, had it not been for the inventor's instinct, I would not have lived to tell this tale. Interested people have often asked me how and when I began to invent. This I can only answer from my present recollection, in the light of which the first attempt I recall was rather ambitious, for it involved the invention of an apparatus and a method. In the former I was anticipated, but the latter was original. It happened in this way. One of my playmates had come to the possession of a hook and fishing tackle, which created quite an excitement in the village, and the next morning all started out to catch frogs. I was left alone and deserted owing to a quarrel with this boy. I had never seen a real hook and pictured it as something wonderful, endowed with peculiar qualities, and was despairing not to be one of the party. Urged by necessity, I somehow got hold of a piece of soft iron wire, hammered the end into a sharp point between 2 stones, bent it into shape, and fastened it to a strong string. Then I cut a rod, gathered some bait, and went down to the brook where there were frogs in abundance. but I could not catch any and was almost discouraged when it occurred to me to dangle the empty hook in front of a frog sitting on a stump. At first he collapsed, but by and by his eyes bulged out and became bloodshot. He swelled to twice his normal size and made a vicious snap at the hook. Immediately I pulled him up. I tried the same thing again and again, and the method proved infallible. When my comrades, who in spite of their fine outfit had caught nothing, came to me, they were green with envy. For a long time I kept my secret and enjoyed the monopoly, but finally yielded to the spirit of Christmas. Every boy could then do the same, and the following summer brought disaster to the frogs. In my next attempt, I seem to have acted under the first instinctive impulse which later dominated me, to harness the energies of nature to the service of man. I did this through the medium of Maybugs, or June bugs as they are called in America, which were a veritable pest in the country, and sometimes broke the branches of trees by the sheer weight of their bodies. The bushes were black with them. I would attach as many as 4 of them to a cross piece, rotably arranged on a thin spindle, and transmit the motion of the same to a larger disc, and so derive considerable power. These creatures were remarkably efficient, for once they were started they had no sense to stop and continued whirling for hours and hours, and the hotter it was, the harder they worked. All went well until a strange boy came to the place. He was the son of a retired officer in the Austrian army. That urchin ate Maybugs alive and enjoyed them as though they were the finest Blue Point oysters. That disgusting sight terminated my endeavors in this promising field, and I have never since been able to touch a Maybug or any other insect for that matter. After that, I believe, I undertook to take apart and assemble the clocks of my grandfather. In the former operation, I was always successful, but often failed to the latter. So it came that he brought my work to a sudden halt in a matter not too delicate, and it took 30 years before I tackled another clockwork again. Shortly thereafter, I went into the manufacture of a kind of pop gun which comprised a hollow tube, a piston, and 2 plugs of hemp. When firing the gun, the piston was pressed against the stomach, and the tube was pushed back quickly with both hands. The air between the plugs was compressed and raised to high temperature, and one of them was expelled with a loud report. The art consisted in selecting a tube of the proper taper from the hollow stalks. I did very well with that gun, but my activities interfered with the window panes in our household and met with painful discouragement. If I remember rightly, I then took to carving swords from pieces of furniture which I could conveniently obtain. At that time I was under the sway of the Serbian national poetry and full of admiration for the feats of the heroes. I used to spend hours in mowing down my enemies in the form of cornstalks, which ruined the crops and netted me several spankings from my mother. Moreover, these were not of the formal kind, but the genuine article. I had all this and more behind me before I was 6 years old, and had passed through 1 year of elementary school in the village of Similjan where I was born. At this juncture we moved to the little city of Gospic nearby. This change of residence was like a calamity to me. It almost broke my heart to part from our pigeons, chickens, and sheep, and our magnificent flock of geese which used to rise to the clouds in the morning and return from the feeding grounds at sundown in battle formation, so perfect that it would have put a squadron of the very best aviators of the present day to shame. In our new house I was but a prisoner, watching the strange people I saw through the window blinds. My bashfulness was such that I would rather have faced a roaring lion than one of the city dudes who strolled about. But my hardest trial came on Sunday, when I had to dress up and attend the service. There I meet with an accident, the mere thought of which made my blood curdle like sour milk for years afterwards. It was my second adventure in a church. Not long before I was entombed for a night in an old chapel on an inaccessible mountain, which was visited only once a year. It was an awful experience, but this one was worse. There was a wealthy lady in town, a good but pompous woman, who used to come to church gorgeously painted up and attired with an enormous train and attendants. One Sunday I had just finished ringing the bell in the belfry, and rushed downstairs when this grand dame was sweeping out, and I jumped on her train. It tore off with a ripping noise, which sounded like a salvo of musketry fired by raw recruits. My father was livid with rage. He gave me a gentle slap on the cheek, the only corporal punishment he ever administered to me, but I almost feel it now. The embarrassment and confusion that followed are indescribable. I was practically ostracized until something else happened that redeemed me in the estimation of the community.
An enterprising young merchant had organized a fire department. A new fire engine was purchased, uniforms provided, and men drilled for service and parade. The engine was, in reality, a pump to be worked by 16 men, and was beautifully painted red and black. One afternoon the official trial was prepared for, and the machine was transported to the river. The entire population turned out to witness the great spectacle. When all the speeches and ceremonies were concluded, the command was given to pump, but not a drop of water came from the nozzle. The professors and experts tried in vain to locate the trouble. The fizzle was complete when I arrived at the scene. My knowledge of the mechanism was nil, and I knew next to nothing of air pressure, but instinctively I felt for the suction hose in the water and found that it had collapsed. When I waded in the river and opened it up, the water rushed forth, and not a few Sunday clothes were spoiled. Archimedes running naked through the streets of Syracuse and shouting "Eureka" at the top of his voice did not make a greater impression than myself. I was carried on the shoulders and was the hero of the day. Upon settling in the city, I began a 4 years course in the so-called normal school preparatory to my studies at the college or real gymnasium.
During this period, my boyish efforts and exploits, as well as troubles, continued.
Among other things, I attained the unique distinction of champion crow-catcher in the country. My method of procedure was extremely simple. I would go in the forest, hide in the bushes, and imitate the call of the bird. Usually I would get several answers, and in a short while a crow would flutter down into the shrubbery near me. After that, all I needed to do was to throw a piece of cardboard to distract its attention, jump up and grab it before it could extricate itself from the undergrowth. In this way I could capture as many as I desired, but on one occasion something occurred which made me respect them. I had caught a fine pair of birds and was returning home with a friend. When we left the forest, thousands of crows had gathered, making a frightful racket. In a few minutes they rose in pursuit and soon enveloped us. The fun lasted until all of a sudden I received a blow on the back of my head, which knocked me down. Then they attacked me viciously. I was compelled to release the two birds and was glad to join my friend who had taken refuge in a cave. In the schoolroom there were a few mechanical models which interested me and turned my attention to water turbines. I constructed many of these and found great pleasure in operating them. How extraordinary was my life, an incident may illustrate. My uncle had no use for this kind of pastime, and more than once rebuked me.
I was fascinated by a description of Niagara Falls I had perused, and pictured in my imagination a big wheel run by the falls.
I told my uncle that I would go to America and carry out this scheme. 30 years later, I saw my ideas carried out at Niagara, and marveled at the unfathomable mystery of the mind.
I made all kinds of other contrivances and contraptions, but among these the arbalists I produced were the best. My arrows, when shot, disappeared from sight, and at close range traversed a plank of pine 1 inch thick. Through the continuous tightening of the bows, I developed skin on my stomach very much like that of a crocodile, and I am often wondering whether it is due to this exercise that I am able even now to digest cobblestones. Nor can I pass in silence my performances with the sling, which would have enabled me to give a stunning exhibit at the Hippodrome. And now I will tell of one of my feats with this antique implement of war, which will strain to the utmost the credulity of the reader. I was practicing while walking with my uncle along the river. The sun was setting, The trout were playful, and from time to time one would shoot up into the air, its glistening body sharply defined against the projecting rock beyond. Of course, any boy might have hit a fish under these propitious conditions, but I undertook a much more difficult task, and I foretold to my uncle to the minutest detail what I intended doing. I was to hurl a stone to meet the fish, press its body against the rock, and cut it in two. It was no sooner said than done. My uncle looked at me almost scared out of his wits, and exclaimed, "Vade retro Satanas!" and it was a few days before he spoke to me again. Other records, however great, will be eclipsed, but I feel that I could peacefully rest on my laurels for 1,000 years.
In the April issue, Mr. Tesla will describe in detail how he conceived one of his most important and far-reaching inventions, the rotary magnetic field. Editor. End of section 2. Section 3 of My Inventions and Other Works. The Autobiography of Nikola Tesla. Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane Mercer. My Inventions, Part 3. My Later Endeavors, The Discovery of the Rotating Magnetic Field, by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, April 1919. This installment, no doubt the most interesting of the 3 published so far, reveals many extraordinary occurrences and experiences in the world's greatest inventor's life, experiences such as do not fall on the lot of ordinary mortals. And Tesla the many-sided, aside from inventing, knows the rare art of painting word pictures. He does so here in a masterly fashion. He tells us how he finally conceived the induction motor, perhaps his greatest discovery, the invention which changed the face of the globe, the invention which made possible the streetcar, the subway, the electric train, power transmission, the harnessing of waterfalls, and countless others. But let Tesla tell you himself how it all came about. It is a classic worth reading. Editor. What is the induction motor? The induction motor operates on alternating current. It has no commutator like a direct current motor, nor slip rings like an alternating current motor. Contrary to the 2 types just cited, the field current is not steady, but the current itself rotates constantly, pulling around with it, by induction, the only moving part of the motor, the rotor or armature. Having no armature nor slip rings, the induction motor never sparks. It consequently knows no brush trouble. It needs no attention because of its ruggedness. Only the bearings wear out. Its efficiency too is higher. On account of all this, the induction motor is used in a preponderating proportion in streetcars, electric trains, factories, etc.
At the age of 10, I entered the real gymnasium, which was a new and fairly well-equipped institution. In the Department of Physics were various models of classical scientific apparatus, electrical and mechanical. The demonstrations and experiments performed from time to time by the instructors fascinated me and were undoubtedly a powerful incentive to invention.
I was also passionately fond of mathematical studies and often won the professor's praise for rapid calculation. This was due to my acquired faculty of visualizing the figures and performing the operations, not in the usual intuitive matter, but as in actual life. Up to a certain degree of complexity, it was absolutely the same to me whether I wrote the symbols on the board or conjured them before my mental vision. But freehand drawing, to which many hours of the course were devoted, was an annoyance I could not endure. This is rather remarkable, as most of the members of the family excelled in it.
Perhaps my aversion was simply due to the predilection I found in undisturbed thought. Had it not been for a few exceptionally stupid boys who could not do anything at all, my record would have been the worst. It was a serious handicap as under the then existing educational regime, drawing being obligatory, this deficiency threatened to spoil my whole career, and my father had considerable trouble in railroading me from one class to another.
In the second year at that institution, I became obsessed with the idea of producing continuous motion through steady air pressure. The pump incident, of which I have told, had set afire my youthful imagination and impressed me with the boundless abilities of a vacuum. I grew frantic in my desire to harness this inexhaustible energy, but for a long time I was groping in the dark.
Finally, however, my endeavors crystallized in an invention which was to enable me to achieve what no other mortal ever attempted. Imagine a cylinder freely rotatable on two bearings partly surrounded by a rectangular trough which fits it perfectly.
The open side of the trough is closed by a partition so that the cylindrical segment within the enclosure divides the latter into two compartments, entirely separated from each other by airtight sliding joints.
One of these compartments being sealed and once for all exhausted, the other remaining open, a perpetual rotation of the cylinder would result, at least I thought so. A wooden model was constructed and fitted with infinite care, and when I applied the pump on one side and actually observed that there was a tendency to turning, I was delirious with joy. Mechanical flight was the one thing I wanted to accomplish, although still under the discouraging recollection of a bad fall I sustained by jumping with an umbrella from the top of a building.
Every day I used to transport myself through the air to distant regions, but I could not understand just how I managed to do it. Now I had something concrete, a flying machine with nothing more than a rotating shaft, flapping wings, and a vacuum of unlimited power. From that time on, I made my daily aerial excursions in a vehicle of comfort and luxury, as might have befitted King Solomon.
It took years before I understood that the atmospheric pressure acted at right angles to the surface of the cylinder, and that the slight rotary effort I observed was due to a leak. Though this knowledge came gradually, it gave me a painful shock.
I had hardly completed my course at the real gymnasium when I was prostrated with a dangerous illness, or rather a score of them, and my condition became so desperate that I was given up by physicians.
During this period I was permitted to read constantly, obtaining books from the public library which had been neglected and entrusted to me for classification of the works and preparation of the catalogues.
One day I was handed a few volumes of new literature unlike anything I had ever read before, and so captivating as to make me utterly forget my hopeless state. They were the earlier works of Mark Twain, and to them might have been due the miraculous recovery which followed. 25 years later, when I met Mr. Clemens and we formed a friendship between us, I told him of the experience and was amazed to see that the great man of laughter burst into tears.
My studies were continued at the higher real gymnasium in Karlstad, Croatia, where one of my aunts resided.
She was a distinguished lady, the wife of a colonel who was an old war horse, having participated in many battles. I never can forget the 3 years I passed at their home.
No fortress in time of war was under a more rigid discipline.
I was fed like a canary bird. All the meals were of the highest quality and deliciously prepared, but short in quantity by 1,000%. The slices of ham cut by my aunt were like tissue paper. When the colonel would put something substantial on my plate, she would snatch it away and say excitedly to him, "Be careful, Nico is very delicate." I had a voracious appetite and suffered like Tantalus, but I lived in an atmosphere of refinement and artistic taste quite unusual for those times and conditions.
The land was low and marshy, and malaria fever never left me while there, despite of the enormous amounts of quinine I consumed. Occasionally the river would rise and drive an army of rats into the buildings, devouring everything, even to the bundles of the fierce paprika.
These pests were to me a welcome diversion. I thinned their ranks by all sorts of means, which won me the unenviable distinction of rat catcher in the community. At last, however, my course was completed, the misery ended, and I obtained the certificate of maturity which brought me to the crossroads. During all those years my parents never wavered in their resolve to make me embrace the clergy, the mere thought of which filled me with dread. I had become intensely interested in electricity under the stimulating influence of my professor of physics, who was an ingenious man and often demonstrated the principles by apparatus of his own invention.
Among these I recall a device in the shape of a freely rotatable bulb with tinfoil coatings, which was made to spin rapidly when connected to a static machine.
It is impossible for me to convey an adequate idea of the intensity of feeling I experienced in witnessing his exhibitions of these mysterious phenomena. Every impression produced 1,000 echoes in my mind. I wanted to know more of this wonderful force. I longed for experiment and investigation, and resigned myself to the inevitable with aching heart. Just as I was making ready for the long journey home, I received word that my father wished me to go on a shooting expedition. It was a strange request, as he had always been strenuously opposed to this kind of sport.
But a few days later I learnt that the cholera was raging in that district, and, taking advantage of an opportunity, I returned to Gospic in disregard of my parents' wishes. It was incredible how absolutely ignorant people were as to the causes of this scourge which visited the country in intervals from 15 to 20 years.
They thought that the deadly agents were transmitted through the air and filled it with pungent odors and smoke. In the meantime, they drank the infected water and died in heaps. I contracted the awful disease on the very day of my arrival, and although surviving the crisis, I was confined to bed for 9 months with scarcely any ability to move. My energy was completely exhausted, and for the second time I found myself at death's door. In one of the sinking spells, which was thought to be the last, my father rushed into the room. I still see his pallid face as he tried to cheer me in tones belying his assurance. "Perhaps," I said, "I may get well if you let me study engineering." "You will go to the best technical institution in the world," he solemnly replied, and I knew that he meant it. A heavy weight was lifted from my mind, but the relief would have come too late had it not been for a marvelous cure brought about through a bitter decoction of a peculiar bean. I came to life like another Lazarus, to the utter amazement of everybody. My father insisted that I spend a year in healthful physical outdoor exercises, to which I reluctantly consented. For most of this term I roamed in the mountains, loaded with a hunter's outfit and a bundle of books, and this contact with nature made me stronger in body as well as in mind.
I thought and planned, and conceived many ideas almost as a rule delusive. The vision was clear enough, but the knowledge of principles was very limited. In one of my inventions I proposed to convey letters and packages across the seas, through a submarine tube, in spherical containers of sufficient strength to resist the hydraulic pressure.
The pumping plant intended to force the water through the tube was accurately figured and designed, and all other particulars carefully worked out. Only one trifling detail, of no consequence, was lightly dismissed.
I assumed an arbitrary velocity of the water, and, what is more, took pleasure in making it high, thus arriving at a stupendous performance supported by faultless calculations.
Subsequent reflections, however, on the resistance of pipes to fluid flow determined me to make this invention public property.
Another one of my projects was to construct a ring around the equator which would, of course, float freely and could be arrested in its spinning motion by reactionary forces, thus enabling travel at a rate of about 1,000 miles an hour, impracticable by rail. The reader will smile. The plan was difficult of execution, I will admit,
but not nearly so bad as that of a well-known New York professor
who wanted to pump the air from the torrid to temperate zones, entirely forgetful of the fact that the Lord had provided a gigantic machine for this very purpose.
Still another scheme, far more important and attractive, was to derive power from the rotational energy of terrestrial bodies.
I had discovered that objects on the Earth's surface, owing to the diurnal rotation of the globe, are carried by the same alternately in and against the direction of translatory movement.
From this results a great change in momentum, which could be utilized in the simplest imaginable manner to furnish motive effort in any habitable region of the world.
I cannot find words to describe my disappointment when later I realized that I was in the predicament of Archimedes, who vainly sought for a fixed point in the universe. At the termination of my vacation, I was sent to the Polytechnic School in Graz, Styria, which my father had chosen as one of the oldest and best reputed institutions. That was the moment I had eagerly awaited, and I began my studies under good auspices and firmly resolved to succeed. My previous training was above average due to my father's teaching and opportunities afforded. I had acquired the knowledge of a number of languages and waded through the books of several libraries, picking up information more or less useful.
Then again, for the first time, I could choose my subjects as I liked, and freehand drawing was to bother me no more. I had made up my mind to give my parents a surprise, and during the whole first year I regularly started my work at 3 o'clock in the morning and continued until 11 at night, no Sundays or holidays excepted.
As most of my fellow students took things easily, naturally enough I eclipsed all records. In the course of that year I passed through 9 exams, and the professors thought I deserved more than the highest qualifications. Armed with their flattering certificates, I went home for a short rest, expecting a triumph, and was mortified when my father made light of these hard-won honors.
That almost killed my ambition, but later, after he had died, I was pained to find a package of letters which the professors had written him to the effect that unless he took me away from the institution, I would be killed through overwork. Thereafter, I devoted myself chiefly to physics, mechanics, and mathematical studies, spending the hours of leisure in the libraries. I had a veritable mania for finishing whatever I began, which often got me into difficulties.
On one occasion, I started to read the works of Voltaire when I learned, to my dismay, that there were close on 100 large volumes in small print which that monster had written while drinking 72 cups of black coffee per diem. It had to be done, but when I laid aside the last book, I was very glad and said, "Never more." My first year's showing had won me the appreciation and friendship of several professors. Among these were Professor Rogner, who was teaching arithmetical subjects and geometry, Professor Poschel, who held the chair of theoretical and experimental physics, and Dr. Allais, who taught integral calculus and specialized in differential equations.
This scientist was the most brilliant lecturer to whom I have ever listened. He took a special interest in my progress and would frequently remain for an hour or two in the lecture room, giving me problems to solve, in which I delighted. To him I explained a flying machine I had conceived, not an illusionary invention, but one based on sound scientific principles, which has become realizable through my turbine, and will soon be given to the world.
Both professors, Rogner and Poschel, were curious men. The former had peculiar ways of expressing himself, and whenever he did so, there was a riot, followed by a long and embarrassing pause. Professor Poschel was a methodical and thoroughly grounded German. He had enormous feet and hands like the paws of a bear. But all of his experiments were skillfully performed, with lock-like precision and without a miss.
It was the second year of my studies that we received a Gramme dynamo from Paris, having the horseshoe form of a laminated field magnet and a wire-wound armature with a commutator. It was connected up and various effects of the currents were shown. While Professor Poschel was making demonstrations, running the machine as a motor, the brushes gave trouble, sparking badly, and I observed that it might be possible to operate a motor without these appliances. But he declared that it could not be done, and did me the honor of delivering a lecture on the subject, at the conclusion of which he remarked, "Mr. Tesla may accomplish great things, but he certainly never will do this. It would be equivalent to converting a steadily pulling force, like that of gravity, into a rotary effort. It is a perpetual motion scheme, an impossible idea." But instinct is something which transcends knowledge. We have, undoubtedly, certain finer fibers that enable us to perceive truths when logical deduction or any other willful effort of the brain is futile. For a time, I wavered, impressed by the professor's authority, but soon became convinced I was right and undertook the task with all the fire and boundless confidence of youth. I started by first picturing in my mind a direct current machine, running it and following the changing flow of the currents in the armature. Then I would imagine an alternator and investigate the process taking place in a similar manner. Next, I would visualize systems comprising motors and generators and operate them in various ways. The images I saw were to me perfectly real and tangible. All my remaining term in Graz was passed in intense but fruitless efforts of this kind, and I almost came to the conclusion that the problem was insolvable. In 1880, I went to Prague, Bohemia, carrying out my father's wish to complete my education at the university there. It was in that city that I made a decided advance, which consisted in detaching the commutator from the machine and studying the phenomena in this new aspect, but still without result. In the year following, there was a sudden change in my views of life. I realized that my parents had been making too great sacrifices on my account, and resolved to relieve them of the burden. The wave of the American telephone had just reached the European continent, and the system was to be installed in Budapest, Hungary. It appeared an ideal opportunity, all the more as a friend of our family was at the head of the enterprise. It was here that I suffered the complete breakdown of the nerves to which I have referred. What I experienced during the period of that illness surpasses all belief. My sight and hearing were always extraordinary. I could clearly discern objects in the distance when others saw no trace of them. Several times in my boyhood, I saved the houses of our neighbors from fire by hearing the faint crackling sounds which did not disturb their sleep and calling for help. In 1899, when I was past 40 and carrying on my experiments in Colorado, I could hear very distinctly thunderclaps at a distance of 550 miles. The limit of audition for my young assistants was scarcely more than 150 miles. My ear was thus over 13 times more sensitive. Yet at that time I was, so to speak, stone deaf in comparison with the acuteness of my hearing while under the nervous strain. In Budapest I could hear the ticking of a watch with 3 rooms between me and the timepiece. A fly alighting on the table in the room would cause a dull thud in my ear. A carriage passing at a distance of a few miles fairly shook my whole body. The whistle of a locomotive 20 or 30 miles away made the bench or chair on which I sat vibrate so strongly that the pain was unbearable. The ground under my feet trembled continuously. I had to support my bed on rubber cushions to get any rest at all. The roaring noises from near and far often produced the effect of spoken words which often would have frightened me had I not been able to resolve them into their accidental components. The sun's rays, when periodically intercepted, would cause blows of such force on my brain that they would stun me. I had to summon all my willpower to pass under a bridge or other structure as I experienced a crushing pressure on the skull. In the dark, I had the sense of a bat and could detect the presence of an object at a distance of 12 feet by a peculiar creepy sensation on the forehead. My pulse varied from a few to 260 beats, and all tissues of the body quivered with twitchings and tremors, which was perhaps the hardest to bear. A renowned physician, who gave me daily large doses of bromide of potassium, pronounced my malady unique and incurable. It is my eternal regret that I was not under the observation of experts in physiology and psychology at that time. I clung desperately to life, but never expected to recover. Can anyone believe that so helpless a physical wreck could ever be transformed into a man of astonishing strength and tenacity, able to work 38 years, almost without a day's interruption, and find himself still strong and fresh in body and mind? Such is my case. A powerful desire to live and to continue the work, and the assistance of a devoted friend and athlete accomplished the wonder. My health returned, and with it the vigor of mind. In attacking the problem again, I almost regretted that the struggle was soon to end. I had so much energy to spare. When I undertook the task, it was not with a resolve such as men often make. With me it was a sacred vow, a question of life and death. I knew that I would perish if I failed. Now I felt that the battle was won. Back in the deep recesses of the brain was the solution, but I could not yet give it outward expression. One afternoon, which is ever present in my recollection, I was enjoying a walk with a friend in the city park and reciting poetry. At that age I knew entire books by heart, word for word.
One of these was Goethe's Faust. The sun was just setting and reminded me of the glorious passage. Sie rückt und weit, der Tag ist überlebt. Dort eilet sie hin und fordert neues Leben. Oh, dass kein Flügel mich vom Boden hebt, Nacht und immer Nacht zu streben. Ein schöner Traum, indessen sie entweicht, ach, zu der Geistesflügen wird so leicht, kein körperlicher Flügel sich gesellen. The glow retreats, done is the day of toil. It yonder hastes, new fields of life exploring. Ah, that no wing can lift me from the soil, upon its track to follow soaring. A glorious dream, though now the glories fade. Alas, the wings that lift the mind no aid of wings to lift the body can bequeath me.
As I uttered these inspiring words, the idea came to me like a flash of lightning, and in an instant the truth was revealed. I drew with a stick on the sand the diagrams shown 6 years later in my address before the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, and my companion understood them perfectly. The images I saw were wonderfully sharp and clear and had the solidity of metal and stone, so much so that I told him, "See my motor here? Watch me reverse it." I cannot begin to describe my emotions.
Pygmalion, seeing his statue come to life, could not have been more deeply moved. 1,000 secrets of nature which I have stumbled upon accidentally I would have given, for that one which I had wrestled from her against all odds and at the peril of my existence.
End of section 3.
Section 4 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in December 2018. My Inventions, Part 4. The Discovery of the Tesla Coil and Transformer by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, May 1919. For a while I gave myself up entirely to the intense enjoyment of picturing machines and devising new forms. It was a mental state of happiness about as complete as I have ever known in life. Ideas came in an uninterrupted stream, and the only difficulty I had was to hold them fast. The pieces of apparatus I conceived were to me absolutely real and tangible in every detail, even to the minutest marks and signs of wear. I delighted in imagining the motors constantly running, for in this way they presented to the mind's eye a more fascinating sight. When natural inclination develops into a passionate desire, one advances towards his goal in 7-league boots. In less than 2 months I evolved virtually all the types of motors and modifications of the system which are now identified with my name. It was, perhaps, providential that the necessities of existence commanded a temporary halt to this consuming activity of the mind. I came to Budapest prompted by a premature report concerning the telephone enterprise, and, as irony of fate willed it, I had to accept a position as draftsman in the Central Telegraph Office of the Hungarian government at a salary which I deem it my privilege not to disclose. Fortunately, I soon won the interest of the Inspector-in-Chief and was thereafter employed on calculations, designs and estimates in connections with new installations, until the telephone exchange was started, when I took charge of the same. The knowledge and practical experience I gained in the course of this work was most valuable, and the employment gave me ample opportunities for the exercise of my inventive faculties. I made several improvements in the central station apparatus and perfected a telephone repeater or amplifier, which was never patented or publicly described, but would be creditable to me even today. In recognition of my efficient assistance, the organizer of the undertaking, Mr. Puskas, upon disposing of his business in Budapest, offered me a position in Paris, which I gladly accepted. I never can forget the deep impression that magic city produced on my mind. For several days after my arrival, I roamed through the streets in utter bewilderment of the new spectacle. The attractions were many and irresistible, but, alas, the income was spent as soon as received. When Mr. Puskas asked me how I was getting along in the new sphere, I described the situation accurately in the statement that the last 29 days of the month are the toughest. I led a rather strenuous life in what would now be termed Rooseveltian fashion. Every morning, regardless of weather, I would go from the Boulevard Saint-Marcel, where I resided, to a bathing house on the Seine, plunge into the water, loop the circuit 27 times, and then walk an hour to reach Ivry, where the company's factory was located. There I would have a good woodchopper's breakfast at 7:30 o'clock, and then eagerly await the lunch hour, in the meanwhile cracking hard nuts for the manager of the works, Mr. Charles Batchelor, who was an intimate friend and assistant of Edison. Here I was thrown in contact with a few Americans who fairly fell in love with me because of my proficiency in billiards. To these men I explained my invention, and one of them, Mr. D. Cunningham, foreman of the mechanical department, offered to form a stock company. The proposal seemed to me comical in the extreme. I did not have the faintest conception of what that meant, except that it was an American way of doing things. Nothing came of it, however, and during the next few months I had to travel from one to another place in France and Germany to cure the ills of the power plants. On my return to Paris I submitted to one of the administrators of the company, Mr. Rau, a plan for improving their dynamos, and was given an opportunity. My success was complete, and the delighted directors accorded me the privilege of developing automatic regulators, which were much desired. Shortly after, there was some trouble with the lightning plant which had been installed at the new railroad station in Strasbourg, Alsace. The wiring was defective, and on the occasion of the opening ceremonies, a large part of a wall was blown out through a short circuit, right in the presence of old Emperor William I. The German government refused to take the plant, and the French company was facing a serious loss. On account of my knowledge of the German language and past experience, I was entrusted with the difficult task of straightening out matters, and early in 1883 I went to Strasbourg on that mission. The first induction motor is built. Some of the incidents in that city have left an indelible record on my memory. By a curious coincidence, a number of men who subsequently achieved fame lived there about that time. In later life, I used to say, there were bacteria of greatness in that old town. Others caught the disease, but I escaped. The practical work, correspondence and conferences with officials kept me preoccupied day and night, but as soon as I was able to manage, I undertook the construction of a simple motor in a mechanical shop opposite the railroad station, having brought with me from Paris some material for that purpose. The consummation of the experiment was, however, delayed until the summer of that year, when I finally had the satisfaction of seeing rotation effected by alternating currents of different phase, and without sliding contacts or commutator, as I had conceived a year before. It was an exquisite pleasure, but not to compare with the delirium of joy following the first revelation. Among my new friends was the former mayor of the city, Mr. Bauzin, whom I had already in a measure acquainted with this and other inventions of mine, and whose support I endeavored to enlist. He was sincerely devoted to me and put my project before several wealthy persons, but, to my mortification, found no response. He wanted to help me in every possible way, and the approach of the 1st of July 1919 happens to remind me of a form of assistance I received from that charming man, which was not financial, but none the less appreciated. In 1870, when the Germans invaded the country, Mr. Bauzin had buried a good-sized allotment of Saint-Estèphe of 1801, and he came to the conclusion that he knew no worthier person than myself to consume that precious beverage. This, I may say, is one of the unforgettable incidents to which I have referred. My friend urged me to return to Paris as soon as possible and seek support there. This I was anxious to do, but my work and negotiations were protracted owing to all sorts of petty obstacles I encountered, so that at times the situation seemed hopeless. German efficiency. Just to give an idea of German thoroughness and efficiency, I may mention here a rather funny experience. An incandescent lamp of 16 candle power was to be placed in a hallway, and upon selecting the proper location, I ordered the monteur to run the wires. After working for a while, he concluded that the engineer had to be consulted, and this was done. The latter made several objections, but ultimately agreed that the lamp should be placed 2 inches from the spot I had assigned, whereupon the work proceeded. Then the engineer became worried and told me that Inspector Avadek should be notified. That important person called, investigated, debated, and decided that the lamp should be shifted back 2 inches, which was the place I had marked. It was not long, however, before Avadek got cold feet himself, and advised me that he had informed Ober-Inspector Hieronymus of the matter, and that I should await his decision. It was several days before the Ober-Inspector was able to free himself of other pressing duties, but at last he arrived, and a 2-hour debate followed, when he decided to move the lamp 2 inches farther. My hopes that this was the final act were shattered, when the Ober-Inspector returned and said to me, "Regierungsrat Funke is so particular that I would not dare to give an order for placing this lamp without his explicit approval." Accordingly, arrangements for a visit from this great man were made. We started cleaning up and polishing early in the morning. Everybody brushed up, I put up my gloves, and when Funke came with his retinue, he was ceremoniously received. After 2 hours' deliberation, he suddenly exclaimed, "I must be going," and pointed to a place on the ceiling. He ordered me to put the lamp there. It was the exact spot which I had originally chosen. So it went day after day with variations, but I was determined to achieve at whatever cost, and in the end my efforts were rewarded. By the spring of 1884 all the differences were adjusted, the plant formally accepted, and I returned to Paris with pleasing anticipations. One of the administrators had promised me a liberal compensation in case I succeeded, as well as a fair consideration of the improvements I had made in their dynamos, and I hoped to realize a substantial sum. There were 3 administrators whom I shall designate as A, B, and C for convenience. When I called on A, he told me that B had the say. This gentleman thought that only C could decide, and the latter was quite sure that A alone had the power to act. After several laps of this circulus viciosus, it dawned upon me that my reward was a castle in Spain. The utter failure of my attempts to raise capital for development was another disappointment, and when Mr. Batchelor pressed me to go to America with a view of redesigning the Edison machines, I determined to try my fortunes in the land of golden promise. But the chance was nearly missed. I liquefied my modest assets, secured accommodations, and found myself at the railroad station as the train was pulling out. At that moment I discovered that my money and tickets were gone. What to do was the question. Hercules had plenty of time to deliberate, but I had to decide while running alongside the train, with opposite feelings surging in my brain like condenser oscillation. Resolve, helped by dexterity, won out in the nick of time, and upon passing through the usual experiences, as trivial as unpleasant, I managed to embark for New York with the remnants of my belongings, some poems and articles I had written, and a package of calculations relating to solutions of an unsolvable integral, and to my flying machine. During the voyage I sat most of the time at the stern of the ship, watching for an opportunity to save somebody from a watery grave, without the slightest thought of danger. Later, when I had absorbed some of the practical American sense, I shivered at the recollection, and marveled at my former folly. Tesla in America. I wish that I could put in words my first impressions of this country. In the Arabian tales I read how genii transported people into a land of dreams to live through delightful adventures. My case was just the reverse. The genii had carried me from a world of dreams into one of realities. What I had left was beautiful, artistic, and fascinating in every way. What I saw here was machined, rough, and unattractive. A burly policeman was twirling his stick, which looked to me as big as a log. I approached him politely with the request to direct me. 6 blocks down, then to the left, he said, with murder in his eyes. Is this America? I asked myself in painful surprise. It is a century behind Europe in civilization. When I went abroad in 1889, 5 years having elapsed since my arrival here, I became convinced that it was more than 100 years ahead of Europe, and nothing has happened to this day to change my opinion. Tesla meets Edison. The meeting with Edison was a memorable event in my life. I was amazed at this wonderful man who, without early advantages and scientific training, had accomplished so much. I had studied a dozen languages, delved in literature and art, and had spent my best years in libraries reading all sorts of stuff that fell into my hands, from Newton's Principia to the novels of Paul de Kock, and felt that most of my life had been squandered. But it did not take long before I recognized that it was the best thing I could have done. Within a few weeks I had won Edison's confidence, and it came about in this way. The SS Oregon, the fastest passenger steamer at that time, had both of its lightning machines disabled, and its sailing was delayed. As the superstructure had been built after their installation, it was impossible to remove them from the hold. The predicament was a serious one, and Edison was much annoyed. In the evening I took the necessary instruments with me and went aboard the vessel, where I stayed for the night. The dynamos were in bad conditions, having several short circuits and breaks, but with the assistance of the crew I succeeded in putting them in good shape. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when passing along Fifth Avenue on my way to the shop, I met Edison with Batchelor and a few others as they were returning home to retire. "Here is our Parisian running around at night," he said. When I told him that I was coming from the Oregon and had repaired both machines, he looked at me in silence and walked away without another word. But when he had gone some distance I heard him remark, "Batchelor, this is a damn good man," and from that time on I had fully freedom in directing the work. For nearly a year my regular hours were from 10 a.m. until 5 o'clock the next morning, without a day's exception. Edison said to me, "I have had many hard-working assistants, but you take the cake." During this period I designed 24 different types of standard machines with short cores and of uniform pattern, which replaced the old ones. The manager had promised me $50,000 on the completion of this task, but it turned out to be a practical joke. This gave me a painful shock, and I resigned my position. Immediately thereafter, some people approached me with the proposal of forming an arc-light company under my name, to which I agreed. Here finally was an opportunity to develop the motor, but when I broached the subject to my new associates, they said, "No, we want the arc lamp. We don't care for this alternating current of yours." In 1886 my system of arc lighting was perfected and adopted for factory and municipal lighting, and I was free, but with no other possession than a beautifully engraved certificate of stock of hypothetical value. Then followed a period of struggle in the new medium for which I was not fitted, but the reward came in the end, and in April 1887 the Tesla Electric Company was organized, providing a laboratory and facilities. The motors I built there were exactly as I had imagined them. I made no attempt to improve the design, but merely reproduced the pictures as they appeared to my vision, and the operation was always as I expected. In the early part of 1888, an arrangement was made with the Westinghouse Company for the manufacture of the motors on a large scale. But great difficulties had still to be overcome. My system was based on the use of low-frequency currents, and the Westinghouse experts had adopted 133 cycles with the object of securing advantages in the transformation. They did not want to depart from their standard forms of apparatus, and my efforts had to be concentrated upon adapting the motor to these conditions. Another necessity was to produce a motor capable of running efficiently at this frequency on 2 wires, which was not easy of accomplishment. At the close of 1889, however, my services in Pittsburgh being no longer essential, I returned to New York and resumed experimental work in a laboratory on Grand Street, where I began immediately the design of high-frequency machines. The problems of construction in this unexplored field were novel and quite peculiar, and I encountered many difficulties. I rejected the inductor type, fearing that it might not yield perfect sine waves, which were so important to resonant action. Had it not been for this, I could have saved myself a great deal of labor. Another discouraging factor of the high-frequency alternator seemed to be the inconstancy of speed, which threatened to impose serious limitations to its use. I had already noted in my demonstrations before the American Institution of Electrical Engineers that several times the tune was lost, necessitating readjustment, and did not yet foresee what I discovered long afterwards, a means of operating machines of this kind at a speed constant to such a degree as not to vary more than a small fraction of 1 revolution between the extremes of load. The invention of the Tesla coil. From many other considerations it appeared desirable to invent a simpler device for the production of electric oscillations. In 1856, Lord Kelvin had exposed the theory of the condenser discharge, but no practical application of that important knowledge was made. I saw the possibilities and undertook the development of induction apparatus on this principle. My progress was so rapid as to enable me to exhibit at my lecture in 1891 a coil giving sparks of 5 inches. On that occasion I frankly told the engineers of a defect involved in the transformation by the new method, namely the loss in the spark gap. Subsequent investigation showed that no matter what medium is employed, be it air, hydrogen, mercury vapor, oil, or a stream of electrons, the efficiency is the same. It is a law very much like that governing the conversion of mechanical energy. We may drop a weight from a certain height vertically down or carry it to the lower level along any devious path. It is immaterial insofar as the amount of work is concerned. Fortunately, however, this drawback is not fatal, as by proper proportioning of the resonant circuits an efficiency of 85% is attainable. Since my early announcement of the invention, it has come into universal use and wrought a revolution in many departments. But a still greater future awaits it. When in 1900 I obtained powerful discharges of 100 feet and flashed a current around the globe, I was reminded of the first tiny spark I observed in my Grand Street laboratory, and was thrilled by sensations akin to those I felt when I discovered the rotating magnetic field. End of section 4. Section 5 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in December 2018. My Inventions, Part 5. The Magnifying Transmitter by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, June 1919. As I review the events of my past life, I realize how subtle are the influences that shape our destinies. An incident of my youth may serve to illustrate. One winter's day I managed to climb a steep mountain in company with other boys. The snow was quite deep, and a warm southerly wind made it just suitable for our purpose. We amused ourselves by throwing balls, which would roll down a certain distance, gathering more or less snow, and we tried to outdo one another in this exciting sport. Suddenly a ball was seen to go beyond the limit, swelling to enormous proportions until it became as big as a house, and plunged thundering into the valley below, with a force that made the ground tremble. I looked on spellbound, incapable of understanding what had happened. For weeks afterward the picture of the avalanche was before my eyes, and I wondered how anything so small could grow to such an immense size. Ever since that time the magnification of feeble actions fascinated me, and when, years later, I took up the experimental study of mechanical and electrical resonance, I was keenly interested from the very start. Possibly, had it not been for that early powerful impression, I might not have followed up the little spark I obtained with my coil, and never developed my best invention, the true history of which I will tell here for the first time. Scrapping the world's engines. Lion hunters have often asked me which of my discoveries I prize most. This depends on the point of view. Not a few technical men, very able in their special departments, but dominated by a pedantic spirit and near-sighted, have asserted that excepting the induction motor I have given to the world little of practical use. This is a grievous mistake. A new idea must not be judged by its immediate results. My alternating system of power transmission came at a psychological moment, as a long-sought answer to pressing industrial questions, and although considerable resistance had to be overcome and opposing interests reconciled, as usual, the commercial introduction could not be long delayed. Now, compare this situation with that confronting my turbine, for example. One should think that so simple and beautiful an invention, possessing many features of an ideal motor, should be adopted at once, and, undoubtedly, it would under similar conditions. But the prospective effect of the rotating field was not to render worthless existing machinery. On the contrary, it was to give it additional value. The system lent itself to new enterprise as well as to improvement of the old. My turbine is an advance of a character entirely different. It is a radical departure in the sense that its success would mean the abandonment of the antiquated types of prime movers on which billions of dollars have been spent. Under such circumstances the progress must needs be slow, and perhaps the greatest impediment is encountered in the prejudicial opinions created in the minds of experts by organized opposition. Only the other day I had a disheartening experience when I met my friend and former assistant, Charles F. Scott, now professor of electrical engineering at Yale. I had not seen him for a long time and was glad to have an opportunity for a little chat at my office. Our conversation naturally enough drifted on my turbine, and I became heated to a high degree. "Scott," I exclaimed, carried away by the vision of a glorious future, "my turbine will scrap all the heat engines in the world." Scott stroked his chin and looked away thoughtfully, as though making a mental calculation. "That will make quite a pile of scrap," he said, and left without another word. Aladdin's lamp. This and other inventions of mine, however, were nothing more than steps forward in certain directions. In evolving them, I simply followed the inborn instinct to improve the present devices without any special thought of our far more imperative necessities. The magnifying transmitter was the product of labors extending through years, having for their chief object the solution of problems which are infinitely more important to mankind than mere industrial development. If my memory serves me right, it was in November 1890 that I performed a laboratory experiment which was one of the most extraordinary and spectacular ever recorded in the annals of science. In investigating the behavior of high-frequency currents, I had satisfied myself that an electric field of sufficient intensity could be produced in a room to light up electrodeless vacuum tubes. Accordingly, a transformer was built to test the theory, and the first trial proved a marvelous success. It is difficult to appreciate what those strange phenomena meant at that time. We crave for new sensations, but soon become indifferent to them. The wonders of yesterday are today common occurrences. When my tubes were first publicly exhibited, they were viewed with amazement impossible to describe. From all parts of the world I received urgent invitations, and numerous honors and other flattering inducements were offered to me, which I declined. In Faraday's chair. But in 1892 the demands become irresistible, and I went to London, where I delivered a lecture before the Institution of Electrical Engineers. It had been my intention to leave immediately for Paris, in compliance with a similar obligation, but Sir James Dewar insisted on my appearing before the Royal Institution. I was a man of firm resolve, but succumbed easily to the forceful arguments of the great Scotchman. He pushed me into a chair and poured out half a glass of a wonderful brown fluid, which sparkled in all sorts of iridescent colours and tasted like nectar. "Now," said he, "you are sitting in Faraday's chair, and you are enjoying whisky he used to drink." In both aspects it was an enviable experience. The next evening I gave a demonstration before that institution, at the termination of which Lord Rayleigh addressed the audience, and his generous words gave me the first start in these endeavours. I fled from London and later from Paris to escape favours showered upon me, and journeyed to my home, where I passed through a most painful ordeal and illness. Upon regaining my health, I began to formulate plans for the resumption of work in America. Up to that time I never realized that I possessed any particular gift of discovery, but Lord Rayleigh, whom I always considered as an ideal man of science, had said so, and if that was the case, I felt that I should concentrate on some big idea. Nature's trigger. One day, as I was roaming in the mountains, I sought shelter from an approaching storm. The sky became overhung with heavy clouds, but somehow the rain was delayed until, all of a sudden, there was a lightning flash, and a few moments after a deluge. This observation set me thinking. It was manifest that the two phenomena were closely related, as cause and effect, and a little reflection led me to the conclusion that the electrical energy involved in the precipitation of the water was inconsiderable, the function of lightning being much like that of a sensitive trigger. Here was a stupendous possibility of achievement. If we could produce electric effects of the required quality, this whole planet and the conditions of existence on it could be transformed. The sun raises the water of the oceans, and winds drive it to distant regions where it remains in a state of most delicate balance. If it were in our power to upset it when and wherever desired, this mighty life-sustaining stream could be at will controlled. We could irrigate arid deserts, create lakes and rivers, and provide motive power in unlimited amounts. This would be the most efficient way of harnessing the sun to the uses of man. The consummation depended on our ability to develop electric forces of the order of those in nature. It seemed a hopeless undertaking, but I made up my mind to try it, and immediately on my return to the United States, in the summer of 1892, work was begun, which was to me all the more attractive, because a means of the same kind was necessary for the successful transmission of energy without wires. 4,000,000 volts. The first gratifying result was obtained in the spring of the succeeding year, when I reached tensions of about 1,000,000 volts with my conical coil. That was not much in the light of the present art, but it was then considered a feat. Steady progress was made until the destruction of my laboratory by fire in 1895, as may be judged from an article by T.C. Martin, which appeared in the April number of the Century magazine. This calamity set me back in many ways, and most of that year had to be devoted to planning and reconstruction. However, As soon as circumstances permitted, I returned to the task. Although I knew that higher electromotive forces were attainable with apparatus of larger dimensions, I had an instinctive perception that the object could be accomplished by the proper design of a comparatively small and compact transformer. In carrying on tests with a secondary in the form of a flat spiral, as illustrated in my patents, the absence of streamers surprised me, and it was not long before I discovered that this was due to the position of the turns and their mutual action. Profiting from this observation, I resorted to the use of a high-tension conductor, with turns of considerable diameter sufficiently separated to keep down the distributed capacity, while at the same time preventing undue accumulation of the charge at any point. The application of this principle enabled me to produce pressures of 4 million volts, which was about the limit obtainable in my new laboratory at Houston Street, as the discharges extended through a distance of 16 feet. A photograph of this transmitter was published in the Electrical Review of November 1898. In order to advance further along this line, I had to go into the open, and in the spring of 1899, having completed preparations for the erection of a wireless plant, I went to Colorado, where I remained for more than 1 year. Here I introduced other improvements and refinements, which made it possible to generate currents of any tension that may be desired. Those who are interested will find some information in regard to the experiments I conducted there in my article, The Problem of Increasing Human Energy, in the Century magazine of June 1900, to which I have referred on a previous occasion. The magnifying transmitter. I have been asked by the electrical experimenter to be quite explicit on this subject, so that my young friends among the readers of the magazine will clearly understand the construction and operation of my magnifying transmitter and the purposes for which it is intended. Well then, in the first place it is a resonant transformer, with a secondary in which the parts charged to a high potential are of considerable area and arranged in space along ideal enveloping surfaces of very large radii of curvature, and at proper distances from one another, thereby ensuring a small electric surface density everywhere, so that no leak can occur even if the conductor is bare. It is suitable for any frequency, from a few to many thousands of cycles per second, and can be used in the production of currents of tremendous volume and moderate pressure, or of smaller amperage and immense electromotive force. The maximum electric tension is merely dependent on the curvature of the surfaces on which the charged elements are situated, and the area of the latter. 100 million volts possible. Judging from my past experience, as much as 100 million volts are perfectly practicable. On the other hand, currents of many thousands of amperes may be obtained in the antenna. A plant of but very moderate dimensions is required for such performances. Theoretically, a terminal of less than 90 feet in diameter is sufficient to develop an electromotive force of that magnitude, while for antenna currents of from 2000 to 4000 amperes at the usual frequencies, it need not be larger than 30 feet in diameter. In a more restricted meaning, this wireless transmitter is one in which the Hertz wave radiation is an entirely negligible quantity as compared with the whole energy, under which condition the damping factor is extremely small and an enormous charge is stored in the elevated capacity. Such a circuit may then be excited with impulses of any kind, even of low frequency, and it will yield sinusoidal and continuous oscillations like those of an alternator. Taken in the narrowest significance of the term, however, it is a resonant transformer, which, besides possessing these qualities, is accurately proportioned to fit the globe and its electrical constants and properties, by virtue of which design it becomes highly efficient and effective in the wireless transmission of energy. Distance is then absolutely eliminated, there being no diminution in the intensity of the transmitted impulses. It is even possible to make the actions increase with the distance from the plant, according to an exact mathematical law. This invention was one of a number comprised in my world system of wireless transmission, which I undertook to commercialize on my return to New York in 1900. As to the immediate purposes of my enterprise, they were clearly outlined in a technical statement of that period, from which I quote: "The world system has resulted from a combination of several original discoveries made by the inventor in the course of long continued research and experimentation. It makes possible not only the instantaneous and precise wireless transmission of any kind of signals, messages, or characters to all parts of the world, but also the interconnection of the existing telegraph, telephone, and other signal stations without any change in their present equipment. By its means, for instance, a telephone subscriber here may call up and talk to any other subscriber on the globe. An inexpensive receiver, not bigger than a watch, will enable him to listen anywhere, on land or sea, to a speech delivered or music played in some other place, however distant. These examples are cited merely to give an idea of the possibilities of this great scientific advance, which annihilates distance and makes that perfect natural conductor, the Earth, available for all the innumerable purposes which human ingenuity has found for a line wire. One far-reaching result of this is that any device capable of being operated through one or more wires, at a distance obviously restricted, can likewise be actuated, without artificial conductors, and with the same facility and accuracy at distances to which there are no limits other than those imposed by the physical dimensions of the globe. Thus, not only will entirely new fields for commercial exploitation be opened up by this ideal method of transmission, but the old ones vastly extended. The world system is based on the application of the following important inventions and discoveries. 1. The Tesla transformer. This apparatus is in the production of electrical vibrations as revolutionary as gunpowder was in warfare. Currents many times stronger than ever generated in the usual ways, and sparks over 100 feet long, have been produced by the inventor with an instrument of this kind. 2. The magnifying transmitter. This is Tesla's best invention, a peculiar transformer specially adapted to excite the Earth, which is in the transmission of electrical energy what the telescope is in astronomical observation. By the use of this marvelous device he has already set up electrical movements of greater intensity than those of lightning, and passed a current sufficient to light more than 200 incandescent lamps around the globe. 3. The Tesla wireless system. This system comprises a number of improvements, and is the only means known for transmitting economically electrical energy to a distance without wires. Careful tests and measurements, in connection with an experimental station of great activity, erected by the inventor in Colorado, have demonstrated that power in any desired amount can be conveyed, clear across the globe if necessary, with a loss not exceeding a few %. 4. The art of individualization. This invention of Tesla is to primitive tuning what refined language is to unarticulated expression. It makes possible the transmission of signals or messages absolutely secret and exclusive, both in the active and passive aspect, that is, non-interfering as well as non-interferable. Each signal is like an individual of unmistakable identity, and there is virtually no limit to the number of stations or instruments which can be simultaneously operated without the slightest mutual disturbance. 5. The terrestrial stationary waves. This wonderful discovery, popularly explained, means that the Earth is responsive to electrical vibrations of definite pitch, just as a tuning fork to certain waves of sound. These particular electrical vibrations, capable of powerfully exciting the globe, lend themselves to innumerable uses of great importance, commercially and in many other respects. The first world system power plant can be put in operation in 9 months. With this power plant, it will be practicable to attain electrical activities up to 10 million horsepower, and it is designed to serve for as many technical achievements as are possible without due expense. Among these, the following may be mentioned. 1. The interconnection of the existing telegraph exchanges or offices all over the world. 2. The establishment of a secret and non-interferable government telegraph service. 3. The interconnection of all the present telephone exchanges or offices on the globe. 4. The universal distribution of general news by telegraph or telephone in connection with the press. 5. The establishment of such a world system of intelligence transmission for exclusive private use. 6. The interconnection and operation of all stock tickers of the world. 7. The establishment of a world system of musical distribution, etc. 8. The universal registration of time by cheap clocks indicating the hour with astronomical precision and requiring no attention whatever. 9. The world transmission of typed or handwritten characters, letters, checks, etc. 10. The establishment of a universal marine service enabling the navigators of all ships to steer perfectly without compass, to determine the exact location, hour, and speed, to prevent collisions and disasters, etc. 11. The inauguration of a system of world printing on land and sea. 12. The world reproduction of photographic pictures and all kinds of drawings or records. I also proposed to make demonstrations in the wireless transmission of power on a small scale, but sufficient to carry conviction. Besides these, I referred to other and incomparably more important applications of my discoveries, which will be disclosed at some future date. A plant was built on Long Island with a tower 187 feet high, having a spherical terminal about 68 feet in diameter. These dimensions were adequate for the transmission of virtually any amount of energy. Originally only from 200 to 300 kilowatts were provided, but I intended to employ later several thousand horsepower. The transmitter was to emit a wave complex of special characteristics, and I had devised a unique method of telephonic control of any amount of energy. The tower was destroyed 2 years ago, but my projects are being developed and another one, improved in some features, will be constructed. On this occasion I would contradict the widely circulated report that the structure was demolished by the government, which owing to war conditions might have created prejudice in the minds of those who may not know that the papers, which 30 years ago conferred upon me the honor of American citizenship, are always kept in a safe, while my orders, diplomas, degrees, gold medals, and other distinctions are packed away in old trunks. If this report had a foundation, I would have been refunded a large sum of money, which I expended in the construction of the tower. On the contrary, it was in the interest of the government to preserve it, particularly as it would have made possible, to mention just one valuable result, the location of a submarine in any part of the world. My plant, services, and all my improvements have always been at the disposal of the officials, and ever since the outbreak of the European conflict, I have been working at a sacrifice on several inventions of mine relating to aerial navigation, ship propulsion, and wireless transmission, which are of the greatest importance to the country. Those who are well informed know that my ideas have revolutionized the industries of the United States, and I am not aware that there lives an inventor who has been, in this respect, as fortunate as myself, especially as regards the use of his improvements in the war. I have refrained from publicly expressing myself on this subject before, as it seemed improper to dwell on personal matters while all the world was in dire trouble. I would add further, in view of various rumors which have reached me, that Mr. J. Pierpont Morgan did not interest himself with me in a business way, but in the same large spirit in which he has assisted many other pioneers. He carried out his generous promise to the letter, and it would have been most unreasonable to expect from him anything more. He had the highest regard for my attainments, and gave me every evidence of his complete faith in my ability to ultimately achieve what I had set out to do. I am unwilling to accord to some small-minded and jealous individuals the satisfaction of having thwarted my efforts. These men are to me nothing more than microbes of a nasty disease. The project was retarded by laws of nature. The world was not prepared for it. It was too far ahead of time. But the same laws will prevail in the end and make it a triumphal success. End of section 5. Section 6 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in December 2018. My Inventions, Part 6. The Art of Teleautomatics by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, October 1919. No subject to which I have ever devoted myself has called for such concentration of mind and strained to so dangerous a degree the finest fibers of my brain as the system of which the magnifying transmitter is the foundation. I put all the intensity and vigor of youth in the development of the rotating field discoveries, but those early labors were of a different character. Although strenuous in the extreme, they did not involve that keen and exhausting discernment which had to be exercised in attacking the many puzzling problems of the wireless. Despite my rare physical endurance at that period, the abused nerves finally rebelled, and I suffered a complete collapse, just as the consummation of the long and difficult task was almost in sight. Without doubt I would have paid a greater penalty later, and very likely my career would have been prematurely terminated, had not Providence equipped me with a safety device, which has seemed to improve with advancing years, and unfailingly comes into play when my forces are at an end. So long as it operates, I am safe from danger due to overwork, which threatens other inventors, and, incidentally, I need no vacations which are indispensable to most people. When I am all but used up, I simply do as the darkies, who naturally fall asleep while white folks worry. To venture a theory out of my sphere, the body probably accumulates little by little a definite quantity of some toxic agent, and I sink into a nearly lethargic state which lasts half an hour to the minute. Upon awakening, I have the sensation as though the events immediately preceding had occurred very long ago, and if I attempt to continue the interrupted train of thought, I feel a veritable mental nausea. Involuntarily, I then turn to other work, and am surprised at the freshness of the mind and ease with which I overcome obstacles that had baffled me before. After weeks or months, my passion for the temporarily abandoned invention returns, and I invariably find answers to all the vexing questions with scarcely any effort. In this connection I will tell of an extraordinary experience which may be of interest to students of psychology. I had produced a striking phenomenon with my grounded transmitter, and was endeavoring to ascertain its true significance in relation to the currents propagated through the earth. It seemed a hopeless undertaking, and for more than a year I worked unremittingly, but in vain. This profound study so entirely absorbed me that I became forgetful of everything else, even of my undermined health. At last, as I was at the point of breaking down, nature applied the preservative-inducing lethal sleep. Regaining my senses, I realized with consternation that I was unable to visualize scenes of my life except those of the infancy, the very first ones that had entered my consciousness. Curiously enough, these appeared before my vision with startling distinctness and afforded me welcome relief. Night after night, when retiring, I would think of them, and more of my previous existence was revealed. The image of my mother was always the principal figure in the spectacle that slowly unfolded, and a consuming desire to see her again gradually took possession of me. This feeling grew so strong that I resolved to drop all work and satisfy my longing. But I found it too hard to break away from the laboratory, and several months elapsed during which I had succeeded in reviving all the impressions of my past life up to the spring of 1892. In the next picture that came out of the mist of oblivion, I saw myself at the Hôtel de la Paix in Paris, just coming to from one of my peculiar sleeping spells, which had been caused by prolonged exertion of the brain. Imagine the pain and distress I felt when it flashed upon my mind that a dispatch was handed to me at that very moment, bearing the sad news that my mother was dying. I remembered how I made the long journey home without an hour of rest, and how she passed away after weeks of agony. It was especially remarkable that during all this period of partially obliterated memory, I was fully alive to everything touching on the subject of my research. I could recall the smallest details and the least insignificant observations in my experiments, and even recite pages of text and complex mathematical formulae. My belief is firm in a law of compensation. The true rewards are ever in proportion to the labor and sacrifices made. This is one of the reasons why I feel certain that of all my inventions, the magnifying transmitter will prove most important and valuable to future generations. I am prompted to this prediction not so much by thoughts of the commercial and industrial revolution which it will surely bring about, but of the humanitarian consequences of the many achievements it makes possible. Considerations of mere utility weigh little in the balance against the higher benefits of civilization. We are confronted with portentous problems which cannot be solved just by providing for our material existence, however abundantly. On the contrary, progress in this direction is fraught with hazards and perils not less menacing than those born from want and suffering. If we were to release the energy of atoms, or discover some other way of developing cheap and unlimited power at any point of the globe, this accomplishment, instead of being a blessing, might bring disaster to mankind in giving rise to dissension and anarchy, which would ultimately result in the enthronement of the hated regime of force. The greatest good will come from technical improvements tending to unification and harmony, and my wireless transmitter is preeminently such. By its means the human voice and likeness will be reproduced everywhere, and factories driven thousands of miles from waterfalls furnishing the power. Aerial machines will be propelled around the earth without a stop, and the sun's energy controlled to create lakes and rivers for motive purposes and transformation of arid deserts into fertile land. Its introduction for telegraphic, telephonic, and similar uses will automatically cut out the statics and all other interferences which at present impose narrow limits to the application of the wireless. This is a timely topic on which a few words might not be amiss. Tesla raps static men vigorously. During the past decade, a number of people have arrogantly claimed that they had succeeded in doing away with this impediment. I have carefully examined all of the arrangements described and tested most of them, long before they were publicly disclosed, but the finding was uniformly negative. A recent official statement from the U.S. Navy may, perhaps, have taught some beguilable news editors how to appraise these announcements at their real worth. As a rule, the attempts are based on theories so fallacious that whenever they come to my notice, I cannot help thinking in a lighter vein. Quite recently, a new discovery was heralded with a deafening flourish of trumpets, but it provided another case of a mountain bringing forth a mouse. This reminds me of an exciting incident which took place years ago when I was conducting my experiments with currents of high frequency. Steve Brodie had just jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge. The feat has been vulgarized since by imitators, but the first report electrified New York. I was very impressionable then and frequently spoke of the daring printer. On a hot afternoon I felt the necessity of refreshing myself, and stepped into one of the popular 30,000 institutions of this great city, where a delicious 12% beverage was served which can now be had only by making a trip to the poor and devastated countries of Europe. The attendance was large and not over-distinguished, and a matter was discussed which gave me an admirable opening for the careless remark, "This is what I said when I jumped off the bridge." No sooner had I uttered these words than I felt like the companion of Timotheus in the poem of Schiller. In an instant there was a pandemonium, and a dozen voices cried, "It is Brodie!" I threw a quarter on the counter and bolted for the door, but the crowd was at my heels with yells, "Stop, Steve!" which must have been misunderstood, for many persons tried to hold me up as I ran frantically for my haven of refuge. By darting around corners I fortunately managed, through the medium of a fire escape, to reach the laboratory, where I threw off my coat, camouflaged myself as a hard-working blacksmith, and started the forge. But these precautions proved unnecessary. I had eluded my pursuers. For many years afterward, at night, when imagination turns into spectres the trifling troubles of the day, I often thought, as I tossed on the bed, what my fate would have been had that mob caught me and found out that I was not Steve Brodie. Now the engineer who lately gave an account before a technical body of a novel remedy against statics based on a heretofore unknown law of nature seems to have been as reckless as myself when he contended that these disturbances propagate up and down, while those of a transmitter proceed along the earth. It would mean that a condenser, as this globe, with its gaseous envelope, could be charged and discharged in a manner quite contrary to the fundamental teachings propounded in every elementary textbook of physics. Such a supposition would have been condemned as erroneous, even in Franklin's time, for the facts bearing on this were then well known, and the identity between atmospheric electricity and that developed by machines was fully established. Obviously, natural and artificial disturbances propagate through the earth and the air in exactly the same way, and both set up electromotive forces in the horizontal as well as vertical sense. Interference cannot be overcome by any such methods as were proposed. The truth is this. In the air the potential increases at the rate of about 50 volts per foot of elevation, owing to which there may be a difference of pressure amounting to 20 or even 40,000 volts between the upper and lower ends of the antenna. The masses of the charged atmosphere are constantly in motion and give up electricity to the conductor, not continuously, but rather disruptively, this producing a grinding noise in a sensitive telephonic receiver. The higher the terminal and the greater the space encompassed by the wires, the more pronounced is the effect, but it must be understood that it is purely local and has little to do with the real trouble. In 1900, while perfecting my wireless system, one form of apparatus comprised 4 antennae. These were carefully calibrated to the same frequency and connected in multiple with the object of magnifying the action, in receiving from any direction. When I desired to ascertain the origin of the transmitted impulses, each diagonally situated pair was put in series with a primary coil energizing the detector circuit. In the former case the sound was loud in the telephone. In the latter it ceased, as expected, the 2 antennae neutralizing each other. But the true statics manifested themselves in both instances, and I had to devise special preventatives embodying different principles. The remedy for static. By employing receivers connected to 2 points of the ground, as suggested by me long ago, this trouble caused by the charged air, which is very serious in the structures as now built, is nullified, and besides, the liability of all kinds of interferences is reduced to about 1/2, because of the directional character of the circuit. This was perfectly self-evident, but came as a revelation to some simple-minded wireless folks, whose experience was confined to forms of apparatus that could have been improved with an axe, and they have been disposing of the bear's skin before killing him. If it were true that strays performed such antics, it would be easy to get rid of them by receiving without aerials. But, as a matter of fact, a wire buried in the ground, which, conforming to this view, should be absolutely immune, is more susceptible to certain extraneous impulses than one placed vertically in the air. To state it fairly, a slight progress has been made, but not by virtue of any particular method or device. It was achieved simply by discarding the enormous structures, which are bad enough for transmission, but wholly unsuitable for reception, and adopting a more appropriate type of receiver. As I pointed out in a previous article, to dispose of this difficulty for good, a radical change must be made in the system, and the sooner this is done, the better. Radio government control not wanted. It would be calamitous indeed if at this time, when the art is in its infancy, and the vast majority, not excepting even experts, have no conception of its ultimate possibilities, a measure would be rushed through the legislature, making it a government monopoly. This was proposed a few weeks ago by Secretary Daniels, and no doubt that distinguished official has made his appeal to the Senate and House of Representatives with sincere conviction. But universal evidence unmistakably shows that the best results are always obtained in healthful commercial competition. There are, however, exceptional reasons why wireless should be given the fullest freedom of development. In the first place, it offers prospects immeasurably greater and more vital to betterment of human life than any other invention or discovery in the history of man. Then again, it must be understood that this wonderful art has been, in its entirety, evolved here, and can be called American with more right and propriety than the telephone, the incandescent lamp, or the aeroplane. Enterprising press agents and stock jobbers have been so successful in spreading misinformation that even so excellent a periodical as the Scientific American accords the chief credit to a foreign country. The Germans, of course, gave us the Hertz waves, and the Russian, English, French, and Italian experts were quick in using them for signaling purposes. It was an obvious application of the new agent, and accomplished with the old classical and unimproved induction coil, scarcely anything more than another kind of heliography. The radius of transmission was very limited, the results attained of little value, and the Hertz oscillations, as a means for conveying intelligence, could have been advantageously replaced by sound waves, which I advocated in 1891. Moreover, all of these attempts were made 3 years after the basic principles of the wireless system, which is universally employed today, and its potent instrumentalities had been clearly described and developed in America. No trace of those Hertzian appliances and methods remains today. We have proceeded in the very opposite direction, and what has been done is the product of the brains and efforts of citizens of this country. The fundamental patents have expired, and the opportunities are open to all. The chief argument of the Secretary is based on interference. According to his statement, reported in the New York Herald of July 29th, signals from a powerful station can be intercepted in every village of the world. In view of this fact, which was demonstrated in my experiments of 1900, it would be of little use to impose restrictions in the United States. America first. As throwing light on this point, I may mention that only recently an odd-looking gentleman called on me with the object of enlisting my services in the construction of world transmitters in some distant land. "We have no money," he said, "but carloads of solid gold, and we will give you a liberal amount." I told him that I wanted to see first what will be done with my inventions in America, and this ended the interview. But I am satisfied that some dark forces are at work, and as time goes on, the maintenance of continuous communication will be rendered more difficult. The only remedy is a system immune against interruption. It has been perfected, it exists, and all that is necessary is to put it in operation. The terrible conflict is still uppermost in the minds, and perhaps the greatest importance will be attached to the magnifying transmitter as a machine for attack and defense, more particularly in connection with telautomatics. This invention is a logical outcome of observations begun in my boyhood and continued throughout my life. When the first results were published, the Electrical Review started editorially that it would become one of the most potent factors in the advance and civilization of mankind. The time is not distant when this prediction will be fulfilled. In 1898 and 1900 it was offered to the government, and might have been adopted, were I one of those who would go to Alexander's shepherd when they want a favor from Alexander. At that time, I really thought that it would abolish war because of its unlimited destructiveness and exclusion of the personal element of combat. But while I have not lost faith in its potentialities, my views have changed since. The road to permanent peace. War cannot be avoided until the physical cause for its recurrence is removed, and this, in the last analysis, is the vast extent of the planet on which we live. Only through annihilation of distance in every respect, as the conveyance of intelligence, transport of passengers and supplies, and transmission of energy, will conditions be brought about some day, ensuring permanency of friendly relations. What we now want most is closer contact and better understanding between individuals and communities all over the earth, and the elimination of that fanatic devotion to exalted ideals of national egoism and pride, which is always prone to plunge the world into primeval barbarism and strife. No league or parliamentary act of any kind will ever prevent such a calamity. These are only new devices for putting the weak at the mercy of the strong. I have expressed myself in this regard 14 years ago, when a combination of a few leading governments, a sort of holy alliance, was advocated by the late Andrew Carnegie, who may be fairly considered as the father of this idea, having given to it more publicity and impetus than anybody else prior to the efforts of the President. While it cannot be denied that such a pact might be of material advantage to some less fortunate peoples, it cannot attain the chief object sought. Peace can only come as a natural consequence of universal enlightenment and merging of races, and we are still far from this blissful realization. As I view the world of today, in the light of the gigantic struggle we have witnessed, I am filled with conviction that the interests of humanity would be best served if the United States remained true to its traditions and kept out of entangling alliances. Situated as it is, geographically, remote from the theaters of impending conflicts, without incentive to territorial aggrandizement, with inexhaustible resources and immense population thoroughly imbued with the spirit of liberty and right, this country is placed in a unique and privileged position. It is thus able to exert, independently, its colossal strength and moral force to the benefit of all, more judiciously and effectively than as a member of a league. The mechanistic theory of life. In one of these biographical sketches, published in the Electrical Experimenter, I have dwelt on the circumstances of my early life, and told of an affliction which compelled me to unremitting exercise of imagination and self-observation. This mental activity, at first involuntary under the pressure of illness and suffering, gradually became second nature, and led me finally to recognize that I was but an automaton devoid of free will in thought and action, and merely responsive to the forces of the environment. Our bodies are of such complexity of structure, the motions we perform are so numerous and involved, and the external impressions on our sense organs to such a degree delicate and elusive, that it is hard for the average person to grasp this fact. And yet nothing is more convincing to the trained investigator than the mechanistic theory of life which had been, in a measure, understood and propounded by Descartes 300 years ago. But in this time many important functions of our organism were unknown, and, especially with respect to the nature of light and the construction and operation of the eye, philosophers were in the dark. In recent years, the progress of scientific research in these fields has been such as to leave no room for a doubt in regard to this view, on which many works have been published. One of its ablest and most eloquent exponents is, perhaps, Félix Le Dantec, formerly assistant of Pasteur. Professor Jacques Loeb has performed remarkable experiments in heliotropism, clearly establishing the controlling power of light in lower forms of organisms, and his latest book, Forced Movements, is revelatory. But while men of science accept this theory simply as any other that is recognized, to me it is a truth which I hourly demonstrate by every act and thought of mine. The consciousness of the external impression prompting me to any kind of exertion, physical or mental, is ever present in my mind. Only on very rare occasions, when I was in a state of exceptional concentration, have I found difficulty in locating the original impulses. Lack of observation a form of ignorance. The by far greater number of human beings are never aware of what is passing around and within them, and millions fall victims of disease and die prematurely just on this account. The commonest, everyday occurrences appear to them mysterious and inexplicable. One may feel a sudden wave of sadness, and rake his brain for an explanation when he might have noticed that it was caused by a cloud cutting off the rays of the sun. He may see the image of a friend dear to him under conditions which he construed as very peculiar, when only shortly before he has passed him in the street or seen his photograph somewhere. When he loses a collar button, he fusses and swears for an hour, being unable to visualize his previous actions and locate the object directly. Deficient observation is merely a form of ignorance, and responsible for the many morbid notions and foolish ideas prevailing. There is not more than 1 out of every 10 persons who does not believe in telepathy and other psychic manifestations, spiritualism and communion with the dead, and who would refuse to listen to willing or unwilling deceivers. Just to illustrate how deeply rooted this tendency has become even among the clear-headed American population, I may mention a comical incident. Psychic phenomena in the manufacture of flivvers. Shortly before the war, when the exhibition of my turbines in this city elicited widespread comment in the technical papers, I anticipated that there would be a scramble among manufacturers to get hold of the invention, and I had particular designs on that man from Detroit who has an uncanny faculty for accumulating millions. So confident was I that he would turn up some day that I declared this as certain to my secretary and assistants. Sure enough, one fine morning a body of engineers from the Ford Motor Company presented themselves with the request of discussing with me an important project. "Didn't I tell you?" I remarked triumphantly to my employees, and one of them said, "You are amazing, Mr. Tesla. Everything comes out exactly as you predict." As soon as these hard-headed men were seated, I, of course, immediately began to extol the wonderful features of my turbine, when the spokesman interrupted me and said, "We know all about this, but we are on a special errand. We have formed a psychological society for the investigation of psychic phenomena, and we want you to join us in this undertaking." I suppose those engineers never knew how near they came to being fired out of my office. Confuting Spiritism. Ever since I was told by some of the greatest men of the time, leaders in science whose names are immortal, that I am possessed of an unusual mind, I bent all my thinking faculties on the solution of great problems regardless of sacrifice. For many years I endeavored to solve the enigma of death, and watched eagerly for every kind of spiritual indication. But only once in the course of my existence have I had an experience which momentarily impressed me as supernatural. It was at the time of my mother's death. I had become completely exhausted by pain and long vigilance, and one night was carried to a building about 2 blocks from our home. As I lay helpless there, I thought that if my mother died while I was away from her bedside, she would surely give me a sign. 2 or 3 months before, I was in London in company with my late friend Sir William Crookes, when spiritualism was discussed, and I was under the full sway of these thoughts. I might not have paid attention to other men, but was susceptible to his arguments, as it was his epochal work on radiant matter, which I had read as a student, that made me embrace the electrical career. I reflected that the conditions for a look into the beyond were most favourable, for my mother was a woman of genius and particularly excelling in the powers of intuition. During the whole night every fibre in my brain was strained in expectancy, but nothing happened until early in the morning, when I fell in a sleep, or perhaps a swoon, and saw a cloud carrying angelic figures of marvellous beauty, one of whom gazed upon me lovingly and gradually assumed the features of my mother. The appearance slowly floated across the room and vanished, and I was awakened by an indescribably sweet song of many voices. In that instant a certitude which no words can impress came upon me that my mother had just died. And that was true. I was unable to understand the tremendous weight of the painful knowledge I received in advance, and wrote a letter to Sir William Crookes while still under the domination of these impressions and in poor bodily health. When I recovered, I sought for a long time the external cause of this strange manifestation, and, to my great relief, I succeeded after many months of fruitless effort. I had seen the painting of a celebrated artist, representing allegorically one of the seasons in the form of a cloud with a group of angels, which seemed to actually float in the air, and this had struck me forcefully. It was exactly the same that appeared in my dream, with the exception of my mother's likeness. The music came from the choir in the church near by at the early Mass of Easter morning, explaining everything satisfactorily in conformity with scientific facts. This occurred long ago, and I have never had the faintest reason since to change my views on psychical and spiritual phenomena, for which there is absolutely no foundation. The belief in these is the natural outgrowth of intellectual development. Religious dogmas are no longer accepted in their orthodox meaning, but every individual clings to faith in a supreme power of some kind. We all must have an ideal to govern our conduct and ensure contentment, but it is immaterial whether it be one of creed, art, science, or anything else, so long as it fulfills the function of a dematerializing force. It is essential to the peaceful existence of humanity as a whole that one common conception should prevail. Tesla's astounding discovery. While I have failed to obtain any evidence in support of the contentions of psychologists and spiritualists, I have proved to my complete satisfaction the automatism of life, not only through continuous observations of individual actions, but even more conclusively through certain generalizations. These amount to a discovery which I consider of the greatest moment to human society, and on which I shall briefly dwell. I got the first inkling of this astounding truth when I was still a very young man, but for many years I interpreted what I noted simply as coincidences. Namely, whenever either myself, or a person to whom I was attached, or a cause to which I was devoted, was hurt by others in a particular way, which might be best properly characterized as the most unfair imaginable, I experienced a singular and undefinable pain, which, for want of a better term, I have qualified as cosmic, and shortly thereafter, and invariably, those who had inflicted it came to grief. After many such cases, I confided this to a number of friends, who had the opportunity to convince themselves of the truth of the theory which I have gradually formulated, and which may be stated in the following few words. Our bodies are of similar construction and exposed to the same external influences. This results in likeness of response and concordance of the general activities on which all our social and other rules and laws are based. We are automata entirely controlled by the forces of the medium, being tossed about like corks on the surface of the water, but mistaking the resultant of the impulses from the outside for free will. The movements and other actions we perform are always life-preservative, and though seemingly quite independent from one another, we are connected by invisible links. So long as the organism is in perfect order, it responds accurately to the agents that prompt it, but the moment that there is some derangement in any individual, his self-preservative power is impaired. Everybody understands, of course, that if one becomes deaf, has his eyesight weakened or his limbs injured, the chances for his continued existence are lessened. But this is also true, and perhaps more so, of certain defects in the brain, which deprive the automaton, more or less, of that vital quality, and cause it to rush into destruction. A very sensitive and observant being, with his highly developed mechanism all intact, and acting with precision in obedience to the changing conditions of the environment, is endowed with a transcending mechanical sense, enabling him to evade perils too subtle to be directly perceived. When he comes in contact with others whose controlling organs are radically faulty, that sense asserts itself, and he feels the cosmic pain. The truth of this has been borne out in hundreds of instances, and I am inviting other students of nature to devote attention to this subject, believing that through combined and systematic effort, results of incalculable value to the world will be obtained. Dr. Tesla's first automaton. The idea of constructing an automaton to bear out my theory presented itself to me early, but I did not begin active work until 1893, when I started my wireless investigations. During the succeeding 2 or 3 years, a number of automatic mechanisms, to be actuated from a distance, were constructed by me and exhibited to visitors in my laboratory. In 1896, however, I designed a complete machine capable of a multitude of operations, but the consummation of my labors was delayed until late 1897. This machine was illustrated and described in my article in the Century magazine of June 1900 and other periodicals of that time, and, when first shown in the beginnings of 1898, it created a sensation such as no other invention of mine has ever produced. In November 1898, a basic patent on the novel art was granted to me, but only after the examiner-in-chief had come to New York and witnessed the performance, for what I claimed seemed unbelievable. I remember that when later I called on an official in Washington, with a view of offering the invention to the government, he burst out in laughter upon my telling him what I had accomplished. Nobody thought then that there was the faintest prospect of perfecting such a device. It is unfortunate that in this patent, following the advice of my attorneys, I indicated the control as being effected through the medium of a single circuit and a well-known form of detector, for the reason that I had not yet secured protection on my methods and apparatus for individualization. As a matter of fact, my boats were controlled through the joint action of several circuits, and interference of every kind was excluded. Most generally, I employed receiving circuits in the form of loops, including condensers, because the discharges of my high-tension transmitter ionizing the air in the hall, so that even a very small aerial would draw electricity from the surrounding atmosphere for hours. Just to give an idea, I found, for instance, that a bulb 12 inches in diameter, highly exhausted, and with one single terminal to which a short wire was attached, would deliver well onto 1,000 successive flashes before all charge of the air in the laboratory was neutralized. The loop form of receiver was not sensitive to such a disturbance, and it is curious to note that it is becoming popular at this late date. In reality, it collects much less energy than the aerials or a long-grounded wire, but it so happens that it does away with a number of defects inherent to the present wireless devices. In demonstrating my invention before audiences, the visitors were requested to ask any questions, however involved, and the automaton would answer them by signs. This was considered magic at that time, but was extremely simple, for it was myself who gave the replies by means of the device. At the same period, another larger tetotomatic boat was constructed, a photograph of which is shown in this number of the Electrical Experimenter. It was controlled by loops, having several turns placed in the hull, which was made entirely watertight and capable of submergence. The apparatus was similar to that used in the first, with the exception of certain special features I introduced, as, for example, incandescent lamps which afforded a visible evidence of the proper functioning of the machine. Telautomatics of the future. These automata, controlled within the range of vision of the operator, were, however, the first and rather crude steps in the evolution of the art of telautomatics as I had conceived it. The next logical improvement was its application to automatic mechanisms beyond the limits of vision and at a great distance from the center of control, and I have ever since advocated their employment as instruments of warfare in preference to guns. The importance of this now seems to be recognized, if I am to judge from casual announcements through the press of achievements which are said to be extraordinary, but contain no merit of novelty whatever. In an imperfect manner it is practicable, with the existing wireless plants, to launch an aeroplane, have it follow a certain approximate course, and perform some operation at a distance of many hundreds of miles. A machine of this kind can also be mechanically controlled in several ways, and I have no doubt that it may prove of some usefulness in war. But there are, to my best knowledge, no instrumentalities in existence today with which such an object could be accomplished in a precise manner. I have devoted years of study to this matter, and have evolved means, making such and greater wonders easily realizable. As stated on a previous occasion, when I was a student at college, I conceived a flying machine quite unlike the present ones. The underlying principle was sound, but could not be carried into practice for want of a prime mover of sufficiently great activity. In recent years I have successfully solved this problem, and I am now planning aerial machines devoid of sustaining planes, ailerons, propellers, and other external attachments, which will be capable of immense speeds, and are very likely to furnish powerful arguments for peace in the near future. Such a machine, sustained and propelled entirely by reaction, is shown on one of the pages, and is supposed to be controlled either mechanically or by wireless energy. By installing proper plants it will be practicable to project a missile of this kind into the air and drop it almost on the very spot designated, which may be thousands of miles away. But we are not going to stop at this. Telautomata will be ultimately produced, capable of acting as if possessed of their own intelligence, and their advent will create a revolution. As early as 1898, I proposed to representatives of a large manufacturing concern the construction and public exhibition of an automobile carriage, which, left to itself, would perform a great variety of operations, involving something akin to judgment. But my proposal was deemed chimerical at that time, and nothing came from it. At present, many of the ablest minds are trying to devise expedients for preventing a repetition of the awful conflict which is only theoretically ended, and the duration and main issues of which I have correctly predicted in an article printed in the Sun of December 20th, 1914. The proposed league is not a remedy, but, on the contrary, in the opinion of a number of competent men, may bring about results just the opposite. It is particularly regrettable that a punitive policy was adopted in framing the terms of peace, because a few years hence it will be possible for nations to fight without armies, ships, or guns, by weapons far more terrible, to the destructive action and range of which there is virtually no limit. Any city, at a distance whatsoever from the enemy, can be destroyed by him, and no power on earth can stop him from doing so. If we want to avert an impending calamity and a state of things which may transform this globe into an inferno, we should push the development of flying machines and wireless transmission of energy without an instant's delay, and with all the power and resources of the nation. End of section 6.
Section 7 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October, 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Famous Scientific Illusions by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, February, 1919. In this original and revolutionizing discussion, Nikola Tesla gives us something really new to think about. First, does the moon rotate on its axis? Second, is the Franklin pointed lightning rod correct in theory and operation? Third, do wireless signals fly through space by means of so-called Hertzian waves in the ether, or are they propagated through the earth at prodigious velocity by means of earth-bound oscillations? World-famous conundrums these. questions which have been answered in many ways by some of the greatest scientists. Dr. Tesla explains these three predominant scientific fallacies in a masterly way, so that everyone can understand them. The human brain, with all its wonderful capabilities and power, is far from being a faultless apparatus. Most of its parts may be in perfect working order, but some are atrophied, undeveloped, or missing altogether. Great men of all classes and professions, scientists, inventors, and hard-headed financiers, have placed themselves on record with impossible theories, inoperable devices, and unreliable schemes. It is doubtful that there could be found a single work of any one individual free of error. There is no such thing as an infallible brain. Invariably, some cells or fibers are wanting or unresponsive, with the result of impairing judgment, sense of proportion, or some other faculty. A man of genius eminently practical, whose name is a household word, has wasted the best years of his life in a visionary undertaking. A celebrated physicist was incapable of tracing the directions of an electric current according to a childishly simple rule. The writer, who was known to recite entire volumes by heart, has never been able to retain in memory and recapitulate in their proper order the words designating the colors of the rainbow, and can only ascertain them after long and laborious thought, strange as it may seem. Our organs of reception, too, are deficient and deceptive. As a semblance of life is produced by a rapid succession of inanimate pictures, so many of our perceptions are but trickery of the senses, devoid of reality. The greatest triumphs of man were those in which his mind had to free itself from the influence of delusive appearances. Such was the revelation of Buddha that self is an illusion caused by the persistence and continuity of mental images; the discovery of Copernicus that, contrary to all observation, this planet rotates around the sun; the recognition of Descartes that the human being is an automaton, governed by external influence, and the idea that the earth is spherical, which led Columbus to the finding of this continent. And though the minds of individuals supplement one another, and science and experience are continually eliminating fallacies and misconceptions, much of our present knowledge is still incomplete and unreliable. We have sophisms in mathematics which cannot be disproved. Even in pure reasoning, free of the shortcomings of symbolic processes, we are often arrested by doubt which the strongest intelligences have been unable to dispel. Experimental science itself, most positive of all, is not unfailing. In the following I shall consider three exceptionally interesting errors in the interpretation and application of physical phenomena, which have for years dominated the minds of experts and men of science. 1. The illusion of the axial rotation of the moon. It is well known since the discovery of Galileo that the moon, in travelling through space, always turns the same face towards the earth. This is explained by saying that, while passing once around the mother planet, the lunar globe performs just one revolution on its axis. The spinning motion of a heavenly body must necessarily undergo modifications in the course of time, being either retarded by resistances internal or external, or accelerated owing to shrinkage and other causes. An unalterable rotational velocity through all phases of planetary evolution is manifestly impossible. What wonder, then, that at this very instant of its long existence our satellite should revolve exactly so, and not faster or slower. But many astronomers have accepted as physical fact that such rotation takes place. It does not, but only appears so. It is an illusion, a most surprising one, too. I will endeavor to make this clear by reference to Figure 1, in which E represents the Earth and M the Moon. The movement through space is such that the arrow, firmly attached to the latter, always occupies the position indicated with reference to the Earth. If one imagines himself as looking down on the orbital plane and follows the motion, he will become convinced that the moon does turn on its axis as it travels around. But in this very act the observer will have deceived himself. To make the delusion complete, let him take a washer similarly marked, and supporting it rotatably in the center, carry it around a stationary object, constantly keeping the arrow pointing towards the latter. Though to his bodily vision the disc will revolve on its axis, such movement does not exist. He can dispel the illusion at once by holding the washer fixedly while going around. He will now readily see that the supposed axial rotation is only apparent, an impression being produced by successive changes of position in space. But more convincing proofs can be given that the moon does not and cannot revolve on its axis. With this object in view, attention is called to Fig. 2, in which both the satellite M and the earth E are shown embedded in a solid mass, M1, indicated by stippling, and supposed to rotate so as to impart to the moon its normal translatory velocity. Evidently, if the lunar globe could rotate as commonly believed, this would be equally true of any other portion of mass M1, as the sphere M2, shown in dotted lines, and then the part common to both bodies would have to turn simultaneously in opposite directions. This can be experimentally illustrated in the manner suggested, by using instead of one, two overlapping rotatable washers, as may be conveniently represented by circles M and M2, and carrying them around a center as E, so that the plane and dotted arrows are always pointing towards the same center. No further argument is needed to demonstrate that the two gyrations cannot coexist, or even be pictured in the imagination and reconciled in a purely abstract sense. The truth is, the so-called axial rotation of the moon is a phenomenon deceptive alike to the eye and mind, and devoid of physical meaning. It has nothing in common with real mass revolution characterized by effects positive and unmistakable. Volumes have been written on the subject, and many erroneous arguments advanced in support of the notion. Thus it is reasoned that if the planet did not turn on its axis, it would expose the whole surface to terrestrial view. As only one half is visible, it must revolve. The first statement is true, but the logic of the second is defective, for it admits of only one alternative. The conclusion is not justified, as the same appearance can also be produced in another way. The moon does rotate, not on its own, but about an axis passing through the center of the earth, the true and only one. The unfailing test of the spinning of a mass is, however, the existence of energy of motion. The moon is not possessed of such vis viva. If it were the case, then a revolving body, as M1, would contain mechanical energy other than that of which we have experimental evidence. Irrespective of this, so exact a coincidence between the axial and orbital periods is in itself immensely improbable, for this is not the permanent condition towards which the system is tending. Any axial rotation of a mass left to itself, retarded by forces external or internal, must cease. Even admitting its perfect control by tides, the coincidence would still be miraculous. But when we remember that most of the satellites exhibit this peculiarity, the probability becomes infinitesimal. 3 theories have been advanced for the origin of the moon. According to the oldest suggested by the great German philosopher Kant, and developed by Laplace in his monumental treatise Mécanique Céleste, the planets have been thrown off from larger central masses by centrifugal force. Nearly 40 years ago Professor George H. Darwin, in a masterful essay on tidal friction, furnished mathematical proofs, deemed unrefutable, that the moon had separated from the earth. Recently this established theory has been attacked by Professor T.J.J. See in a remarkable work on the "Evolution of the Stellar Systems," in which he propounds the view that centrifugal force was altogether inadequate to bring about the separation, and that all planets, including the moon, have come from the depths of space, and have been captured. Still a third hypothesis, of unknown origin, exists, which has been examined and commented upon by Professor W. H. Pickering in Popular Astronomy of 1907, and according to which the moon was torn from the earth when the latter was partially solidified, this accounting for the continents, which might not have been formed otherwise. Undoubtedly, planets and satellites have originated in both ways, and, in my opinion, it is not difficult to ascertain the character of their birth. The following conclusions can be safely drawn. 1. A heavenly body thrown off from a larger one cannot rotate on its axis. The mass, rendered fluid by the combined action of heat and pressure, upon the reduction of the latter, immediately stiffens, being at the same time deformed by gravitational pull. The shape becomes permanent upon cooling and solidification, and the smaller mass continues to move about the larger one, as though it were rigidly connected to it, except for pendular swings or librations due to varying orbital velocity. Such motion precludes the possibility of axial rotation in the strictly physical sense. The moon has never spun around, as is well demonstrated by the fact that the most precise instruments have failed to show any measurable flattening in form. 2. If a planetary body in its orbital movement turns the same side towards the central mass, this is a positive proof that it has been separated from the latter, and is a true satellite. 3. A planet revolving on its axis in its passage around another cannot have been thrown off from the same, but must have been captured. 2. The fallacy of Franklin's pointed lightning rod. The display of atmospheric electricity has since ages been one of the most marvelous spectacles afforded to the sight of man. Its grandeur and power filled him with fear and superstition. For centuries he attributed lightning to agents godlike and supernatural, and its purpose in the scheme of this universe remained unknown to him. Now we have learned that the waters of the ocean are raised by the sun and maintained in the atmosphere delicately suspended, that they are wafted to distant regions of the globe where electric forces assert themselves in upsetting the sensitive balance and causing precipitation, thus sustaining all organic life. There is every reason to hope that man will soon be able to control this life-giving flow of water, and thereby solve many pressing problems of his existence. Atmospheric electricity became of special scientific interest in Franklin's time. Faraday had not yet announced his epochal discoveries in magnetic induction, but static frictional machines were already generally used in physical laboratories. Franklin's powerful mind at once leaped to the conclusion that frictional and atmospheric electricity were identical. To our present view, this inference seems obvious, but in his time the mere thought of it was little short of blasphemy. He investigated the phenomena, and argued that if they were of the same nature, then the clouds would be drained of all their charge exactly as the ball of a static machine; and in 1749 he indicated in a published memoir how this could be done by the use of pointed metal rods. The earliest trials were made by Dallebrand in France, but Franklin himself was the first to obtain a spark by using a kite, in June, 1752. When these atmospheric discharges manifest themselves today in our wireless station, we feel annoyed, and wish that they would stop, but to the man who discovered them they brought tears of joy. The lightning conductor in its classical form was invented by Benjamin Franklin in 1755, and immediately upon its adoption proved a success to a degree. As usual, however, its virtues were often exaggerated. So, for instance, it was seriously claimed that in the city of Pietermaritzburg, capital of Natal, South Africa, no lightning strikes occurred after the pointed rods were installed, although the storms were as frequent as before. Experience has shown that just the opposite is true. A modern city like New York, presenting innumerable sharp points and projections in good contact with the earth, is struck much more often than equivalent area of land. Statistical records, carefully compiled and published from time to time, demonstrate that the danger from lightning to property and life has been reduced to a small percentage by Franklin's invention, but the damage by fire amounts nevertheless to several $1,000,000 annually. It is astonishing that this device, which has been in universal use for more than 1 and a half centuries, should be found to involve a gross fallacy in design and construction, which impairs its usefulness, and may even render its employment hazardous under certain conditions. For explanation of this curious fact, I may first refer to Fig. 3, in which S is a metallic sphere of radius r, such as the capacity terminal of a static machine, provided with a sharply pointed pin of length h as indicated. It is well known that the latter has the property of quickly dissipating the accumulated charge into the air. To examine this action in the light of present knowledge, we may liken electric potential to temperature. Imagine that sphere S is heated to T°, and that the pin or metal bar is a perfect conductor of heat, so that its extreme end is at the same temperature T. Then, if another sphere of larger radius, V1, is drawn about the first, and the temperature along this boundary is T1, it is evident that there will be between the end of the bar and its surrounding a difference of temperature, T minus T1, which will determine the outflow of heat. Obviously, if the adjacent medium was not affected by the hot sphere, this temperature difference would be greater and more heat would be given off. Exactly so in the electric system. Let Q be the quantity of the charge, then the sphere, and owing to its great conductivity also the pin, will be at the potential Q divided by R. The medium around the point of the pin will be at the potential Q divided by R1 equals Q divided by the sum R plus H, and consequently the difference Q divided by R minus Q divided by the sum R plus H equals QH divided by the quantity R times the sum of R plus H. Suppose now that a sphere S of much larger radius, capital R equals lowercase nr, is employed containing a charge uppercase Q. This difference of potential will be, analogously, capital QH divided by the product capital R times the sum capital R plus H. According to elementary principles of electrostatics, the potentials of the two spheres, lowercase s and uppercase s, will be equal if uppercase Q equals lowercase nq, in which case capital QH divided by the product capital R times the sum capital R plus H equals the product lowercase nqh divided by the product lowercase nr times the sum nr plus h equals lowercase qh divided by the product lowercase r times the sum nr plus h. Thus the difference of potential between the point of the pin and the medium around the same will be smaller in the ratio R plus H divided by nr plus H when the large sphere is used. In many scientific tests and experiments, this important observation has been disregarded with the result of causing serious errors. Its significance is that the behavior of the pointed rod entirely depends on the linear dimensions of the electrified body. Its quality to give off the charge may be entirely lost if the latter is very large. For this reason, all points or projections on the surface of a conductor of such vast dimensions as the earth would be quite ineffective were it not for other influences. These will be elucidated with reference to Fig. 4. in which our artist of the Impressionist school has emphasized Franklin's notion that his rod was drawing electricity from the clouds. If the earth were not surrounded by an atmosphere which is generally oppositely charged, it would behave, despite all its irregularities of surface, like a polished sphere. But owing to the electrified masses of air and cloud, the distribution is greatly modified. Thus, in Fig. 4, the positive charge of the cloud induces in the earth an equivalent opposite charge, the density at the surface of the latter diminishing with the cube of the distance from the static center of the cloud. A brush discharge is then formed at the point of the rod, and the action Franklin anticipated takes place. In addition, the surrounding air is ionized and rendered conducting, and eventually a bolt may hit the building or some other object in the vicinity. The virtue of the pointed end to dissipate the charge, which was uppermost in Franklin's mind, is, however, infinitesimal. Careful measurements show that it would take many years before the electricity stored in a single cloud of moderate size would be drawn off or neutralized through such a lightning conductor. The grounded rod has the quality of rendering harmless most of the strokes it receives, though occasionally the charge is diverted with damaging results. But, what is very important to note, it invites danger and hazard on account of the fallacy involved in its design. The sharp point, which was thought advantageous and indispensable to its operation, is really a defect, detracting considerably from the practical value of the device. I have produced a much improved form of lightning protector, characterized by the employment of a terminal of considerable area and large radius of curvature, which makes impossible undue density of the charge and ionization of the air. Footnote: refer to the October 1918 issue of this journal, wherein Dr. Tesla's new form of non-pointed lightning rod was fully described and illustrated. End footnote. These protectors act as quasi-repellents, and so far have never been struck, though exposed a long time. Their safety is experimentally demonstrated to greatly exceed that invented by Franklin. By their use, property worth millions of dollars which is now annually lost can be saved. 3. The singular misconception of the wireless. To the popular mind this sensational advance conveys the impression of a single invention, but in reality it is an art, the successful practice of which involves the employment of a great many discoveries and improvements. I viewed it as such when I undertook to solve wireless problems, and it is due to this fact that my insight into its underlying principles was clear from their very inception. In the course of development of my induction motors, it became desirable to operate them at high speeds, and for this purpose I constructed alternators of relatively high frequencies. The striking behavior of the currents soon captivated my attention, and in 1889 I started a systematic investigation of their properties and the possibilities of practical application. The first gratifying result of my efforts in this direction was the transmission of electrical energy through one wire without return, of which I gave demonstrations in my lectures and addresses before several scientific bodies, here and abroad, in 1891 and 1892. During that period, while working with my oscillation transformers and dynamos of frequencies up to 200,000 cycles per second, the idea gradually took hold of me that the earth might be used in place of the wire, thus dispensing with artificial conductors altogether. The immensity of the globe seemed an unsurmountable obstacle, but after a prolonged study of the subject, I became satisfied that the undertaking was rational, and in my lectures before the Franklin Institute and National Electric Light Association early in 1893, I gave the outline of the system I had conceived. In the latter part of that year, at the Chicago World's Fair, I had the good fortune of meeting Professor Helmholtz, to whom I explained my plan, illustrating it with experiments. On that occasion I asked the celebrated physicist for an expression of opinion on the feasibility of the scheme. He stated unhesitatingly that it was practicable, provided I could perfect apparatus capable of putting it into effect, but this, he anticipated, would be extremely difficult to accomplish. I resumed the work very much encouraged, and from that date to 1896 advanced slowly but steadily, making a number of improvements, the chief of which was my system of concatenated tuned circuits, and method of regulation, now universally adopted. In the summer of 1897 Lord Kelvin happened to pass through New York, and honored me by a visit to my laboratory, where I entertained him with demonstrations in support of my wireless theory. He was fairly carried away with what he saw, but, nevertheless, condemned my project in emphatic terms, qualifying it as something impossible, an illusion and a snare. I had expected his approval, and was pained and surprised; but the next day he returned, and gave me a better opportunity for explanation of the advances I had made, and of the true principles underlying the system I had evolved. Suddenly he remarked with evident astonishment, "Then you are not making use of Hertz waves?" "Certainly not," I replied. "These are radiations. No energy could be economically transmitted to a distance by any such agency. In my system the process is one of true conduction, which, theoretically, can be effected at the greatest distance without appreciable loss." I can never forget the magic change that came over the illustrious philosopher the moment he freed himself from that erroneous impression. The skeptic, who would not believe, was suddenly transformed into the warmest of supporters. He parted from me not only thoroughly convinced of the scientific soundness of the idea, but strongly expressed his confidence in its success. In my exposition to him I resorted to the following mechanical analogues of my own and the Hertz wave system. Imagine the earth to be a bag of rubber filled with water, a small quantity of which is periodically forced in and out of the same by means of a reciprocating pump, as illustrated. If the strokes of the latter are effected in intervals of more than 1 hour and 48 minutes, sufficient for the transmission of the impulse through the whole mass, the entire bag will expand and contract, and corresponding movements will be imparted to pressure gauges or movable pistons with the same intensity, irrespective of distance. By working the pump faster, shorter waves will be produced, which, on reaching the opposite end of the bag, may be reflected and give rise to stationary nodes and loops. But in any case, the fluid being incompressible, its enclosure perfectly elastic, and the frequency of oscillations not very high, the energy will be economically transmitted, and very little power consumed, so long as no work is done in the receivers. This is a crude but correct representation of my wireless system, in which, however, I resort to various refinements. Thus, for instance, the pump is made part of a resonant system of great inertia, enormously magnifying the force of the impressed pulses. The receiving devices are similarly conditioned, and in this manner the amount of energy collected in them vastly increased. The Hertz wave system is in many respects the very opposite of this. To explain it by analogy, the piston of the pump is assumed to vibrate to and fro at a terrific rate, and the orifice through which the fluid passes in and out of the cylinder is reduced to a small hole. There is scarcely any movement of the fluid, and almost the whole work performed results in the production of radiant heat, of which an infinitesimal part is recovered in a remote locality. However incredible, it is true that the minds of some of the ablest experts have been from the beginning, and still are, obsessed by this monstrous idea, and so it comes that the true wireless art, to which I laid the foundation in 1893, has been retarded in its development for 20 years. This is the reason why the statics have proved unconquerable, why the wireless shares are of little value, and why the government has been compelled to interfere. We are living on a planet of well nigh inconceivable dimensions, surrounded by a layer of insulating air, above which is a rarefied and conducting atmosphere (Fig. 5). This is providential, for if all the air were conducting, the transmission of electrical energy through the natural media would be impossible. My early experiments have shown that currents of high frequency and great tension readily pass through an atmosphere but moderately rarefied, so that the insulating stratum is reduced to a small thickness, as will be evident by inspection of Fig. 6, in which a part of the earth and its gaseous envelope is shown to scale. If the radius of the sphere is 12½ inches, then the non-conducting layer is only 1/64 of an inch thick, and it will be obvious that the Hertzian rays cannot traverse so thin a crack between two conducting surfaces for any considerable distance without being absorbed. The theory has been seriously advanced that these radiations pass around the globe by successive reflections, but to show the absurdity of this suggestion, reference is made to Fig. 7, in which this process is diagrammatically indicated. Assuming that there is no refraction, the rays, as shown on the right, would travel along the sides of a polygon drawn around the solid, and inscribed into the conducting gaseous boundary, in which case the length of the side would be about 400 miles. As 1/2 the circumference of the earth is approximately 12,000 miles long, there will be, roughly, 30 deviations. The efficiency of such a reflector cannot be more than 25%, so that if none of the energy of the transmitter were lost in other ways, the part recovered would be measured by the fraction 1/4 to the 30th power. Let the transmitter radiate Hertz waves at the rate of 1,000 kilowatts. Then 115 billionth part of 1 watt is all that would be collected in a perfect receiver. In truth, the reflections would be much more numerous, as shown on the left of the figure, and owing to this and other reasons, on which it is unnecessary to dwell, the amount recovered would be a vanishing quantity. Consider now the process taking place in the transmission by the instrumentalities and methods of my invention. For this purpose attention is called to Fig. 8, which gives an idea of the mode of propagation of the current waves, and is largely self-explanatory. The drawing represents a solar eclipse, with the shadow of the moon just touching the surface of the earth at a point where the transmitter is located. As the shadow moves downward, it will spread over the earth's surface, first with infinite and then gradually diminishing velocity, until at a distance of about 6,000 miles it will attain its true speed in space. From there on it will proceed with increasing velocity, reaching infinite value at the opposite point of the globe. It hardly need be stated that this is merely an illustration, and not an accurate representation in the astronomical sense. The exact law will be readily understood by reference to Fig. 9, in which a transmitting circuit is shown connected to earth and to an antenna. The transmitter being in action, two effects are produced. Hertz waves pass through the air, and a current traverses the earth. The former propagate with the speed of light, and their energy is unrecoverable in the circuit. The latter proceeds with the speed varying as the cosecant of the angle which a radius drawn from any point under consideration forms with the axis of symmetry of the waves. At the origin the speed is infinite, but gradually diminishes until a quadrant is traversed, then the velocity is that of light. From there on it again increases, becoming infinite at the antipole. Theoretically, the energy of this current is recoverable in its entirety, in properly attuned receivers. Some experts, whom I have credited with better knowledge, have for years contended that my proposals to transmit power without wires are sheer nonsense, but I note that they are growing more cautious every day. The latest objection to my system is found in the cheapness of gasoline. These men labor under the impression that the energy flows in all directions, and that, therefore, only a minute amount can be recovered in any individual receiver. But this is by far from being so. The power is conveyed in only one direction, from the transmitter to the receiver, and none of it is lost elsewhere. It is perfectly practicable to recover at any point of the globe energy enough for driving an airplane, or a pleasure boat, or for lighting a dwelling. I am especially sanguine in regard to the lighting of isolated places, and believe that a more economical and convenient method can hardly be devised. The future will show whether my foresight is as accurate now as it has proved heretofore. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Tesla's Egg of Columbus by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, March 1919. Tesla's Egg of Columbus. How Tesla Performed the Feat of Columbus Without Cracking the Egg. Probably one of the most far-reaching and revolutionary discoveries made by Mr. Tesla is the so-called rotating magnetic field. This is a new and wonderful manifestation of force, a magnetic cyclone, producing striking phenomena which amazed the world when they were first shown by him. It results from the joint action of two or more alternating currents definitely related to one another, and creating magnetic fluxes, which, by their periodic rise and fall according to a mathematical law, cause a continuous shifting of the lines of force. There is a vast difference between an ordinary electromagnet and that invented by Tesla. In the former the lines are stationary. In the latter, they are made to whirl around at a furious rate. The first attracts a piece of iron and holds it fast. The second causes it to spin in any direction and with any speed desired. Long ago, when Tesla was still a student, he conceived the idea of the rotating magnetic field, and this remarkable principle is embodied in his famous induction motor and system of transmission of power now in universal use. In this issue of the Electrical Experimenter, Mr. Tesla gives a remarkable account of his early efforts and trials as an inventor, and of his final success. Unlike other technical advances, arrived at through the usual hit-and-miss methods and haphazard experimentation, the rotating field was purely the work of scientific imagination. Tesla developed and perfected, entirely in his mind, this great idea in all its details and applications, without making one single experiment. Not even the usual first model was used. When the various forms of apparatus he had devised were tried for the first time, they worked exactly as he had imagined, and he took out some 40 fundamental patents covering the whole vast region he had explored. He obtained the first rotations in the summer of 1883, after 5 years of constant and intense thought on the subject, and then undertook the equally difficult task of finding believers in his discovery. The alternating current was but imperfectly understood, and had no standing with engineers or electricians, and for a long time Tesla talked to deaf ears. But ultimately his pains were rewarded, and early in 1887 a company bearing his name was formed for the commercial introduction of the invention. Dr. Tesla recently told the editors an amusing incident in this connection. He had approached a Wall Street capitalist, a prominent lawyer, with a view of getting financial support, and this gentleman called in a friend of his, a well-known engineer at the head of one of the big corporations in New York, to pass upon the merits of the scheme. This man was a practical expert, who knew of the failures in the industrial exploitation of alternating currents, and was distinctly prejudiced to a point of not caring even to witness some tests. After several discouraging conferences, Mr. Tesla had an inspiration. Everybody has heard of the Egg of Columbus. The saying goes that at a certain dinner the great explorer asked some scoffers of his project to balance an egg on its end. They tried it in vain. He then took it, and cracking the shell slightly by a gentle blow, made it stand upright. This may be a myth, but the fact is that he was granted an audience by Isabella, the Queen of Spain, and won her support. There is a suspicion that she was more impressed by his portly bearing than the prospect of his discovery. Whatever it might have been, the Queen pawned her jewels, and 3 ships were equipped for him, and so it happened that the Germans got all that was coming to them in this war. But to return to Tesla's reminiscence. He said to these men, "Do you know the story of the egg of Columbus?" Of course they did. "Well," he continued, "what if I could make an egg stand on the pointed end without cracking the shell?" If you could do this, we would admit that you had gone Columbus one better. And would you be willing to go out of your way as much as Isabella? "We have no crown jewels to pawn," said the lawyer, who was a wit. "But there are a few ducats in our buckskins, and we might help you to an extent." Mr. Tesla thus succeeded in capturing the attention and personal interest of these very busy men, extremely conservative and reluctant to go into any new enterprise, and the rest was easy. He arranged for a demonstration the following day. A rotating field magnet was fastened under the top board of a wooden table, and Mr. Tesla provided a copper-plated egg and several brass balls and pivoted iron discs for convincing his prospective associates. He placed the egg on the table, and to their astonishment it stood on end. But when they found that it was rapidly spinning, their stupefaction was complete. The brass balls and pivoted iron discs in turn were set spinning rapidly by the rotating field, to the amazement of the spectators. No sooner had they regained their composure than Tesla was delighted with the question, "Do you want any money?" "Columbus was never in a worse predicament," said the great inventor, who had parted with his last portrait of George Washington in defraying the expenses of the preparation. Before the meeting adjourned, he had a substantial check in his pocket, and it was given with the assurance that there was more to be had in the same bank. That started the ball rolling. Tens of millions of horsepower of Tesla's induction motors are now in use all over the world, and their production is rising like a flood. In 1893, Mr. Albert Schmid, then superintendent of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, constructed a powerful rotating field ring with an egg made of copper, and larger than that of an ostrich, for Dr. Tesla's personal collection at the Chicago World's Fair. This piece of apparatus was one of the most attractive novelties ever publicly shown, and drew enormous crowds every day. Subsequently it was taken to Mr. Tesla's laboratory, and served there permanently for demonstrating rotating field phenomena. In his experiments it was practicable to use as much as 200 horsepower for a short time, without overheating the wires, and the effects of the magnetic forces were wonderfully fascinating to observe. This is the very ring indicated in the accompanying photograph, Figure 1, giving a view of Mr. Tesla's former laboratory at 46 East Houston Street, New York. It is shown in detail in Figure 2, and the mode of winding is illustrated in diagram, Figure 3. Originally the 2-phase arrangement was provided, but Mr. Tesla transformed it to the 3- and 4-phase when desired. On top of the ring was fastened a thin circular board, slightly hollowed, and provided around its circumference with a guard, to prevent the objects from flying off. Even more interesting than the spinning egg was the exhibition of planetary motion. In this experiment, one large and several small brass balls were usually employed. When the field was energized, all the balls would be set spinning, the large one remaining in the center, while the small ones revolved around it, like moons about a planet, gradually receding until they reached the outer guard, and raced along the same. But the demonstration which most impressed the audiences was the simultaneous operation of numerous balls, pivoted discs, and other devices placed in all sorts of positions, and at considerable distances from the rotating field. When the currents were turned on, and the whole animated with motion, it presented an unforgettable spectacle. Mr. Tesla had many vacuum bulbs, in which small, light metal discs were pivotally arranged on jewels, and these would spin anywhere in the hall when the iron ring was energized. Rotating fields of 15,000 horsepower are now being turned out by the leading manufacturers, and it is very likely that in the near future capacities of 50,000 horsepower will be employed in the steel and other industries and ship propulsion by Tesla's electric drive, which, according to Secretary of the Navy Daniels' statement, has proved a great success. But any student interested in these phenomena can repeat all the classical experiments of Tesla by inexpensive apparatus. For this purpose, it is only necessary to make 2 slip-ring connections on an ordinary small direct current motor or dynamo, and to wind an iron ring with 4 coils, as indicated in diagram Fig. 3. No particular rule need be given for the windings, but it may be stated that he will get the best results if he will use an iron ring of comparatively small section, and wind it with as many turns of stout wire as practicable. He can heavily copper plate an egg, but he should bear in mind that Tesla's egg is not as innocent as that of Columbus. The worst that can happen with the latter is that it might be overripe, but the Tesla egg may explode with disastrous effect, because the copper plating is apt to be brought to a high temperature through the induced currents. The sensible experimenter will therefore first suck out the contents of the egg, thus satisfying both his appetite and thirst for knowledge. Besides the rotating field apparatus, Mr. Tesla had other surprises for his audiences, which were even more wonderful. So, for instance, the coil on 3 legs, visible in the foreground, was used to operate wireless motors, lamps, and other devices, and the spiral coil in the background served to show extraordinary high potential phenomena as streamers of great length. End of section 8.
Section 9 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, InterfaceAudio.com. Tesla on High-Frequency Generators by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, April 1919. Editor, Electrical Experimenter. It is to be regretted that a letter addressed to me by Mr. J. Harris Rogers, in your care, was published in the March number of the Electrical Experimenter. Although the concurrence of our views in some wireless features might have made this desirable to so wide-awake and enterprising a periodical as yours. Mr. Rogers seems to be a very appreciative gentleman, and nothing would be farther from my thoughts than to detract anything from his merit. But in a separate contribution which I expect to prepare for your next issue, I shall express myself on this subject without prejudice and in the interest of truth. However, the article by your Mr. H. Winfield Secor on America's Greatest War Invention, the Rogers Underground Wireless, contains a reference to a novel and original high-frequency generator of Mr. Rogers' invention. May I not, to use the President's elegant expression, call attention to the fact that this device was described by me years ago, as will be evident from the following excerpt of a communication which appeared in the Electrical Review of March 15, 1899. In speaking of circuit controllers, I said, I may mention here, based on a different principle, which is incomparably more effective, more efficient, and also simpler on the whole. It comprises a fine stream of conducting fluid, which is made to issue, with any desired speed, from an orifice connected with one pole of a generator, through the primary of the induction coil, against the other terminal of the generator placed at a small distance. This device gives discharges of remarkable suddenness, and the frequency may be brought within reasonable limits, almost to anything desired. I have used this device for a long time in connection with ordinary coils, and in a form of my own coil, with results greatly superior in every respect to those obtainable with the form of your letter. Make a few statements referring to such make-and-break devices in general, and various forms based on this new principle. I may add that a great many forms of this apparatus were constructed and employed by me for a long time, proving very convenient and useful. Water does not give particularly good results, being incapable of causing very abrupt changes, but electrolytes have the property of diminishing enormously in resistance when they are heated, and the effects are much more intense. Salts of lithium are especially efficient. Nikola Tesla, New York, February 20th, 1919. End of section 9. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. Section 10 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. The True Wireless by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, May 1919. Ever since the announcement of Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, scientific investigators all the world over had been bent on its experimental verification. They were convinced that it would be done, and lived in an atmosphere of eager expectancy, unusually favorable to the reception of any evidence to this end. No wonder, then, that the publication of Dr. Heinrich Hertz's results caused a thrill as had scarcely ever been experienced before. At that time I was in the midst of pressing work in connection with the commercial introduction of my system of power transmission, but nevertheless caught the fire of enthusiasm, and fairly burned with desire to behold the miracle with my own eyes. Accordingly, as soon as I had freed myself of these imperative duties and resumed research work in my laboratory on Grand Street, New York, I began, parallel with high-frequency alternators, the construction of several forms of apparatus, with the object of exploring the field opened up by Dr. Hertz. Recognizing the limitations of the devices he had employed, I concentrated my attention on the production of a powerful induction coil, but made no notable progress until a happy inspiration led me to the invention of the oscillation transformer. In the latter part of 1891, I was already so far advanced in the development of this new principle that I had at my disposal means vastly superior to those of the German physicist. All my previous efforts with Ruhmkorff coils had left me unconvinced, and in order to settle my doubts, I went over the whole ground once more, very carefully, with these improved appliances. Similar phenomena were noted, greatly magnified in intensity, but they were susceptible of a different and more plausible explanation. I considered this so important that in 1892 I went to Bonn, Germany, to confer with Dr. Hertz in regard to my observations. He seemed disappointed to such a degree that I regretted my trip, and parted from him sorrowfully. During the succeeding years I made numerous experiments with the same object, but the results were uniformly negative. In 1900, however, after I had evolved a wireless transmitter which enabled me to obtain electromagnetic activities of many millions of horsepower, I made a last desperate attempt to prove that the disturbances emanating from the oscillator were either vibrations akin to those of light, but met again with utter failure. For more than 18 years I have been reading treatises, reports of scientific transactions, and articles on Hertz wave telegraphy to keep myself informed, but they always impressed me like works of fiction. The history of science shows that theories are perishable. With every new truth that is revealed, we get a better understanding of nature, and our conceptions and views are modified. Dr. Hertz did not discover a new principle. He merely gave material support to a hypothesis which had been long ago formulated. It was a perfectly well-established fact that a circuit, traversed by a periodic current, emitted some kind of space waves, but we were in ignorance as to their character. He apparently gave an experimental proof that they were transversal vibrations in the ether. Most people look upon this as his great accomplishment. To my mind, it seems that his immortal merit was not so much in this as in the focusing of the investigator's attention on the processes taking place in the ambient medium. The Hertz wave theory, by its fascinating hold on the imagination, has stifled creative effort in the wireless art and retarded it for 25 years. But on the other hand, it is impossible to overestimate the beneficial effects of the powerful stimulus it has given in many directions. As regards signaling without wires, the application of these radiations for the purpose was quite obvious. When Dr. Hertz was asked whether such a system would be of practical value, he did not think so, and he was correct in his forecast. The best that might have been expected was a method of communication similar to the heliographic, and subject to the same or even greater limitations. In the spring of 1891, I gave my demonstrations with a high-frequency machine before the American Institute of Electrical Engineers at Columbia College, which laid the foundation to a new and far more promising departure. Although the laws of electrical resonance were well known at that time, and my lamented friend Dr. John Hopkinson had even indicated their specific application to an alternator in the Proceedings of the Institute of Electrical Engineers, London, November 13, 1889, nothing had been done toward the practical use of this knowledge, and it is probable that those experiments of mine were the first published exhibition with resonant circuits, more particularly of a high frequency. While the spontaneous success of my lecture was due to spectacular features, its chief import was in showing that all kinds of devices could be operated through a single wire without return. This was the initial step in the evolution of my wireless system. The idea presented itself to me that it might be possible, under observance of proper conditions of resonance, to transmit electric energy through the earth, thus dispensing with all artificial conductors. Anyone who might wish to examine impartially the merit of that early suggestion must not view it in the light of present-day science. I only need to say that as late as 1893, when I had prepared an elaborate chapter on my wireless system, dwelling on its various instrumentalities and future prospects, Mr. Joseph Wetzler and other friends of mine emphatically protested against its publication, on the ground that such idle and far-fetched speculations would injure me in the opinion of conservative business men. So it came that only a small part of what I intended to say was embodied in my address of that year before the Franklin Institute and National Electric Light Association, under the chapter on Electrical Resonance. This little salvage from the wreck has earned me the title of Father of the Wireless from many well-disposed fellow workers, rather than the invention of scores of appliances that have brought wireless transmission within the reach of every young amateur, and which, in a time not distant, will lead to undertakings overshadowing in magnitude and importance all past achievements of the engineer. The popular impression is that my wireless work was begun in 1893, but as a matter of fact I spent the 2 preceding years in investigations, employing forms of apparatus, some of which were almost like those of today. It was clear to me from the very start that the successful consummation could only be brought about by a number of radical improvements. Suitable high-frequency generators and electrical oscillators had first to be produced. The energy of these had to be transformed in effective transmitters and collected at a distance in proper receivers. Such a system would be manifestly circumscribed in its usefulness if all extraneous interference were not prevented and exclusiveness secured. In time, however, I recognize that devices of this kind, to be most effective and efficient, should be designed with due regard to the physical properties of this planet and the electrical conditions obtaining on the same. I will briefly touch upon the salient advances as they were made in the gradual development of the system. The high-frequency alternator employed in my first demonstrations is illustrated in Figure 1. It comprised a field ring with 384 pole projections and a disc armature with coils wound in one single layer, which were connected in various ways according to requirements. It was an excellent machine for experimental purposes, furnishing sinusoidal currents of from 10,000 to 20,000 cycles per second. The output was comparatively large, due to the fact that as much as 30 amperes per square millimeter could be passed through the coils without injury. The diagram in Figure 2 shows the circuit arrangements as used in my lecture. Resonant conditions were maintained by means of a condenser subdivided into small sections, the finer adjustments being effected by a movable iron core within an inductance coil. Loosely linked with the latter was a high-tension secondary, which was tuned to the primary. The operation of devices through a single wire, without return, was puzzling at first because of its novelty, but can be readily explained by suitable analogues. For this purpose, reference is made to Figures 3 and 4. In the former, the low-resistance electric conductors are represented by pipes of large section, the alternator by an oscillating piston, and the filament of an incandescent lamp by a minute channel connecting the pipes. It will be clear from a glance at the diagram that very slight excursions of the piston would cause the fluid to rush with high velocity through the small channel, and that virtually all the energy movement would be transformed into heat by friction, similarly to that of the electric current in the lamp filament. The second diagram will now be self-explanatory. Corresponding to the terminal capacity of the electric system, an elastic reservoir is employed which dispenses with the necessity of a return pipe. As the piston oscillates, the bag expands and contracts, and the fluid is made to surge through the restricted passage with great speed, this resulting in the generation of heat as in the incandescent lamp. Theoretically considered, the efficiency of conversion of energy should be the same in both cases. Granted, then, that an economic system of power transmission through a single wire is practicable, the question arises how to collect the energy in the receivers. With this object, attention is called to Figure 5, in which a conductor is shown excited by an oscillator joined to it at one end. Evidently, as the periodic impulses pass through the wire, differences of potential will be created along the same, as well as at right angles to it in the surrounding medium, and either of these may be usefully applied. Thus, at A, a circuit comprising an inductance and capacity is resonantly excited in the transverse, and at B, in the longitudinal sense, at C, energy is collected in a circuit parallel to the conductor, but not in contact with it, and again at D, in a circuit which is partly sunk into the conductor, and may be or not electrically connected to the same. It is important to keep these typical dispositions in mind, for however the distant actions of the oscillator might be modified through the immense extent of the globe, the principles involved are the same. Consider now the effect of such a conductor of vast dimensions on a circuit exciting it. The upper diagram of Figure 6 illustrates a familiar oscillating system, comprising a straight rod of self-inductance 2L, with small terminal capacities Cc and a node in the center. In the lower diagram of the figure, a large capacity C is attached to the rod at one end, with the result of shifting the node to the right through a distance corresponding to self-inductance X. As both parts of the system on either side of the node vibrate at the same rate, we have evidently L plus X, C equals L minus X, C, from which X equals L, C minus C divided by C plus C. When the capacity C becomes commensurate to that of the Earth, X approximates L. In other words, the node is close to the ground connection. The exact determination of its position is very important in the calculation of certain terrestrial electrical and geodetic data, and I have devised special means with this purpose in view. My original plan of transmitting energy without wires is shown in the upper diagram of Figure 7, while the lower one illustrates its mechanical analog, first published in my article in the Century magazine of June, 1900. An alternator, preferably of high tension, has one of its terminals connected to the ground and the other to an elevated capacity, and impresses its oscillations upon the earth. At a distant point, a receiving circuit, likewise connected to ground and to an elevated capacity, collects some of the energy and actuates a suitable device. I suggested a multiplication of such units in order to intensify the effects, an idea which may yet prove valuable. In the analog, two tuning forks are provided, one at the sending and the other at the receiving station, each having attached to its lower prong a piston fitting in a cylinder. The two cylinders communicate with a large elastic reservoir filled with an incompressible fluid. The vibrations transmitted to either of the tuning forks excite them by resonance and through electrical contacts, or otherwise bring about the desired result. This, I may say, was not a mere mechanical illustration, but a simple representation of my apparatus for submarine signaling, perfected by me in 1892, but not appreciated at the time, although more efficient than the instruments now in use. The electric diagram in Figure 7, which was reproduced from my lecture, was meant only for the exposition of the principle. The arrangement, as I described it in detail, is shown in Figure 8. In this case, an alternator energizes the primary of a transformer, the high-tension secondary of which is connected to the ground, and an elevated capacity and tuned to the impressed oscillations. The receiving circuit consists of inductance connected to the ground and to an elevated terminal without break, and is resonantly responsive to the transmitted oscillations. A specific form of receiving device was not mentioned, but I had in mind to transform the received currents, and thus make their volume and tension suitable for any purpose. This, in substance, is the system of today, and I am not aware of a single authenticated instance of successful transmission at considerable distance by different instrumentalities. It might perhaps not be clear to those who have perused my first description of these improvements that, besides making known new and efficient types of apparatus, I gave to the world a wireless system of potentialities far beyond anything before conceived. I made explicit and repeated statements that I contemplated transmission absolutely unlimited as to terrestrial distance and amount of energy. But although I have overcome all obstacles which seemed in the beginning unsurmountable, and found elegant solutions of all the problems which confronted me, yet even at this very day the majority of experts are still blind to the possibilities which are within easy attainment. My confidence that a signal could be easily flashed around the globe was strengthened through the discovery of the rotating brush, a wonderful phenomenon which I have fully described in my address before the Institution of Electrical Engineers, London, in 1892, and which is illustrated in Figure 9. This is undoubtedly the most delicate wireless detector known, but for a long time it was hard to produce and to maintain in the sensitive state. These difficulties do not exist now, and I am looking to valuable applications of this device, particularly in connection with the high-speed photographic method, which I suggested in wireless as well as in wire transmission. Possibly the most important advances during the following 3 or 4 years were my system of concatenated tuned circuits and methods of regulation, now universally adopted. The intimate bearing of these inventions on the development of the wireless art will appear from Figure 10, which illustrates an arrangement described in my U.S. Patent Number 568178 of September 22, 1896, and corresponding dispositions of wireless apparatus. The captions of the individual diagrams are thought sufficiently explicit to dispense with further comment. I will merely remark that in this early record, in addition to indicating how any number of resonant circuits may be linked and regulated, I have shown the advantage of the proper timing of primary impulses and use of harmonics. In a farcical wireless suit in London, some engineers, reckless of their reputation, have claimed that my circuits were not at all attuned. In fact, they asserted that I had looked upon resonance as a sort of wild and untamable beast. It will be of interest to compare my system as first described to a Belgian patent of 1897 with the Hertz wave system of that period. The significant differences between them will be observed at a glance. The first enables us to transmit economically energy to any distance, and is of inestimable value. The latter is capable of a radius of only a few miles, and is worthless. In the first there are no spark gaps, and the actions are enormously magnified by resonance. In both transmitter and receiver, the currents are transformed and rendered more effective and suitable for the operation of any desired device. Properly constructed, my system is safe against static and other interference, and the amount of energy which may be transmitted is billions of times greater than with the Hertzian, which has none of these virtues, has never been used successfully, and of which no trace can be found at the present. A well-advertised expert gave out a statement in 1899 that my apparatus did not work, and that it would take 200 years before a message would be flashed across the Atlantic, and he even accepted stolidly my congratulations on a supposed great feat. But subsequent examination of the record showed that my devices were secretly used all the time, and ever since I learned of this, I have treated these Borgia Medici methods with the contempt in which they are held by all fair-minded men. The wholesale appropriation of my inventions was, however, not always without a diverting side. As an example to the point, I may mention my oscillation transformer, operating with an air gap. This was in turn replaced by a carbon arc, quenched gap, an atmosphere of hydrogen, argon, or helium, by a mechanical brake with oppositely rotating members, a mercury interrupter, or some kind of vacuum bulb, and by such tours de force as many new "systems" have been produced. I refer to this, of course, without the slightest ill feeling. Let us advance by all means. But I cannot help thinking how much better it would have been if the ingenious men who have originated these systems had invented something of their own, instead of depending on me altogether. Before 1900, two most valuable improvements were made. One of these was my individualized system with transmitters emitting a wave complex and receivers comprising separate tuned elements, cooperatively associated. The underlying principle can be explained in a few words. Suppose that there are n simple vibrations suitable for use in wireless transmission. The probability that any one tune will be struck by an extraneous disturbance is 1 divided by n. There will then remain n-1 vibrations, and the chance that one of these will be excited is 1 divided by n-1. Hence the probability that 2 times would be struck at the same time is 1 divided by n times n-1. Similarly, for a combination of 3, the chance will be 1 divided by n times n-1 times n-2, and so on. It will readily be seen that in this manner any degree of safety against the statics or any kind of disturbance which can be attained, provided the receiving apparatus is so designed that its operation is possible only through the joint action of all the tuned element. This was a difficult problem which I have successfully solved, so that now any desired number of simultaneous messages is practicable in the transmission through the earth, as well as through artificial conductors. The other invention, of still greater importance, is a peculiar oscillator enabling the transmission of energy without wires, in any quantity that may ever be required for industrial use, to any distance, and with very high economy. It was the outcome of years of systematic study, and investigation, and wonders will be achieved by its means. The prevailing misconceptions of the mechanism involved in the wireless transmission has been responsible for various unwarranted announcements which have misled the public and worked harm. By keeping steadily in mind that the transmission through the earth is in every respect identical to that through a straight wire, one will gain a clear understanding of the phenomena, and will be able to judge correctly the merits of a new scheme. Without wishing to detract from the value of any plan that has been put forward, I may say that they are devoid of novelty. So, for instance, in Fig. 12, arrangements of transmitting and receiving circuits are illustrated, which I have described in my U.S. Patent No. 613809 of November 8, 1898, on a method of and apparatus for controlling mechanism of moving vessels or vehicles, and which have been recently dished up as original discoveries. In other patents and technical publications, I have suggested conductors in the ground as one of the obvious modifications indicated in Fig. 5. For the same reason, the statics are still the bane of the wireless. There is about as much virtue in the remedies recently proposed as in hair restorers. A small and compact apparatus has been produced which does away entirely with this trouble, at least in plants suitably remodeled. Nothing is more important in the present phase of development of the wireless art than to dispose of the dominant erroneous ideas. With this object I shall advance a few arguments based on my own observations, which prove that Hertz waves have little to do with the results obtained even at small distances. In Fig. 13, a transmitter is shown radiating space waves of considerable frequency. It is generally believed that these waves pass along the earth's surface, and thus affect the receivers. I can hardly think of anything more improbable than this gliding wave theory, and the conception of the guided wireless, which are contrary to all laws of action and reaction. Why should these disturbances cling to a conductor, where they are counteracted by induced currents, when they can propagate in all other directions unimpeded? The fact is that the radiations of the transmitter passing along the earth's surface are soon extinguished. The height of the inactive zone indicated in the diagram being some function of the wavelength, the bulk of the waves traversing freely the atmosphere. The fact is that the radiations of the transmitter passing along the earth's surface are soon extinguished, the height of the inactive zone indicated in the diagram being some function of the wavelength, the bulk of the waves traversing freely the atmosphere. Terrestrial phenomena, which I have noted conclusively, show that there is no Heaviside layer, or if it exists, it is of no effect. It certainly would be unfortunate if the human race were thus imprisoned and forever without power to reach out into the depths of space. The actions at a distance cannot be proportionate to the height of the antenna, and the current in the same. I shall endeavor to make this clear by reference to diagram in Fig. 14. The elevated terminal charged to a high potential induces an equal and opposite charge in the earth, and there are thus Q lines giving an average current I = 4 times Qn, which circulates locally and is useless except that it adds to the momentum. A relatively small number of lines, Q, however, go off to great distance, and to these corresponds a mean current of IE equals 4QN, which is due to the action at a distance. The total average current in the antenna is thus I times M equals 4 times Qn plus 4 times Qn, and its intensity is no criterion for the performance. The electric efficiency of the antenna is Q divided by Q plus Q, and this is often a very small fraction. Dr. L. W. Austin and Mr. J. L. Hogan have made quantitative measurements which are valuable, but far from supporting the Hertz wave theory, they are evidences in disapproval of the same, as will be easily perceived by taking the above facts into consideration. Dr. Austin's researches are especially useful and instructive, and I regret that I cannot agree with him on this subject. I do not think that if his receiver was affected by Hertz waves, he could ever establish such relations as he has found, but he would be likely to reach these results if the Hertz waves were in a large part eliminated. At great distance the space waves and the current waves are of equal energy, the former being merely an accompanying manifestation of the latter in accordance with the fundamental teachings of Maxwell. At great distance the space waves and the current waves are of equal energy, the former being merely an accompanying manifestation of the latter in accordance with the fundamental teachings of Maxwell. It occurs to me here to ask the question, why have the Hertz waves been reduced from the original frequencies to those I have advocated for my system, when in so doing the activity of the transmitting apparatus has been reduced a billionfold? I can invite any expert to perform an experiment such as illustrated in Figure 15, which shows the classical Hertz oscillator and my grounded transmitting circuit. It is a fact which I have demonstrated that although we may have in the Hertz oscillator an activity thousands of times greater, the effect on the receiver is not to be compared to that of the grounded circuit. This shows that in the transmission from an airplane we are merely working through a condenser, the capacity of which is a function of a logarithmic ratio between the length of the conductor and the distance from the ground. The receiver is affected in exactly the same manner as from an ordinary transmitter, the only difference being that there is a certain modification of the action which can be predetermined from the electrical constants. It is not at all difficult to maintain communication between an airplane and a station on the ground. On the contrary, the feat is very easy. To mention another experiment in support of my view, I may refer to Figure 16, in which two grounded circuits are shown excited by oscillations of the Hertzian order. It will be found that the antennas can be put out of parallelism without noticeable change in the action of the receiver, this proving that it is due to currents propagated through the ground, and not to space waves. Particularly significant are the results obtained in cases illustrated in Figures 17 and 18. In the former, an obstacle is shown in the path of the waves, but unless the receiver is within the effective electrostatic influence of the mountain range, the signals are not appreciably weakened by the presence of the latter, because the currents pass under it and excite the circuit in the same way, as if it were attached to an energized wire. If, as in Figure 18, a second range happens to be beyond the receiver, it could only strengthen the Hertz wave effect by reflection, but as a matter of fact it detracts greatly from the intensity of the received impulses, because the electric niveau between the mountains is raised, as I have explained in connection with my lightning protector in the Experimenter of February. Again, in Figure 19, two transmitting circuits, one grounded directly and the other through an air gap, are shown. It is a common observation that the former is far more effective, which could not be the case in a transmission with Hertz radiations. In like manner, if two grounded circuits are observed from day to day, the effect is found to increase greatly with the dampness of the ground, and the same reason also the transmission through sea water is more efficient. An illuminating experiment is indicated in Fig. 20, in which two grounded transmitters are shown, one with a large and the other with a small terminal capacity. Suppose that the latter be 1/10 of the former, but that it is charged to 10 times the potential, and let the frequency of the two circuits, and therefore the currents in both antennas, be exactly the same. The circuit with the smaller capacity will then have 10 times the energy of the other, but the effects on the receiver will be in no wise proportionate. The same conclusions will be reached by transmitting and receiving circuits with wires buried underground. In each case, the actions carefully investigated will be found due to earth currents. Numerous other proofs might be cited which can be easily verified. So, for example, oscillations of low frequency are ever so much more effective in the transmission which is inconsistent with the prevailing idea. My observations in 1900 and the recent transmissions of signals to very great distances are another emphatic disproval. The Hertz wave theory of wireless transmission may be kept up for a while, but I do not hesitate to say that in a short time it will be recognized as one of the most remarkable and inexplicable aberrations of the scientific mind which has ever been recorded in history. End of section 10. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com.
Section 11 of My Inventions and Other Works, Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tesla Bulbs, June 1919, by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, June 1919. In the May issue, in his article True Wireless, Nikola Tesla mentions the forerunner of the Audion, a vacuum bulb which he used in his earlier experiments. We have been in receipt of numerous letters from many individuals interested in this bulb who desire further particulars as to its operation, etc. Accordingly, we publish herewith some excerpts from a lecture by Dr. Tesla delivered before the Institution of Electrical Engineers and Royal Institution, London, February 1892. I think it best at this juncture to bring before you a phenomenon observed by me some time ago, which to the purely scientific investigator may perhaps appear more interesting than any of the results which I have the privilege to present to you this evening. It may be quite properly ranked among the brush phenomena. In fact, it is a brush formed at or near a single terminal in high vacuum. In bulbs provided with a conducting terminal, though it be of aluminum, the brush has but an ephemeral existence, and cannot, unfortunately, be indefinitely preserved in its most sensitive state, even in a bulb devoid of any conducting electrode. In studying the phenomenon, by all means a bulb having no leading-in wire should be used. I have found it best to use bulbs constructed as indicated in Figures 1 and 2. In Figure 1, the bulb comprises an incandescent lamp globe L, in the neck of which is sealed a barometer tube B, the end of which is blown out to form a small sphere S. This sphere should be sealed as closely as possible in the center of the large globe. Before sealing, a thin tube T of aluminum sheet may be slipped into the barometer tube, but it is not important to employ it. The small hollow sphere S is filled with some conducting powder, and a wire W is cemented in the neck for the purpose of connecting the conducting powder with the generator. The construction shown in Figure 2 was chosen in order to remove from the brush any conducting body which might possibly affect it. The bulb consists in this case of a lamp globe L, which has a neck N, provided with a tube B and a small sphere S sealed to it, so that two entirely independent compartments are formed, as indicated in the drawing. When the bulb is in use, the neck N is provided with a tinfoil coating, which is connected to the generator and acts inductively upon the moderately rarefied and highly conducting gas enclosed in the neck. From there the current passes through the tube B into the small sphere S, to act by induction upon the gas contained in the globe L. It is of advantage to make the tube T very thick, the hole through it very small, and to blow the sphere S very thin. It is of the greatest importance that the sphere S be placed in the center of the globe L. Figures 3, 4, and 5 indicate different forms or stages of the brush. Figure 1 shows the brush as it first appears in a bulb provided with a conducting terminal, but as in such a bulb it very soon disappears, often after a few minutes, I will confine myself to the description of the phenomenon as seen in a bulb without conducting electrode. It is observed under the following conditions. When the globe L, figures 1 and 2, is exhausted to a very high degree, generally the bulb is not excited upon connecting the wire W, figure 1, or the tinfoil coating of the bulb, figure 2, to the terminal of the induction coil. To excite it, it is usually sufficient to grasp the globe L with the hand. An intense phosphorescence then spreads at first over the globe, but soon gives place to a white, misty light. Shortly afterward, one may notice that the luminosity is unevenly distributed in the globe, and after passing the current for some time, the bulb appears as in figure 4. From this stage, the phenomenon will gradually pass to that indicated in figure 5, after some minutes, hours, days, or weeks, according as the bulb is worked. Warming the bulb or increasing the potential hastens the transit. When the brush assumes the form indicated in figure 5, it may be brought to a state of extreme sensitiveness to electrostatic and magnetic influence. The bulb hanging straight down from a wire, and all objects being remote from it, the approach of the observer at a few paces from the bulb will cause the brush to fly to the opposite side, and if he walks around the bulb, it will always keep on the opposite side. It may begin to spin around the terminal long before it reaches the sensitive stage, when it begins to turn around principally, but also before it is affected by a magnet, and at a certain stage it is susceptible to magnetic influence to an astonishing degree. A small permanent magnet, with its poles at a distance of no more than 2 centimeters, will affect it visibly at a distance of 2 meters, slowing down or accelerating the rotation according to how it is held relatively to the brush. I think I have observed that at the stage when it is most sensitive to magnetic, it is not most sensitive to electrostatic influence. When the bulb hangs with the globe L down, the rotation is always clockwise. In the southern hemisphere it would occur in the opposite direction, and on the equator the brush should not turn at all. The rotation may be reversed by a magnet kept at some distance. The brush rotates best, seemingly, when it is at right angles to the lines of force of the earth. It very likely rotates, when at its maximum speed, in synchronism with the alternations, say 10,000 times a second. The rotation can be slowed down or accelerated by the approach or receding of the observer, or any conducting body, but it cannot be reversed by putting the bulb in any position. When it is in the state of the highest sensitiveness, and the potential or frequency be varied, the sensitiveness is rapidly diminished. Changing either of these but little will generally stop the rotation. The sensitiveness is likewise affected by the variations of temperature. To attain great sensitiveness, it is necessary to have the small sphere S in the center of the globe L, as otherwise the electrostatic action of the glass of the globe will tend to stop the rotation. The sphere S should be small and of uniform thickness. Any dissymmetry, of course, has the effect to diminish the sensitiveness. The fact that the brush rotates in a definite direction in a permanent magnetic field seems to show that in alternating currents of very high frequency the positive and negative impulses are not equal, but that one always preponderates over the other. Of course, this rotation in one direction may be due to the action of the two elements of the same current upon each other, or to the action of the field produced by one of the elements upon the other, as in a series motor, without necessarily one impulse being stronger than the other. The fact that the brush turns, as far as I could observe, in any position, would account for this theory. In such case it would turn at any point of the earth's surface. But, on the other hand, it is then hard to explain why a permanent magnet should reverse the rotation, and one must assume the preponderance of impulses of one kind. As to the causes of the formation of the brush or stream, I think it is due to the electrostatic action of the globe and the dissymmetry of the parts. If the small bulb S and the globe L were perfect concentric spheres, and the glass throughout of the same thickness and quality, I think the brush would not form, as the tendency to pass would be equal on all sides. That the formation of the stream is due to an irregularity is apparent from the fact that it has the tendency to remain in one position, and rotation occurs most generally only when it is brought out of this position by electrostatic or magnetic influence. When in an extremely sensitive state, it rests in one position, and most curious experiments may be performed with it. For instance, the experimenter may, by selecting a proper position, approach the hand at a certain considerable distance to the bulb, and he may cause the brush to pass off by merely stiffening the muscles of the arm. When it begins to rotate slowly, and the hands are held at a proper distance, it is impossible to make even the slightest motion without producing a visible effect upon the brush. A metal plate connected to the other terminal of the coil affects it at a great distance, slowing down the rotation often to 1 turn a second. I am firmly convinced that such a brush, when we learn how to produce it properly, will provide a valuable aid in the investigation of the nature of the forces acting in an electrostatic or magnetic field. If there is any motion which is measurable going on in the space, such a brush ought to reveal it. It is, so to speak, a beam of light, frictionless, devoid of inertia. I think that it may find practical applications in telegraphy. With such a brush, it should be possible to send dispatches across the Atlantic, for instance, with any speed, since its sensitiveness may be so great that the slightest changes will affect it. If it were possible to make the stream more intense and very narrow, its deflections could be easily photographed. I have been interested to find whether there is a rotation of the stream itself, or whether there is simply a stress traveling around the bulb. For this purpose, I mounted a light mica fan so that its vanes were in the path of the brush. If the stream itself was rotating, the fan would be spun around. I could produce no distinct rotation of the fan, although I tried the experiment repeatedly. But as the fan exerted a noticeable influence on the stream, and the apparent rotation of the latter was, in this case, never quite satisfactory, the experiment did not appear to be conclusive. I have been unable to produce the phenomenon with the disruptive discharge coil, although every other form of these phenomena can be well produced by it. Many, in fact, much better than with coils operated from an alternator. It may be possible to produce the brush by impulses of one direction, or even by a steady potential, in which case it would be still more sensitive to magnetic influence. Figure 6 shows a practical application of the Tesla bulb. The bulb itself, as will be seen, is excited by means of a Tesla high-frequency alternator, which, in turn, is connected to the primary of a transformer. The secondary of the transformer is grounded at one end, while the other end of the transformer connects with the Tesla bulb. Dr. Tesla, in an interview, stated that the best way to use the bulb for such experiments is when the shaft of light is in the position as shown in figures 5 and 6, at rest, but in a state of equilibrium inconceivably delicate. This is fully described above in Dr. Tesla's lecture. The inventor states that in such a condition the shaft of light is marvelously sensitive to magnetic disturbances. Dr. Tesla informs us that a toy permanent horseshoe magnet not longer than 1/2 inch and with its poles 1/8 inch apart could with ease throw the shaft of light out of its normal direction across the whole room. In our illustration, an electromagnet is shown a few inches away from light ray, and we can imagine a slot in a screen in such a way that normally no light falls through it. If, however, very faint radiotelegraphic impulses surge through the electromagnet, the light ray will immediately become displaced and will fall into the slot. Inasmuch as this shaft of light has no inertia, it will follow exactly the dot and dash impulses surging through the electromagnet, no matter how rapidly they take place. They can then either be read off by the eye or, if desired, can be registered upon a fast-moving film. This method will, of course, only be used where the transmission is made at high speed, and where it would be impossible for an operator at the receiving end to follow the dots and dashes with the eye. The method shown by us in Figure 6, of course, represents only one. Many others can undoubtedly be evolved to use the Tesla bulb to advantage. End of section 11.
Section 12 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, interfaceaudio.com. The Moon's Rotation by Nikola Tesla, Part 1. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, April 1919. Since the appearance of my article entitled The Famous Scientific Illusions in your February issue, I have received a number of letters criticizing the views I expressed regarding the moon's axial rotation. These have been partly answered by any statement to the New York Tribune of February 23rd, which allow me to quote: "In your issue of February 2nd, Mr. Charles E. Manier, commenting upon my article in the Electrical Experimenter for February, which appeared in the Tribune of January 26th, suggests that I give a definition of axial rotation. I intend to be explicit on this point, as may be judged from the following quotation. The unfailing test of the spinning of a mass is, however, the existence of energy of motion. The moon is not possessed of such vis viva. By this I meant that axial rotation is not simply rotation upon an axis nonchalantly defined in dictionaries, but is a circular motion in the true physical sense. That is, one in which half the product of the mass with the square of velocity is a definite and positive quantity. The moon is a nearly spherical body of a radius of about 1,087.5 miles, from which I calculate its volume to be approximately 5,300,216,300 cubic miles. Since its mean density is 3.27, 1 cubic foot of material composing it weighs close on 205 pounds. Accordingly, the total weight of the satellite is about 79,969 trillion, and its mass 2,483,500 terrestrial short tons. Assuming that the moon does physically rotate upon its axis, it performs one revolution in 27 days, 7 hours, 43 minutes, and 11 seconds, or 2,360,591 seconds. If, in conformity with mathematical principles, we imagine the entire mass concentrated at a distance from the center equal to 2/5 of the radius, then the calculated rotational velocity is 3.04 feet per second, at which the globe would contain 11,474 billion short foot tons of energy sufficient to run 1 billion horsepower for a period of 1,323 years. Now I say that there is not enough of that energy in the moon to run a delicate watch. In astronomical treatises, usually the argument is advanced that if the lunar globe did not turn upon its axis, it would expose all parts to terrestrial view. As only a little over 1/2 is visible, it must rotate. But this inference is erroneous, for it only admits one alternative. There are an infinite number of axes besides its own, in each of which the moon might turn, and still exhibit the same peculiarity. I have stated in my article that the moon rotates about an axis passing through the center of the earth, which is not strictly true, but it does not vitiate the conclusions I have drawn. It is well known, of course, that the two bodies revolve around a common center of gravity, which is at a distance of a little over 2,899 miles from the earth's center. Another mistake in books on astronomy is made in considering this motion equivalent to that of a weight whirled on a string or in a sling. In the first place, there is an essential difference between these two devices, though involving the same mechanical principle. If a metal ball attached to a string is whirled around and the latter breaks, an axial rotation of the missile results, which is definitely related in magnitude and direction to the motion preceding. By way of illustration, if the ball is whirled on the string clockwise 10 times per second, then when it flies off, it will rotate on its axis 10 times per second, likewise in the direction of a clock. Quite different are the conditions when the ball is thrown from a sling. In this case, a much more rapid rotation is imparted to it in the opposite sense. There is no true analogy to these in the motion of the moon. If the gravitational string, as it were, would snap, the satellite would go off in a tangent without the slightest swerving or rotation, for there is no moment about the axis, and consequently no tendency whatever to spinning motion. Mr. Manière is mistaken in his surmise as to what would happen if the earth were suddenly eliminated. Let us suppose that this would occur at the instant when the moon is in opposition. Then it would continue on its elliptical path around the sun, presenting to it steadily the face which was always exposed to the earth. If, on the other hand, the latter would disappear at the moment of conjunction, the moon would gradually swing around through 180 degrees, and after a number of oscillations, revolve again with the same face to the sun. In either case there would be no periodic changes, but eternal day and night, respectively, on the sides turned towards and away from the luminary. Some of the arguments advanced by the correspondents are ingenious, and not a few comical. None, however, are valid. One of the writers imagines the earth in the center of a circular orbital plate, having fixedly attached to its peripheral portion a disc-shaped moon, in frictional or geared engagement with another disc of the same diameter, and freely rotatable on a pivot projecting from an arm entirely independent of the planetary system. The arm being held continuously parallel to itself, the pivoted disc, of course, is made to turn on its axis as the orbital plate is rotated. This is a well-known drive, and the rotation of the pivoted disc is as palpable a fact as that of the orbital plate. But the moon in this model only revolves about the center of the system, without the slightest angular displacement on its own axis. The same is true of a cartwheel to which this writer refers. So long as it advances on the earth's surface, it turns on the axle in the true physical sense. When one of its spokes is always kept in a perpendicular position, the wheel revolves around the earth's center, but axial rotation has ceased. Those who think that it then still exists are laboring under an illusion. An obvious fallacy is involved in the following abstract reasoning. The orbital plate is assumed to gradually shrink, so that finally the centers of the earth and the satellite coincide when the latter revolves simultaneously about its own and the earth's axis. We may reduce the earth to a mathematical point, and the distance between the two planets to the radius of the moon without affecting the system in principle. But a further diminution of the distance is manifestly absurd and of no bearing on the question under consideration. In all the communications I have received, though different in the manner of presentation, The successive changes of position in space are mistaken for axial rotation. So, for instance, a positive refutation of my arguments is found in the observation that the moon exposes all sides to other planets. It revolves, to be sure, but none of the evidences is a proof that it turns on its axis. Even the well-known experiment with the Foucault pendulum, although exhibiting similar phenomena as on our globe, would merely demonstrate a motion of the satellite about some axis. The view I have advanced is not based on a theory, but on facts, demonstrable by experiment. It is not a matter of definition as some would have it. A mass revolving on its axis must be possessed of momentum. If it has none, there is no axial rotation, all appearances to the contrary notwithstanding. A few simple calculations based on well-established mechanical principles will make this clear. Consider the first case of two equal weights, W and WS, in Figure 1, whirled about the center 0 on a string S as shown. Assuming the latter to break at A, both weights will fly off on tangents to their circles of gyration, and being animated with different velocities, they will rotate around their common center of gravity, 0. If the weights are whirled n times per second, then the speed of the outer and the inner one will be, respectively, v equals 2 times r plus small r, n, and v equals 2 pi times r minus r, n. And the difference, v minus v squared, equals 4 pi times r times n, will be the length of the circular path of the outer weight. Inasmuch, however, there will be equalization of the speeds until the mean value is attained, we shall have v minus v1 divided by 2 equals 2 pi rn equals 2 pi r large N being the number of revolutions per second of the weights around their center of gravity. Evidently, then, the weights continue to rotate at the original weight and in the same direction. I know this to be a fact from actual experiments. It also follows that a ball, as that shown in the figure, will behave in a similar manner, for the two half-spherical masses can be concentrated at their centers of gravity, and m and m1 respectively will be at a distance from 0 equal to 3/8 times r. This being understood, imagine a number of balls m carried by as many spokes s, radiating from a hub h, as illustrated in Figure 2, and let this system be rotated n times per second around center 0 on frictionless bearings. A certain amount of work will be required to bring the structure to this speed, and it will be found that it equals exactly half the product of the masses with the square of the tangential velocity. Now, if it be true that the moon rotates in reality on its axis, this must also hold good for each of the balls, as it performs the same kind of movement. Therefore, imparting to the system a given velocity, energy must have been used up in the axial rotation of the balls. Let m be the mass of one of these, and r the radius of gyration. Then the rotational energy will be E equals 1/2 m times 2 pi Rn squared. Since for one complete turn of the wheel, every ball makes one revolution on its axis, according to the prevailing theory, the energy of axial rotation of each ball will be C equals 1/2 m 2 pi Rn squared, R1 being the radius of gyration about the axis, and equal to 0.6325 r. We can use as large balls as we like, and so make C a considerable percentage of E, and yet it is positively established by experiment that each of the rotating balls contain only the energy E, no power whatever being consumed in the supposed axial rotation, which is consequently wholly illusionary. Something even more interesting may, however, be stated. As I have shown before, a ball flying off will rotate at the rate of the wheel and in the same direction. But this whirling motion, unlike that of a projectile, neither adds to nor detracts from the energy of the translatory movement, which is exactly equal to the work consumed in giving to the mass the observed velocity. From the foregoing it will be seen that in order to make one physical revolution on its axis, the moon should have twice its present angular velocity, and then it would contain a quantity of stored energy as given in my above letter to the New York Tribune, on the assumption that the radius of gyration is 2/5 that of figure. This, of course, is uncertain, as the distribution of density in the interior is unknown. But from the character of motion of the satellite, it may be concluded with certitude that it is devoid of momentum about its axis. If it be bisected by a plane tangential to the orbit, the masses of the two halves are inversely as the distances of their centers of gravity from the earth's center, and therefore if the latter were to disappear suddenly, no axial rotation, as in the case of a weight thrown off, would ensue. End of section 12. Read by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. Section 13 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla. Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. The Moon's Rotation, Part 2, by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, June 1919. In revising my article on the Moon's rotation, which appeared in the April issue of the Electrical Experimenter, I appended a few remarks to the original text in further support and elucidation of the theory advanced. Due to the printer's error, these were lost, and in consequence I found it necessary to forward another communication, which unfortunately was received too late for embodiment in the May number. Meanwhile, many letters have reached me in which certain phenomena represented by rotating bodies, as the moon's librations of longitude, are cited as evidences of energy due to spinning motion. In revising my article on the moon's rotation, which appeared in the April issue of the Electrical Experimenter, I appended a few remarks to the original text in further support and elucidation of the theory advanced. Due to the printer's error, these were lost, and in consequence I found it necessary to forward another communication, which unfortunately was received too late for embodiment in the May number. Meanwhile, many letters have reached me in which certain phenomena presented by rotating bodies, as the moon's librations of longitude, are cited as evidences of energy due to spinning motion, i.e., proofs of axial rotation of the satellite in the true physical sense. I trust that the following amplified statement will meet all of the objections raised, and convert to my views those who are still unconvinced. The kinetic energy of a rotating mass can be determined in 4 ways, which are illustrated in diagrams, figures 1, 2, 3, and 4, and may be found more or less suitable. Referring to Figure 1, the method consists in selecting judiciously a number of points, as O1, O2, O3, etc., within the straight rod or mass M, respectively at distances R1, R2, R3, etc., from the axis of rotation 0, and calculating the square root of the mean square of these distances, its value being Rg, denoted radius of gyration. The effective velocity of the mass at n revolutions per second will be v e equals 2 pi r g n, and its kinetic energy E equals half m times v e squared equals half m times 2 pi r g n squared. In Figure 2, the mass m, rotating n times per second, about an axis 0 at right angles to the plane of the paper, In Figure 2, the mass m rotating n times per second about an axis 0 at right angles to the plane of the paper is divided into numerous elements or small parts, most conveniently very thin concentric laminae, as 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, etc. at distances r1, r2, r3, etc. from 0. Since the kinetic energy of each part is equal to half the product of its mass and the square of the velocity, the sum of all these elemental energies, E equals half mv2 equals half m1, v1 plus 1 half m2, v2 squared plus 1 half ma v squared 3 plus equals half m1 times 2 pi r1n squared plus half m2 times 2 pi r squared n squared plus 1 half ms 2 pi r3n squared. A different form of expression for the energy of a rotating body may be obtained by determining its moment of inertia. For this purpose, the mass m in Figure 3, rotating n times per second about an axis O, is separated into minute parts as m1, m2, m3, etc., respectively at distances r1, r2, r3, etc. from the same. The sum of the products of all these small masses and the squares of their distances is the moment of inertia I, and then E equals 1 half I W2, W equals 2 pi n, being the angular velocity. It is obvious that in all these instances, many points or elements will be required for great accuracy, but as a rule very few are sufficient in practice. Still another way to compute the kinetic energy is illustrated in Figure 4, in which case quantity I is given in terms of the moment of inertia IC about another axis parallel to 0 and passing through the center of gravity C of mass m. In conformity with this, the energy of motion E equals half mv squared plus half IE w squared, in which equation v is the velocity of the center of gravity. The preceding is deemed indispensable, as I note that the correspondents, even those who seem thoroughly familiar with mechanical principles, fail to make a distinction between theoretical and physical truths, which is essential to my argument. In estimating the kinetic energy of a rotating mass in any of the ways indicated, we arrive, through suitable conceptions and methods of approximation, at expressions which may be made quantitatively precise to any desired degree, but do not truly define the actual condition of the body. To illustrate, when proceeding according to the plan of Figure 1, we find a certain hypothetical velocity with which the entire mass should move in order to contain the same energy, a state wholly imaginary and irreconcilable with the actual. Only when all particles of the body have the same velocity does the product 1/2 mv squared specify a physical fact, and is numerically and descriptively accurate. Still more remote from palpable truth is the equation of motion obtained in the manner indicated in Figure 4, in which the first term represents the kinetic energy of translation of the body as a whole, and the second that of its axial rotation. The former would demand a movement of the mass in a definite path and direction, all particles having the same velocity, the latter its simultaneous motion in another path and direction, the particles having different velocities. This abstract idea of angular motion is chiefly responsible for the illusion of the moon's axial rotation, which I shall endeavor to dispel by additional evidences. With this object, attention is called to Figure 5, showing a system composed of 8 balls, M, which are carried on spokes, S, radiating from a hub, H, rotatable around a central axis, 0 in bearings supposed to be frictionless. It is an arrangement similar to that before illustrated, with the exception that the balls, instead of forming parts of the spokes, are supported in screw pivots, which are normally loose but can be tightened so as to permit both free turning and rigid fixing as may be desired. To facilitate observation, the spokes are provided with radial marks and the lower sides of the balls are shaded. Assume first that the drawing depicts the state of the rest, the balls being rotatable without friction, and let an angular velocity, w equals 2 pi n, be imparted to the system in the clockwise direction, as indicated by the long solid arrow. Viewing a ball as m, its successive positions 1, 2, 3 to 8 in space, and also relatively to the spoke, will be just as drawn, and it is evident from an inspection of the diagram that while moving with the angular velocity w about 0 in the clockwise direction, the ball turns with respect to its axis, at the same angular velocity, but in the opposite direction, that of the dotted arrow. The combined result of these two motions is a translatory movement of the ball, such that all particles are animated with the same velocity, v, which is that of its center of gravity. In this case, granted that there is absolutely no friction, the kinetic energy of each ball will be given by the product of 1/2 m times v squared, not approximately but with mathematical rigor. If now the pivots are screwed tight and the balls fixed rigidly to the spokes, this angular motion relatively to their axis becomes physically impossible, and then it is found that the kinetic energy of each ball is increased, the increment being exactly the energy of rotation of the ball on its axis. This fact, which is borne out both by theory and experiment, is the foundation of the general notion that a gyrating body, in this instance ball M, presenting always the same face towards the center of motion, actually rotates upon its axis in the same sense, as indicated by the short full arrow, but it does not, though to the eye it seems so. The fallacy will become manifest on further inquiry. To begin with, observe that when a mass, say the armature of an electric motor, rotating with the angular velocity w is reversed, its speed is minus w, and the difference w minus times minus w equals 2 times w. Now, in fixing the ball to the spoke, the change of angular velocity is only w. Therefore, an additional velocity w would have to be imparted to it in order to cause a clockwise rotation of the ball on its axis in the true significance of the word. The kinetic energy would then be equal to the sum of the energies of the translatory and axial motions, not merely in the abstract mathematical meaning, but as a physical fact. I am well aware that, according to the prevailing opinion, when the ball is free on the pivots, it does not turn on its axis at all, and only rotates with the angular velocity of the frame when rigidly attached to the same. But the truth will appear upon a closer examination of this kind of movement. Let the system be rotated as first assumed and illustrated, the balls being perfectly free on the pivots, and imagine the latter to be gradually tightened to cause friction, slowly reducing and finally preventing the slip. At the outset, all particles of each ball have been moving with the speed of its center of gravity, but as the bearing resistance asserts itself more and more, the translatory velocity of the particles nearer to the axis 0 will be diminishing, while that of the diametrically opposite ones will be increasing, until the maxima of these changes are attained, when the balls are firmly held. In this operation we have thus deprived those parts of the masses which are nearer to the center of motion of some kinetic energy of translation, while adding to the energy of those which are farther, and obviously the gain was greater than the loss, so that the effective velocity of each ball as a whole was increased. Only so have we augmented the kinetic energy of the system, not by causing axial rotation of the balls. The energy E of each of these is solely that of translatory movement, with an effective velocity VE as above defined, such that E equals half mv e squared. The axial rotations of the ball in either direction are but apparent. They have no reality whatever and call for no mechanical effort. It is merely when an extraneous force acts independently to turn the whirling body on its axis that energy comes into play. Incidentally, it should be pointed out that in true axial rotation of a rigid and homogeneous mass, all symmetrically situated particles contribute equally to the momentum, which is not the case here. That there exists not even the slightest tendency to such motion can, however, be readily established. For this purpose I would refer to Figure 6, showing a ball M of radius r, the center C of which is at a distance r from axis 0, and which is bisected by a tangential plane PP as indicated, the lower half sphere being shaded for distinction. The kinetic energy of the ball, when whirled n times per second, about 0, is, according to the first form of expression, E equals half mv e squared equals half m times 2 pi r g n squared, m being the mass and r g the radius of gyration. But, as explained in connection with Figure 4, we have also E equals 1 half mv squared plus 1 half I.e. w squared, v equals 2 pi r n, being the velocity of the center of gravity, c, and I.c., the moment of inertia of the ball, about the parallel axis passing through C, and equal to 2/5 mi squared, so that E equals half m times 2 pi r n squared, plus half m r squared times 2 pi n squared. Neither of these two expressions for E describes the actual state of the body, but the first is certainly preferable, conveying, as it does, the idea of a single motion instead of two, one of which, moreover, is devoid of existence. I shall first undertake to demonstrate that there is no torque or rotary effort about center C, and that the kinetic energy of the supposed axial rotation of the ball is mathematically equal to 0. This makes it necessary to consider the two halves separated by the tangential plane PP, wholly independent from one another. Let C1 and C2 be their centers of gravity. Then CC1 equals CC2 equals 3/8 r. In order to ascertain the kinetic energy of the hemispheres, we have to find their radii of gyration, which can be done by determining the moments of inertia IC1 and IC2 about parallel axes passing through C1 and C2. Complex calculation will be avoided by remembering that the moment of inertia of either one of the half spheres about an axis through C is IC equals 1 half mr squared, and since m equals 2m, IC equals 2/5 mr squared. This can be expressed in terms of the moments IC1 and IC2, namely IC equals IC1 plus m times 3/8 r squared equals IC2 plus m times 3/8 r squared. Hence IC1 equals IC2 equals IC minus m times 3/8 r squared equals 2/5 m times r squared minus 9/64 m times r squared equals 83/320 m times r squared. Following the same rule, the moments of inertia of the half spheres about the axis passing through the center of motion 0 can be found. Designating the moments for the upper and lower halves of the ball, respectively, IO1 and IO2, we have IO1 equals m times r plus 3/8 r squared, plus IC1 equals m times r plus 3/8 r squared, plus 83/320 m times r squared, and IO squared equals m times r minus 3/8 r squared, plus IC squared equals m times r minus 3/8 r squared, plus 83/320 m r squared. Thus, for the upper half sphere, the radius of the gyration, rg1, equals IO1 divided by m equals r plus 3/8 r squared plus 83 3/20 r squared. And for the lower one, rg2 equals IO2 divided by m equals r minus 3/8 r squared plus 83 3/20 r squared. These are the distances from the center, 0, at which the masses of the half spheres may be concentrated, and then the algebraic sum of their energies, which are wholly translatory, those of axial rotation being nil, will be exactly equal to the total kinetic energy of the ball as a unit. The significance of this will be understood by reference to Figure 7, in which the two masses, condensed into points, are represented as attached to independent weightless strings of lengths r, g1, and rg2, which are purposely shown as displaced, but should be imagined as coincident. It will be readily seen that if both strings are cut in the same instant, the masses will fly off in tangents to their circular orbits, the angular movement becoming rectilinear, without any transformation of energy occurring. Let us now inquire what will happen if the two masses are rigidly joined, the connection being assumed imponderable. Here we come to the real bug in the question under discussion. Evidently, so long as the whirling motion continues, and both the masses have precisely the same angular velocity, this connecting link will be of no effect whatever. Not the slightest turning effort about the common center of gravity of the masses, or tendency of equalization of energy between them will exist. The moment the strings are broken, and they are thrown off, they will begin to rotate, but as pointed out before, this motion neither adds to or detracts from the energy stored. The rotation is, however, not due to an exclusive virtue of angular motion, but to the fact that the tangential velocities of the masses, or parts of the body thrown off, are different. To make this clear and to investigate the effects produced, imagine two rifle barrels, as shown in Figure 8, placed parallel to each other with their axes separated by a distance, rg1 minus rg2, and assume that two balls of the same diameter, each having mass m, are discharged with muzzle velocities v1 and v2 respectively equal to 2 pi n r g1 and 2 pi n r g2, as in the case just considered. If it be further supposed that at the instant of leaving the barrels, the balls are joined by a rigid but weightless link, they will rotate about their common center of gravity, and in accordance with the statement in my previous article above mentioned, the relation will exist v1 minus v2 divided by 2 equals pi n times rg1 minus rg2, n being the number of revolutions per second. The equalization of the speeds and kinetic energies of the balls will be, under these circumstances, very rapid, but in two heavenly bodies linked by gravitational attraction, the process might require ages. Now, this whirling movement is real, and requires energy, which obviously must be derived from that originally imparted, and consequently must reduce the velocity of the balls in the direction of flight by an amount which can be easily calculated. At the moment of discharge, the total kinetic energy was E equals half m v1 squared plus half m v2 squared, which is evidently equal to m v3 squared, v3 being the effective velocity of the common center of gravity, from which follows that v3 equals v1 squared plus v2 squared divided by 2. The speed of revolution of the masses is, of course, v1 minus v2 divided by 2, and the rotational energy of both balls, which must be considered as points, is E equals m times v1 minus v2, m times v1 minus v2 divided by 2. The kinetic energy of translation in the direction of flight, then, is 1/2 m v1 squared plus 1/2 m v2 squared minus m times v1 minus v2 divided by 2 equals m times v1 plus v2 divided by 2 equals m v4 squared. v4 equals v1 plus v2 divided by 2, being the speed of the common center of gravity, so that v3 minus v4 is the loss of velocity in the direction of flight, owing to the rotation of the two mass points. If instead of these we would deal with the balls as they are, their rotational energy E1 equals E plus I W squared equals m times v1 plus v2 divided by 2 plus I times 2 pi n squared, I being the moment of inertia of each ball about its axis. As will be seen, we arrive at precisely the same result, whether the movement is rectilinear or in a circle. In both cases, the total kinetic energy can be divided into two parts, respectively, of the same numerical values. But there is an essential difference. In angular motion, the axial rotation is nothing more than an abstract conception. In rectilinear movement, it is a positive event. Virtually all satellites rotate in like manner, and the probability that the acceleration or retardation of their axial motions, if they ever existed, should come to a stop precisely at a definite angular velocity is infinitesimal, while it is almost absolutely certain that all movement of this kind would ultimately cease. The most plausible view is that no true moon has ever rotated on its axis, for at the time of its birth there must have been some deformation and displacement of its center of gravity through the attractive force of the mother planet, so as to make its peculiar position in space, relative to the latter, in which it persists irrespective of distance, more or less stable. In explanation of this, suppose that one of the balls, as M in Figure 5, is not of homogeneous material, and that it is similarly supported but on an axis passing through its center of gravity, instead of form. Then, no matter in what position the ball is fixed on the pivots, its kinetic energy and centrifugal pull will be the same. Nevertheless, a directive tendency will exist, as the two centers do not coincide, and there is consequently no dynamic balance. When permitted to turn freely on the axis of gravity, the body, of whatever shape it may be, will tend to place itself so that the line joining the two center points to 0, and there may be two positions of stability, but generally, if the center of gravity is not greatly displaced, the heavier side will swing outwardly. Such condition may obtain in the moon if it had solidified before receding from the earth to great distance, when the arrangement of the masses in its interior became subject to gravitational forces of its own, vastly greater than the terrestrial. It has been suggested that the planet is egg-shaped or ellipsoidal, but the departure from spherical form must be inconsiderable. It may even be a perfect sphere with the centers of gravity and symmetry coinciding, and still rotate as it does. Whatever be its origin and past history, the fact is that at present all parts have the same angular velocity, as though it were rigidly connected with the earth. This state must endure forever unless forces from without the luna-terrestrial system bring about different conditions, and thus the hope of the stargazers that its other side may become visible some day must be indefinitely deferred. A motion of this character, as I have shown, precludes the possibility of axial rotation. The easiest way to free ourselves of this illusion is to conceive the satellite subdivided into minute and entirely independent parts as dust particles, which have different orbital but rigorously the same angular velocities. One must at once recognize that the kinetic energy of such an agglomeration is solely translational, there being absolutely no tendency to axial rotation. This makes it also perfectly clear why the moon, provided its distance does not greatly increase, must always turn the same face to us, even without any inherent tendency nor so much as the slightest effort from the earth. Referring to the librations of longitude, I do not see that they have any bearing on this question. In astronomical treatises, the axial rotation of the moon is accepted as a material fact, and it is thought that its angular velocity is constant, while that of the orbital movement is not, thus resulting in an apparent oscillation, revealing more of its surface to our view. To a degree this may be true, but I hold that the mere change of orbital velocity, as will be evident from what has been stated before, could not produce these phenomena, for no matter how fast or slow the gyration, the position of the body relative to the center of attraction remains the same. The real cause of these axial displacements is the changing distance of the moon from the earth, owing to which the tangential components of velocity of its parts are varied. In apogee, when the planet recedes, the radial component of velocity decreases, while the tangential increases, but as the decrement of the former is the same for all parts, this is more pronounced in the regions facing the earth than in those turning away from it, the consequence being an axial displacement exposing more of the eastern side. In perigee, on the contrary, the radial component increases, and the effect is just the opposite, with the result that more of the western side is seen. The moon actually swings on the axis, passing through its center of gravity, on which it is supported like a ball on a string. The forces involved in these pendular movements are incomparably smaller than those required to effect changes in orbital velocity. If we estimate the radius of gyration of the satellite at 600 miles and its mean distance from the earth at 240,000 miles, then the energy necessary to rotate it once a month would be only 600 divided by 240,000 squared equals 1 divided by 160,000 of the kinetic energy of the orbital movement. End of section 13. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, interfaceaudio.com.
Section 14 of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla, Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Electrical Oscillators by Nikola Tesla. This article was published in Electrical Experimenter, July 1919. Few fields have been opened up the exploration of which has proved as fruitful as that of high-frequency currents. The singular properties and the spectacular character of the phenomena they presented immediately commanded universal attention. Scientific men became interested in their investigation, engineers were attracted by the commercial possibilities, and physicians recognized in them a long-sought means for effective treatment of bodily ills. Since the publication of my first researches in 1891, hundreds of volumes have been written on the subject, and many invaluable results obtained through the medium of this new agency. Yet the art is only in its infancy, and the future has incomparably bigger things in store. From the very beginning, I felt the necessity of producing efficient apparatus to meet a rapidly growing demand, and during the 8 years succeeding my original announcement, I developed not less than 50 types of these transformers or electrical oscillators, each complete in every detail and refined to such a degree that I could not materially improve any of them today. Had I been guided by practical considerations, I might have built up an immense and profitable business, incidentally rendering important services to the world. But the force of circumstances and the ever-enlarging vista of greater achievements turned my efforts in other directions. And so it comes that instruments will shortly be placed on the market which, oddly enough, were perfected 20 years ago. These oscillators are expressly intended to operate on direct and alternating lighting circuits, and to generate damped and undamped oscillations or currents of any frequency, volume, and tension within the widest limits. They are compact, self-contained, require no care for long periods of time, and will be found very convenient and useful for various purposes, as wireless telegraphy and telephony, conversion of electrical energy, formation of chemical compounds through fusion and combination, synthesis of gases, manufacture of ozone, lighting, welding, municipal, hospital and domestic sanitation and sterilization, and numerous other applications in scientific laboratories and industrial institutions. While these transformers have never been described before, the general principles underlying them were fully set forth in my published articles and patents, more particularly those of September 22, 1896, and it is thought, therefore, that the appended photographs of a few types, together with a short explanation, will convey all the information that may be desired. The essential parts of such an oscillator are a condenser, a self-induction coil for charging the same to a high potential, a circuit controller, and a transformer which is energized by the oscillatory discharges of the condenser. There are at least 3, but usually 4, 5 or 6 circuits in tune, and the regulation is effected in several ways, most frequently merely by means of an adjusting screw. Under favorable conditions, an efficiency as high as 85% is attainable. That is to say, that percentage of the energy supplied can be recovered in the secondary of the transformer. While the chief virtue of this kind of apparatus is obviously due to the wonderful powers of the condenser, special qualities result from concatenation of circuits under observance of accurate harmonic relations, and minimization of frictional and other losses, which has been one of the principal objects of the design. Broadly, the instruments can be divided into 2 classes, one in which the circuit controller comprises solid contacts, and the other in which the make and break is effected by mercury. Figures 1 to 8 inclusive belong to the first, and the remaining ones to the second class. The former are capable of an appreciably higher efficiency on account of the fact that the losses involved in the make and break are reduced to the minimum and the resistance component of the damping factor is very small. The latter are preferable for purposes requiring larger output and a great number of breaks per second. The operation of the motor and circuit controller of course consumes a certain amount of energy, which, however, is the less significant the larger the capacity of the machine. In Figure 1 is shown one of the earliest forms of oscillator constructed for experimental purposes. The condenser is contained in a square box of mahogany, upon which is mounted the self-induction or charging coil wound, as will be noted, in 2 sections connected in multiple or series according to whether the tension of the supply circuit is 110 or 220 volts. From the box protrude 4 brass columns carrying a plate with the spring contacts and adjusting screws, as well as 2 massive terminals for the reception of the primary of the transformer. 2 of the columns serve as condenser connections, while the other pair is employed to join the binding posts of the switch in front to the self-inductance and condenser. The primary coil consists of a few turns of copper ribbon, to the ends of which are soldered short rods fitting into the terminals referred to. The secondary is made in 2 parts, wound in a manner to reduce as much as possible the distributed capacity and at the same time enable the coil to withstand a very high pressure between its terminals at the center, which are connected to binding posts on 2 rubber columns projecting from the primary. The circuit connections may be slightly varied, but ordinarily they are as diagrammatically illustrated in the Electrical Experimenter for May on page 89, relating to my oscillation transformer photograph, of which appeared on page 16 of the same number. The operation is as follows. When the switch is thrown on, the current from the supply circuit rushes through the self-induction coil, magnetizing the iron core within and separating the contacts of the controller. The high tension-induced current then charges the condenser, and upon closure of the contacts, the accumulated energy is released through the primary, giving rise to a long series of oscillations which excite the tuned secondary circuit. This device has proved highly serviceable in carrying on laboratory experiments of all kinds. For instance, in studying phenomena of impedance, the transformer was removed and a bent copper bar inserted in the terminals. The latter was often replaced by a large circular loop to exhibit inductive effects at a distance or to excite resonant circuits used in various investigations and measurements. A transformer suitable for any desired performance could be readily improvised and attached to the terminals, and in this way much time and labor was saved. Contrary to what might be naturally expected, little trouble was experienced with the contacts, although the currents through them were heavy, namely, proper conditions of resonance existing. The great flow occurs only when the circuit is closed and no destructive arcs can develop. Originally, I employed platinum and iridium tips, but later replaced them by some of meteorite and finally of tungsten. The last have given the best satisfaction, permitting working for hours and days without interruption. Figure 2 illustrates a small oscillator designed for certain specific uses. The underlying idea was to attain great activities during minute intervals of time, each succeeded by a comparatively long period of inaction. With this object, a large self-induction and a quick-acting brake were employed, owing to which arrangement the condenser was charged to a very high potential. Sudden secondary currents and sparks of great volume were thus obtained. Eminently suitable for welding thin wires, flashing lamp filaments, igniting explosive mixtures, and kindred applications. The instrument was also adapted for battery use, and in this form was a very effective igniter for gas engines, on which a patent bearing number 609,250 was granted to me August 16, 1898. Figure 3 represents a large oscillator of the first class intended for wireless experiments, production of Röntgen rays, and scientific research in general. It comprises a box containing two condensers of the same capacity on which are supported the charging coil and transformer. The automatic circuit controller, hand switch, and connecting posts are mounted on the front plate of the inductance spool, as is also one of the contact springs. The condenser box is equipped with 3 terminals, the 2 external ones serving merely for connection, while the middle one carries a contact bar with a screw for regulating the interval during which the circuit is closed. The vibrating spring itself, the sole function of which is to cause periodic interruptions, can be adjusted in its strength as well as distance from the iron core in the center of the charging coil by 4 screws visible on the top plate, so that any desired conditions of mechanical control might be secured. The primary coil of the transformer is of copper sheet, and taps are made at suitable points for the purpose of varying at will the number of turns. As in Figure 1, the inductance coil is wound in 2 sections to adapt the instrument both to 110 and 220 volt circuits, and several secondaries were provided to suit the various wavelengths of the primary. The output was approximately 500 watt with damped waves of about 50,000 cycles per second. For short periods of time, undamped oscillations were produced in screwing the vibrating spring tight against the iron core and separating the contacts by the adjusting screw, which also performed the function of a key. With this oscillator I made a number of important observations, and it was one of the machines exhibited at a lecture before the New York Academy of Sciences in 1897. Figure 4 is a photograph of a type of transformer in every respect similar to the one illustrated in the May 1919 issue of the Electrical Experimenter, to which reference has already been made. It contains the identical essential parts, disposed in like manner, but was specially designed for use on supply circuits of higher tension, from 220 to 500 volts or more. The usual adjustments are made in setting the contact spring and shifting the iron core within the inductance coil up and down by means of 2 screws. In order to prevent injury through a short circuit, fuses are inserted in the lines. The instrument was photographed in action, generating undamped oscillations from a 220-volt lighting circuit. Figure 5 shows a later form of transformer principally intended to replace Ruhmkorff coils. In this instance, a primary is employed having a much greater number of turns, and the secondary is closely linked with the same. The currents developed in the latter, having a tension of from 10,000 to 30,000 volts, are used to charge condensers and operate an independent high-frequency coil as customary. The controlling mechanism is of somewhat different construction, but the core and contact spring are both adjustable as before. Figure 6 is a small instrument of this type, particularly intended for ozone production or sterilization. It is remarkably efficient for its size and can be connected either to a 110 or 220 volt circuit, direct or alternating, preferably the former. In Figure 7 is shown a photograph of a larger transformer of this kind. The construction and disposition of the parts is as before, but there are 2 condensers in the box, one of which is connected to the circuit as in the previous cases, while the other is shunt to the primary coil. In this manner, currents of great volume are produced in the latter, and the secondary effects are accordingly magnified. The introduction of an additional tuned circuit secures also other advantages, but the adjustments are rendered more difficult, and for this reason it is desirable to use such an instrument in the production of currents of a definite and unchanging frequency. Figure 8 illustrates a transformer with rotary brake. There are 2 condensers of the same capacity in the box, which can be connected in series or multiple. The charging inductances are in the form of 2 long spools upon which are supported the secondary terminals. A small direct current motor, the speed of which can be varied within wide limits, is employed to drive a specially constructed make and break. In other features, the oscillator is like the one illustrated in Figure 3, and its operation will be readily understood from the foregoing. This transformer was used in my wireless experiments, and frequently also for lighting the laboratory by my vacuum tubes, and was likewise exhibited as my lecture before the New York Academy of Sciences above mentioned. Coming now to machines of the second class. Figure 9 shows an oscillatory transformer comprising a condenser and charging inductance enclosed in a box, a transformer and a mercury circuit controller, the latter being of a construction described for the first time in my patent number 609-251 of August 16, 1898. It consists of a motor-driven hollow pulley containing a small quantity of mercury, which is thrown outwardly against the walls of the vessel by centrifugal force and entrains a contact wheel which periodically closes and opens the condenser circuit. By means of adjusting screws above the pulley, the depth of immersion of the vanes and consequently also the duration of each contact can be varied at desire, and thus the intensity of the effects and their character controlled. This form of brake has given thorough satisfaction, working continuously with currents of from 20 to 25 ampere. The number of interruptions is usually from 500 to 1000 per second, but higher frequencies are practicable. The space occupied is about 10 inch by 8 inch by 10 inch, and the output approximately a half kilowatt. In the transformer just described, the brake is exposed to the atmosphere, and slow oxidation in the mercury takes place. This disadvantage is overcome in the instrument shown in Figure 10, which consists of a perforated metal box containing the condenser and charging inductance, and carrying on the top a motor driving the brake, and a transformer. The mercury brake is of a kind to be described and operates on the principle of a jet which establishes intermittently contact with a rotating wheel in the interior of the pulley. The stationary parts are supported in the vessel on a bar passing through the long hollow shaft of the motor, and a mercury seal is employed to effect hermetic closure of the chamber enclosing the circuit controller. The current is led into the interior of the pulley through two sliding rings on the top, which are in series with the condenser and primary. The exclusion of the oxygen is a decided improvement, the deterioration of the metal and attendant trouble being eliminated and perfect working conditions continuously maintained. Figure 11 is a photograph of a similar oscillator with hermetically enclosed mercury brake. In this machine, the stationary parts of the interrupter in the interior of the pulley were supported on a tube through which was led an insulated wire connecting to one terminal of the brake, while the other was in contact with the vessel. The sliding rings were, in this manner, avoided and the construction simplified. The instrument was designed for oscillations of lower tension and frequency requiring primary currents of comparatively smaller amperage, and was used to excite other resonant circuits. Figure 12 shows an improved form of oscillator of the kind described in Figure 10, in which the supporting bar through the hollow motor shaft was done away with, the device pumping the mercury being kept in position by gravity, as will be more fully explained with reference to another figure. Both the capacity of the condenser and primary turns were made variable with the view of producing oscillations of several frequencies. Figure 13 is a photographic view of another form of oscillatory transformer with hermetically sealed mercury interrupter, and Figure 14 diagrams showing the circuit connections and arrangement of parts reproduced from my patent number 609/245 of August 16, 1898, describing this particular device. The condenser, inductance, transformer, and circuit controller are disposed as before, but the latter is of different construction, which will be clear from an inspection of Figure 14. The hollow pulley A is secured to a shaft C, which is mounted in a vertical bearing passing through the stationary field magnet D of the motor. In the interior of the vessel is supported, on frictionless bearings, a body H of magnetic material which is surrounded by a dome B in the center of a laminated iron ring, with pole pieces OO wound with energizing coils P. The ring is supported on 4 columns and, when magnetized, keeps the body H in position while the pulley is rotated. The latter is of steel, but the dome is preferably made of German silver burnt black by acid or nickeled. The body H carries a short tube K bent as indicated to catch the fluid as it is whirled around, and project it against the teeth of a wheel fastened to the pulley. This wheel is insulated, and contact from it to the external circuit is established through a mercury cup. As the pulley is rapidly rotated, a jet of the fluid is thrown against the wheel, thus making and breaking contact about 1,000 times per second. The instrument works silently and, owing to the absence of all deteriorating agents, keeps continually clean and in perfect condition. The number of interruptions per second may be much greater, however, so as to make the current suitable for wireless telephony and like purposes. A modified form of oscillator is represented in Figures 15 and 16, the former being a photographic view and the latter a diagrammatic illustration showing the arrangement of the interior parts of the controller. In this instance, the shaft B carrying the vessel A is hollow and supports, in frictionless bearings, a spindle J to which is fastened a weight K. Insulated from the latter, but mechanically fixed to it, is a curved arm L, upon which is supported freely rotatable a brake wheel with projections Q. The wheel is in electrical connection with the external circuit through a mercury cup and an insulated plug supported from the top of the pulley. Owing to the inclined position of the motor, the weight K keeps the brake wheel in place by the force of gravity, and as the pulley is rotated, the circuit, including the condenser and primary coil of the transformer, is rapidly made and broken. Figure 17 shows a similar instrument in which, however, the make and break device is a jet of mercury impinging against an insulated toothed wheel carried on an insulated stud in the center of the cover of the pulley is shown. Connection to the condenser circuit is made by brushes bearing on this plug. Figure 18 is a photograph of another transformer with a mercury circuit controller of the wheel type, modified in some features on which it is unnecessary to dwell. These are but a few of the oscillatory transformers I have perfected, and constitute only a small part of my high-frequency apparatus, of which I hope to give a full description when I shall have freed myself of pressing duties at some future date. End of section 14. Recording by Monica M.C. End of My Inventions and Other Works of Nikola Tesla. Electrical Experimenter, February to October 1919, by Nikola Tesla.